The Master of Poisons transforms Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Yuhao. I'm back. When it came to the final step of purifying the evil thoughts, Huo Yuhao called out in his spiritual sea, "Master Yi, please help me." In fact, Huo Yuhao could also use his own methods to purify this soul-devouring knife. With his current level of mental strength, he could completely suppress it. Coupled with the power of the ultimate ice, there would be no problem at all, but that would take a very long time and would be inefficient after all. Everyone has their own expertise, and Huo Yuhao won't do everything himself. Just at the moment when Huo Yuhao suppressed the soul-devouring knife, the three mighty beings living in his sea of consciousness woke up almost at the same time because they felt the vibration of their spiritual sea. Tianmeng was the most sensitive to mental power and was the first to wake up. She just told Huo Yuhao that this thing was very threatening and he should be careful when coming into contact with it. The Ice Emperor was dismissive. Although there was a curse in this evil sword, Huo Yuhao had the ultimate ice protection. The curse was not worth mentioning at all. If it dared to attack, it would be defeated. While the two were discussing, the holy god of death and the scourge of the undead, Alex, also woke up from his slumber and uttered a cry of surprise. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had been surprised, but when he saw this carving knife, he was truly shocked. It's actually the gold of living beings. ? Afterwards, he explained the mystery of the gold of life in the sea of spirituality, which shocked Xianmeng and Bingdi when they learned about the situation. Electrolux's somewhat happy voice sounded, "Yuhao, you can leave the final purification to me. I can restore the true appearance of the gold of life and make it shine again. I still have the power of purification to use with my remaining soul. As long as you have it, some of the problems you have to face will be solved, and you don't have to worry about my consciousness being extinguished again. Okay, Yuhao, Alex. Use the power of purification to completely remove the curse of the soul-devouring knife." Xianmeng and Huo Yuhao worked together to use simulated soul skills to cover up the final changes. Ice Emperor was on high alert to protect Huo Yuhao's sea of spirituality, ready to deal with any possible invasion of the cursed power at any time. As Huo Yuhao's eyes turned from purple gold to gray, a hint of holiness appeared in the dead silence, and his entire temperament also underwent a drastic change. Looking at the dying soul-devouring blade, Alex sighed, injecting evil thoughts and curses into the gold of life is simply a waste of natural resources. It's amazing that the instigator could come up with this idea. He only felt a huge energy in the gold of life, but he didn't know how to make the gold of life release its true magical effect. "Purify, gold of life, I will definitely restore your original appearance, drive away all filth, and let your purest breath of life bloom." As Alex's thoughts reverberated in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, the color of Huo Yuhao's eyes changed again. The previous ray gradually turned into flawless white, pure as jade and white as snow. The gray spiritual power turned into pure white purifying light and fell on the soul-devouring knife, like a hot knife cutting butter. In just a moment of contact, the hideous face in the green light became half-blurred. The originally ferocious appearance suddenly became blurred, and the green light was still strong, but from the green light, there were streams of black air that evaporated and disappeared under the effect of the purifying light. The green light on the soul-devouring carving knife also began to become purer and softer. The entire purification process was very short. Soon, the last wisp of black airflow on the soul-devouring sword quietly disappeared, and the green light emitted by its body became as clear as water, without a trace of impurities. The originally dark body of the carving knife turned into a green crystal-like existence. The moment he finished purifying the soul-devouring knife, Alex handed the control of his body back to Huo Yuhao, and reminded him carefully, "After being purified by me, the soul-devouring blade has become a brand new blade. It is also a blade that truly demonstrates the power of the golden life. I thought about it carefully and gave it a name, Life Watch. This blade of Life Watch can not only grant vitality, but also deprive it of vitality. The deprived vitality will be fed back to Life Watch itself. The special effect of deprivation is called judgment. Any existence of energy has life, but the only thing that can be used for judgment is existence that cannot protect its own life. If you encounter resistance, the judgment will be invalid. However, if you face the soul guide of this world, it can become a good weapon for you." Ho! Yuhao's eyes returned to their original azure blue color with purple gold ripples, looking at the completely purified, clear and transparent life-watching blade that looked like a blue crystal. Huo Yuhao knew very well how powerful it was. It can be said that this carving knife is not only extremely powerful as a carving knife itself, but after its transformation, the effect of simply engraving a soul guide is enough to make it into the top 10 on the carving knife list. The most incredible thing is its special function, which is simply the most feared soul guide device by ghosts. In the original book, the soul guide devices made of various strong rare metals are as fragile as thin paper in front of the blade of living guardian. More importantly, the gold of life is also the key to nourishing the residual soul of Alex and gradually recovering his strength. As long as Alex can maintain a good state, many dangers and difficulties that Huo originally encountered in the middle and late stages can be easily solved with a god-level combat power as his backing. Huo Yuhao will have a little more protection in the Douluo continent in the future. The most important thing is that an old person in the family is like a treasure. Perhaps it is Elder Yi's vision and wisdom that are the most flawed. Huo Yuhao believes that this time Alex can accompany him all the way, and the road ahead will be much smoother. Moreover, the completion of Yi Lao's first achievement task, repairing divine consciousness, is also within reach. As long as he finds a suitable opportunity to open up the second sea of consciousness, he should be able to complete it smoothly. Alex sighed somewhat dejectedly. I didn't expect that I would be so weak. Just using the power of purification slightly would make me feel so tired and weak. Okay, Yuhao, you can explain to your teacher. I will need time to let it merge with you later. Ho. Yuhao nodded, picked up the blade of living being's watch, withdrew the simulated divine skill, and also withdrew the power of the ultimate ice. Of course, what he concealed were only some of the changes in himself. The purification process did not change much, and while Yi Lao was purifying the carving knife, Huo Yuhao also appropriately displayed the power of the ultimate ice to cover up the purification process. Huh? Xianliner saw the obvious changes in the soul-devouring knife at a glance. The original gloomy and fierce aura had disappeared, and the crystal-like carving knife actually gave her a feeling of vitality. Xianliner was very surprised. Yuhao, did you succeed so quickly? Well, under the suppression of my mental power, the curse and evil thoughts contained in the soul-devouring knife are completely exposed. Then, I only need to use my ultimate power to easily dissolve it. Ho! Yuhao's words were 9 true and 1 false. After all, he was facing the dean of the martial soul department, the 8th-level soul instructor Xianliner. It was not easy to fool people under her eyes. Of course, there is no need for that. Let me see if the curse is really completely gone. Xianliner was still a little worried. After all, the scene just now was too evil. After all, it was something created by an evil soul master who was born evil. She still had to be on guard. She took the carving knife and felt it carefully. The original fierce aura was gone. The carving knife was soft and smooth, and there was no aura emanating from it. It felt like a piece of crystal. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient patterns on the carving knife had not changed at all, she would have misunderstood that Huo Yuhao had secretly replaced it. This is the true appearance of the soul-devouring knife. I have given it a new name, the Blade of the Living Guardian. The Watch of the Living Beings is indeed very much in line with it. Xianliner did indeed feel a hidden vitality in the metal used to make the engraving knife. After returning the carving knife, Xianliner saw that Huo Yuhao was getting a little carried away, so she reminded him earnestly, this time, it was because you had the ultimate ice that nothing happened. Otherwise, you would have had to seek help from Elder Mu. Don't be so reckless next time. Got it? Huo Yuhao nodded. I was wrong. I will do it again next time. Alright, go back and eat and rest early. Our core disciples, watching Huo Yuhao leave the office, Xianliner's eyes became somewhat excited from this perspective. Huo Yuhao now also has a ranking carving knife, and its quality is definitely not at the bottom level. As long as the soul guides produced by Living Soul Watch still have special effects, they should be at the top 30 level of the soul-devouring carving knife. The soul guidance department is booming. Achievement triggered. Achieve Xianliner's sign of great prosperity achievement and receive the reward of the footless bird. Footless bird, a 3rd-level poisonous insect. This insect can only be used once. It is huge in size and can carry people to fly. It can travel thousands of miles a day. Evaluation: a bird without feet never looks back. It must be said that although the tasks of these high-level soul masters are difficult to accept and complete, the rewards they bring are also very generous. He started with a 3rd-level poisonous insect, which was much better than the smaller ones his peers were doing. Just put one thing at a time. People like Yan Xiaos and Xian Liner can probably only complete 2 or 3 tasks at most, and the follow-up tasks will probably be difficult. After returning to his room, Huo Yuhao placed a blade of living being's watch on the table, waiting for Master Yi's next instruction. Electrolux's somewhat weak voice sounded immediately. Put it on your forehead. Yuhao, remember, no matter what happens later, you must not panic, concentrate and calm down. Leave everything to me, understand, okay? Huo Yuhao agreed and placed the soul-devouring knife vertically between his eyebrows. The big one is coming. However, this time Huo Yuhao had already fused a piece of the space-time demon eye's external soul bone in advance, and even opened up a third eye in his sea of spirituality. Since Elder Yi didn't say anything, then this fusion shouldn't be a problem. End of this chapter. Chapter 127. Yi Lao, moisturized. When the carving knife came into contact with the skin, a warm breath came along, and then a strange breath was immediately released from the sea of spiritual spirit and injected into the soul-devouring carving knife close to the center of the eyebrows. In an instant, the blade of life swatch burst into green light, and an extremely rich and vigorous vitality instantly infused into Huo Yuhao's body through his eyebrows. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's entire body was that green, even his spiritual sea was no exception. Under the strong green light, even the spiritual essences of the Xianmeng Ice Silkworm and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion were temporarily covered. An unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout his body, and almost every cell in Huo Yuhao's body was greedily absorbing the rich vitality emanating from the Blade of Life Guardian. The quality of this piece of living gold is much better than I thought. You, little guy, are really blessed. Alex sighed at this time. Everything in Huo Yuhao's body turned into a green color full of life. The elasticity and toughness of his meridians were greatly enhanced, and his internal organs became tougher and his bones harder. It seemed that his whole body was undergoing a qualitative change. The strengthening of the meridians is not reflected in direct widening, but the greatly enhanced elasticity and toughness means that Huo Yuhao will be able to withstand even more powerful soul power shocks in the future. However, Huo Yuhao now has outstanding talent and there are no impurities and earth in his body. The effect of this huge and pure life cleansing is more like icing on the cake. As the breath of life continued to wash over him, it did not bring about a direct improvement in his cultivation, but instead made Huo Yuhao feel a sense of clarity in his body. Everything that I had been practicing seemed to be integrated under the nourishment of the rich breath of life, and completely became a whole. The doubts and difficulties that I had encountered but had not been solved in my previous practice and study also suddenly became clear at this moment, along with the clarity of my brain. Moreover, Huo Yuhao could clearly feel that the speed of his soul power cultivation had increased again. His physical quality and ability to withstand the age of his soul rings had been greatly enhanced. The next moment, the huge breath of life paused for a moment, and the Blade of Life Guardian had left a position between Huo Yuhao's eyebrows at some point, and the sharp tip of the blade was facing his forehead above his eyebrows. Huo Yuhao, who was filled with blessing and inspiration, subconsciously released the external soul bone at the center of his eyebrows. A light blue diamond-shaped crystal suddenly emerged, emitting a golden glow. Alex had known for a long time that Huo Yuhao possessed this external soul bone, so he was not surprised, but the subsequent changes did catch Electrolux off guard. The Blade of Life swatch went straight into Huo Yuhao's brow, as if it was swallowed by the diamond-shaped crystal, leaving no trace. The severe pain and the wonderful feeling of the breath of life rushing in made Huo Yuhao's mind go blank. At the same time, his sea of spiritual sea also underwent a drastic change. At this time, Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea had turned into a green ocean. The thick breath of life became sticky, and Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea itself was expanding outwards. Of course, after the addition of various opportunities, Huo Yuhao's own spiritual power realm is already extremely high, and the quantitative change has reached its limit. This time, with the help of the huge vitality of the living beings, the quality of the space-time demon eye soul bone continued to rise. Similarly, Huo Yuhao's mental power also began to change qualitatively. Moreover, a second spiritual sea was opened up between Huo Yuhao's eyebrows, and the Blade of Guardian of Living Beings was quietly suspended above this second sea of consciousness. The two spiritual seas are independent entities, but they can communicate with each other under Huo Yuhao's control. Xianmeng and Bingdi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They had lived for tens or even millions of years. What had they not seen? But this scene was something they had never seen before. Of course, all this time was not lived in vain. Tianmeng now unreservedly unlocked the seal on the origin of his spirit, filling and broadening Huo Yuhao's second spiritual sea. Sure enough, Yuhao, You have already subtly opened up the rudiments of the second sea of consciousness. This external soul bone is really good, Alex. Discovered that although the soul ring system of Douluo continent was not very good, this external soul bone did have its merits. Watching the space-time demon eye successfully absorbing the watch of living beings, he seemed to see the evolution of the artifact in it. A gray light flashed, and an old man in white appeared in front of Cheyenne Meng and Bingdi. He smiled slightly. Big Bug, little scorpion, I will no longer compete with you for territory. Yuhao's cultivation is now close to level 40, and your spiritual power can gradually merge with his. Yilao, Tian. Meng looked at the old man in white in front of her with surprise. She didn't expect that the gold of life could bring such a huge improvement to Alex's condition. Alex nodded and said gently, this remnant of my soul has no foundation. It is a candle that is about to die and may collapse at any time. But now I have the gold of living souls, a treasure that can take away the fortune of heaven and earth, to nourish me. I have a carrier and can slowly work on it and gradually stabilize my origin. Our goals are the same, both of which are to help Yuhao pave the way to becoming a god. When one day his spiritual awareness can reach the level I had at the beginning, everything I have lost will come back. I think this world is very interesting. I will leave first, and you can contact me through the spiritual origin in the future. As he spoke, Alex waved his right hand in front of him, and a blue light gate appeared in front of him. He waved to Cheyenne Meng and the others. Big Bug, next time there's no one to mediate a fight, you better be careful. Don't let me see you with a bruised face next time we meet. After stepping into the light gate, Alex's figure disappeared. Yilao, it's moist. Yan Meng's face darkened. Normally she would just play a prank occasionally. Her relationship with Bingdi was actually quite good. You still call her a big bug every day, but don't you see that she has transformed into a cute little lolly? This is the form that even Yuhao praised highly. I didn't expect his mental power to be so strong. This is the innate advantage of human beings. I have practiced for 400,000 years, but the essence of my spirit has not been condensed to the level of evolving into divine consciousness. Bingdi sighed with a serious expression. Cheyenne Meng eyes silkworm, carelessly comforted. Isn't this a good thing, Bing Bing? The stronger Yilao's power is, the more certain our plan to create a god will be. We are all ice silkworms on the same rope. We are all family. Get lost. Who are you and I? Bingdi threw a punch, and Cheyenne Meng couldn't get up again. While the three were communicating, the diamond-shaped crystal on Huo Yuhao's forehead began to shine brightly, until it finally formed something like a third eye. While the majestic breath of life washed over his sea of spiritual sea, the intense pain never stopped. Huo Yuhao only felt that his whole body was being torn apart and reassembled repeatedly, but his consciousness remained clear the whole time, and he could even clearly hear the content of the conversation in his sea of spiritual sea. Even though Huo Yuhao understood that fusing the gold of life would bring great pain, he now realized that he had still underestimated the pain. Even the heart-wrenching pain I felt when I merged with the Ice Emperor in the far north could not be compared to the feeling now, as if every nerve in my body was being pricked by needles and plucked like a guitar string. In other words, they each have their own merits. I don't know how much time had passed, but everything was finally settled when Huo Yuhao's spirit gradually recovered. He found that there was a vertical eye on his forehead that was gray with a flash of blue-gold color. The green light merged with Huo Yuhao's body, and finally washed over every corner of his body until it gradually faded. When Huo Yuhao's consciousness returned to the spiritual sea, he saw that the spiritual sea had expanded at least twice and had become unknown how much more stable. Moreover, Huo Yuhao's current spiritual power realm has successfully reached the level of ordinary tidal Douluo and touched the threshold of the tangible and intangible. As time goes by, Huo Yuhao believes that he can successfully reach the level of tangible and intangible. It is worthy of being called the gold of living things. The blade of living beings watch was hanging high above it, but at this moment it had transformed into the eye of time and space. Inside it, it reflected the appearance of the second sea of consciousness like a mirror. Because of the existence of the second sea of consciousness, Huo Yuhao's total mental power has now reached twice the normal level. Electrolux's voice came from among them, explaining in detail to the other three. Let's first talk about what the gold of living beings is. The gold of living beings is the solid purified form of life force. In simple terms, it is a treasure of heaven and earth that can only appear after millions of years of gestation, when an extremely huge amount of life force is condensed together. The huge life force it contains is of unparalleled help to any living being. A living being represents a life, while a piece of gold of living beings represents a world. Tian Meng was a little confused by what he heard, and his eyes revealed a clear stupidity. He asked, "Old man, don't talk so mysteriously, be direct." Electrolux said calmly, "It's straightforward and simple. Take you, the big bug, for example. Although your origin is not very good, it is very rare for you to live so long. However, your life force of 1,000,000 years added together is only a drop of living gold as big as a tear. No way, Cheyenne Men." And Bingdi said almost in unison. Although Bingdi didn't think much of Cheyenne Men, she asked herself that in terms of vitality, she was still not as strong as Cheyenne Men, who had lived for 1,000,000 years. Electrolux said calmly, "This is already a high evaluation of her. I will describe it again and you will understand. Big Bug, do you remember the forest where we merged with Yuhao? If we use it to measure the gold of life, it will take about 200,000 years to condense such a solid piece of gold of life. Moreover, the formation of gold of life requires many objective conditions. For example, if that forest wants to condense a piece of gold of life, there must be a place in the forest where the vitality is extremely concentrated and concentrated." Huo Yuhao nodded. He knew this. The lake of life in the most dangerous place is also the bathing pool of the Silver Dragon King. Electrolux continued, "My spiritual consciousness is too broken, so after obtaining this piece of gold of life, I had to use most of its power. And based on it, I open up the third eye and the second sea of consciousness for you. My spiritual consciousness is in this third eye, the eye of life. With the nourishment of gold of life, there is no need to worry about the danger of your spiritual consciousness dissipating. With the nourishment of these huge life forces, my spiritual consciousness will continue to be repaired. I can also use some power. When you become stronger, I will give you a choice to inherit my ability. In my remaining memories, I should have 3 abilities, 2 of which were passed down to people in my original plane, and the last one is also the one with the highest achievement, but it is still preserved to this day. When you reach the 5th ring of cultivation, you should be able to try this inheritance. The premise is that you are willing." Tian Meng snorted, "Didn't you get all the benefits of this gold of living beings?" At this point, Yilao laughed and said, "Big Bug, are you blind? Each piece of soul gold is a world. I used the power of soul gold to seal all its original vitality in the sea of spirit. From now on, Yuhao's spiritual power will grow at least 3 times faster than before, and the sea of spirit can be said to be immortal. Even his body is affected by the soul gold. No matter what kind of injury he suffers, as long as his brain is still there, it can slowly repair itself. It can be said that it is not so easy for him to die. Yuhao, there are a few things you need to remember. First, the blade of the living soul guardian has not disappeared. Your third eye, which is the external soul bone, has merged with it, and can be said to be its true body. When you need it, just focus your consciousness here and you will gain the power of the carving knife. However, this carving knife will have some of the characteristics of the gold of living souls, some of my characteristics, and some of the characteristics of the eye of time and space. Secondly, from now on, my existence can also be regarded as one of your martial souls, a unique martial soul. However, my martial soul cannot be attached with spirit rings. You must understand that my power comes from you. At most, I am a little stronger than you in control. What I can bring to you is more wisdom. Third, I hope you can meditate in seclusion for a while after this to experience the wonders that the gold of life brings to you. Truly digesting and integrating this vitality will be of great benefit to your future growth. Finally, thanks to the improvement of the gold of life, your body has made great progress in both strength and flexibility. You should make good use of it. Also, try to control it as much as possible. Your second sea of consciousness has been officially opened up with the help of Cheyenne Meng, and your sea of spirit can also accommodate greater spiritual power. But no matter how strong your spiritual power is, if you don't know how to control it, it will only be wasted. Okay, that's all I have to say. I need to merge with the eye of life as soon as possible. Your consciousness will also regain its dominant position. After this, your consciousness, spiritual sea and body will be perfectly integrated. It will be difficult for the 3 of us to take over your body in the future. We can only assist you in your growth. Go, do what you should do, as expected of an old man who sells cheats. He is very generous. However, Huo Yuhao felt that he now had too many cards in his hand and it was time to sort them out. Precipitation. There are 1,000 free words at the end, totaling 4,000. End of this chapter. Chapter 128. Deep meditation. 5 months have passed since the freshman assessment. Huo Yuhao became a second-level soul engineer 2 months ago. At the same time, he also obtained the status of a core disciple of the soul engineering department, and his soul power level also reached level 36 2 months past, and although his soul power did not improve again, he waited for the arrival of the Blade of Living Guardian. The opportunity to break through is just around the corner. So after the Eye of Life was formed, Huo Yuhao couldn't wait to start practicing, and then he naturally entered into deep meditation. There are generally two situations when soul masters practice: meditation and deep meditation. Ordinary meditation is also called shallow practice. All soul masters are in this state when they meditate and practice. When they are disturbed by the outside world or feel changes in the outside world, they will wake up automatically and will not be affected too much. Deep meditation is a state that can only be encountered by chance. During the meditation process, one will gain some insights, and then the mind will be immersed in it unconsciously. The whole person will be completely in a state of concentration, and can no longer feel the changes in the outside world, and can only wake up on his own during deep meditation. The speed of soul power in the soul master's body is at least several times faster than normal practice. At the same time, in deep meditation, the understanding is doubled, and things that are difficult to understand at ordinary times often have a sense of sudden enlightenment. In deep meditation, it is no exaggeration to say that the effect of one deep meditation is at least equivalent to a dozen ordinary meditations. The way to distinguish between ordinary meditation and deep meditation is very simple. In ordinary meditation, the surface of the body will not change. The soul power only circulates in the body by itself. Unless it is some special skills or a breakthrough, it will be slightly released when meditating deeply. Out of self-protection, part of the soul power will overflow from the soul master's body and outside to protect himself, and at the same time, it will also cover up all the soul master's own aura. This was the case with Huo Yuhao at this moment. The golden soul power light shone on his body, reflecting a magnificent glow. The soul power in his meridians was running rapidly, and his soul power level was about to break through. However, Huo Yuhao misjudged the duration of deep meditation. He originally thought it was just a short training session, but in order to digest and integrate the enhancements of the external soul bone after the lifeguard, the time was extended a lot. The first people to discover that Huo Yuhao had been absent for several days were naturally the students in the freshman class. After all, they were contestants who had already entered the inner courtyard in advance, and since Huo Yuhao would occasionally ask for leave, over time, the two head teachers and other students in the freshman class became accustomed to it. But it is very rare for students to skip classes for several days in a row like this. Therefore, the two class teachers promptly reported the matter to Du Weilan, the director of the Wuhan Department of the External Affairs College. After the martial soul courses were over, Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao and Ningdian had additional tutorial courses on soul guides, an elective course about soul guides. Because Huo Yuhao was listed as a core disciple of both the martial soul department and the soul guidance department, there was a wave of electing soul guides for a while afterwards. However, if you can't learn it, you can't learn it. After most people realized that they were not cut out for studying soul guides, they gave up on the soul guide elective course and focused on preparing for the next semester's entrance examination. There are only a few months left until the entrance examination, and for some people, there is no room for error. The same goes for Wang Dong and Ning Tian. Although they are still insisting on learning soul guides, they are not so serious about it anymore. This is the 5th month that Wang Dong and the other two have been in contact with soul guides. Huo Yuhao was able to engrave a second-level core magic array in just 5 months, and has even recently begun trying to engrave a third-level core magic array. He can be said to be a true child of destiny. In sharp contrast are Wang Dong and Ningdian. According to common sense, the first level of the soul guide is the forging foundation, which is also the most time-consuming basic level. However, because of Huo Yuhao's invention, it saved the two a lot of time. You have to know that it took K Tao and I a full year to get through this stage. Therefore, Wang Dong and his companions also came into contact with the most important step in the production of soul guides. Early on, learning to engrave the core magic array, it is at this step that the difference between genius and ordinary people is truly revealed. 5 months later, Wang Dong and his companions were still at the threshold of engraving the first-level core formation. In fact, this is also a normal learning progress, but when compared with Huo Yuhao, one can't help but feel a little disparate. Wang Dong didn't know what Ningdian was thinking. Wang Dong herself truly realized that she had no talent in making soul guides. She had already made up her mind and was ready to officially give up learning how to make soul guides when the courses in the martial soul department became more and more onerous in the next semester. As for the development of the Tang sect, Leave it to Bai Yan. Bai Yan naturally chose to study soul guides, and after she realized that she could not retain a place as a core disciple based on her talent in martial arts, she became even more enthusiastic about soul guides. The short 1-hour soul guide course was not enough to satisfy Bai Yan. And according to Wang Dong's understanding, Bai Yan did show a certain talent in soul guides and was considering changing departments in advance. Wang Dong is different. She reads these incomprehensible knowledge all day long, and her eyes are filled with clear stupidity. It's really not as comfortable as blacksmithing. Fan Yu also noticed that Huo Yuhao had been absent for several days in a row, so he asked Wang Dong to go and see what had happened to Huo Yuhao. Although Wang Dong is not an inner courtyard disciple, he has the certificate to enter the inner courtyard given by Huo Yuhao and can enter and leave Sea God Island freely. So Wang Dong was the first person to discover that Huo Yuhao had entered deep meditation practice. This guy is so hardworking. He is so devoted to his practice. He can even enter deep meditation. Looking at Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong felt a little uncomfortable, and a trace of barely detectable shyness emerged in his pink-blue eyes. Have I been slacking off again during this period? As expected, it was the soul guidance system that held her back. She couldn't continue to give up. Thinking of this, Wang Dong made up his mind. Starting tomorrow, practice seriously. As for now, of course, it is to protect this careless guy. Wang Dong moved a chair from the room, walked out of the room carefully, and sat at the door to protect him so that no one would come to look for him and affect his practice. Who says Huo Yuhao is a socialite who is loved by everyone? Because deep meditation is a kind of deep understanding and practice in meditation, it is most afraid of being disturbed. Once it is intentionally disturbed by others, it is very likely to go astray and cause serious harm to the body. Of course, with Huo Yuhao's current level of mental strength, such backlash would be completely non-existent for him. Not to mention that there are 3 big guys in the Sea of Spirit, which gives him a full sense of security. If anyone dares to disturb Huo Yuhao's meditation, they will definitely teach her a lesson. Wang Dong, wake up. What are you doing? Why don't you go in, but fall asleep outside instead? Gently awakening his sleeping soul, Wang Dong opened his slightly confused eyes. Senior sister, Wang Dong suddenly became alert and accidentally shouted out, then immediately covered his mouth with both hands. What's wrong? You're so startled. Zhang Lexuan raised the corners of her lips slightly and asked in a low voice. Wang Dong said cautiously, Senior sister, Yuhao has entered deep meditation. I am here to help watch the door. Zhang Lexuan replied, thank you for your hard work. I will take over from now on. Go back and rest early. You still have classes tomorrow. Well, I'll trouble you from now on, senior sister. Hearing this, Wang Dong was also ready to leave since someone was coming to take over her job. Wang Dong was naturally very happy. After all, she was not like Huo Yuhao who could take leave whenever she wanted. She also had to go to class tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Wang Dong, Zhang Lexuan pushed open the door, closed it quietly, and then sat down on the sofa opposite Huo Yuhao. Originally, the task of investigating Huo Yuhao's situation should have been assigned to Ma Ateo, but because she was currently in seclusion practicing, Zhang Lexuan volunteered to come. Sure enough, just as Wang Dong said, Yuhao was in deep meditation, and judging from the situation, it won't end anytime soon. Looking at Huo Yuhao's face, Zhang Lexuan was slightly dazed. The ink-black long hair falls from the shoulders, the fair skin contrasts with a freshman school uniform, and the delicate facial features exude a noble temperament for some reason. Although Huo Yuhao's appearance had not changed at all, Zhang Lexuan felt that something was different about Huo Yuhao. It's a change in temperament. After observing for a while, Zhang Lexuan came to this conclusion. Huo Yuhao usually has a gentle temperament and seems to be able to get along with everyone, but now Huo Yuhao not only exudes a coldness and tranquility that keeps people at a distance, and there is also a feeling of self-confidence and arrogance, as if looking down on the world from a high position. Could this be the influence of the ice scorpion martial spirit? In fact, the one who appeared in Zhang Lexuan's eyes was the most real Huo Yuhao. After a soul master entered deep meditation, his mind would unconsciously immerse himself in cultivation. Huo Yuhao was now almost defenseless to the outside world, which was equivalent to taking off all his disguises. Although his true character was not revealed, some clues were already visible. After observing Huo Yuhao's situation, Zhang Lexuan also quietly withdrew. The benefits of soul masters entering deep meditation are unquestionable. If they can enter a state of deep meditation when they are about to break through a bottleneck, there is almost an 80% chance of achieving a breakthrough. In her opinion, Huo Yuhao is now in a critical period of breakthrough and cannot allow outsiders to disturb him sitting on the chair that Wang Dong had previously occupied. Zhang Lexun's eyes flickered for a moment. If her memory was correct, Wang Dong's martial soul was the goddess of light butterfly, a martial soul that only women could possess. The relationship between Wang Dong and Yuhao is obviously not ordinary, and there are Zaya Ateo and the others. My little junior brother is really. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Zhang Lexun opens her heart as Huo Yuhao breathed in and out. The abundant blood and energy in his body surged, completely combining with his soul power, and it continued to increase with every minute and every second. Then, the golden soul power circulating in his meridians suddenly stopped for a moment, and in the next moment, a warm and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. When Huo Yuhao woke up from deep meditation, he felt warm all over and indescribably comfortable. The green color in his body had completely disappeared, and his soul power had also improved significantly. He circulated his soul power again, which was obviously much stronger than before. Huo Yuhao's soul power level had reached level 38. Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, and a purple gold light flashed in his eyes. Yuhao, you have been in deep meditation for a total of 7 days. During this time, several girls came to see you. Do you want to know who they were? In the Sea of Spirit, Tian Meng's voice was the first to sound. 7 days? It's indeed a long time. Originally, after several months of training, his soul power level was only a little away from level 37. With the help of the gold of living things and deep meditation, he broke through 2 levels in succession. Perhaps, this is the benefit brought by the external soul bone? According to Huo Yuhao's estimation, the psychological expectation of this deep meditation could only successfully break through level 1, but he did not expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Of course, this is also why the time for deep meditation is prolonged. If it were an ordinary soul master at the soul master level, entering deep meditation for a day would be enough to break through the bottleneck, but Huo Yuhao was different. As a soul master of the ultimate attribute, the quality of his soul power was too high. The total amount of soul power he needed to accumulate to break through was too huge, which made him meditate deeply for 7 days in a row while listening to Tian Meng's chatter in his mind. Huo Yuhao got up and went out to the shore of Poseidon Lake. The sky was dim, with stars twinkling in the night sky. Looking at Zhang Lexun humming an unknown tune beside the sea god lake, Huo Yuhao greeted her. Big sister, little junior brother, are you awake? With Zhang Lexun's cultivation level, she also noticed Huo Yuhao's approach and continued, you have been meditating for 7 consecutive days this time. What have you gained, Huo? Yuhao smiled slightly. Well, my soul power level has broken through to level 38. Thank you, senior sister, for protecting me. This indescribable temperature and temperament, coupled with the shock brought by the increase in soul power, was like an invisible force hitting her heart. Zhang Lexun felt that her heartbeat had stopped for half a beat. It was not known whether it was because the surroundings were too quiet, causing her attention to be too focused, or because of the night view of the nearby Poseidon Lake. But at this moment, Zhang Lexun had a deeper understanding of the boy's appearance. The moonlight is so beautiful. Well, you're welcome. I just come here occasionally to check it out. After coming to her senses, Zhang Lexun explained this is indeed the case. As disciples of the inner courtyard, as long as they hang a sign outside the door saying they are in seclusion for training, everyone will naturally not disturb each other. Of course, there are also practice rooms specifically used for retreat and meditation. That won't work. I still have to thank senior sister specifically. Huo Yuhao answered habitually. Hearing this, Zhang Lexun couldn't help but smile. Then, are you free now? Okay, Huo Yuhao was a little confused, but still nodded. Of course I am free. What can I do for you? Well, to put it simply, I haven't eaten the food you cooked for a long time. Zhang Lexun blinked her beautiful eyes with an expression that said, you should understand what I mean, right? She continued, the last time we went to the Xingdao Great Forest, the taste of your dark gold terror claw bear meat, Yuhao, made me linger. Huo Yuhao said helplessly, then why didn't you join us when we were having barbecues nearby a few times? I specially invited you several times. After the freshman assessment, everyone was busy in the past 5 months. Huo Yuhao only held barbecue parties once or twice. which could be considered as a way to relax after practicing. That's a group of people. It's not convenient for me, and, at this point, Zhang Lexun smiled bitterly. There is some connection between me, Bibi and Tang Yao. They may not want to see me very much. Huo Yuhao nodded seriously. In that case, I won't take them to play next time. Zhang Lexun glared at Huo Yuhao in a reproachful manner. Junior brother, do you want to wait until next time? Yes, I'm ready now. Huo Yuhao nodded obediently. For the sake of the delicious food that will follow, can you do me a favor? How can I help? Zhang Lexun asked. That is, catch some fish from Poseidon Lake. Huo Yuhao pointed at the sea god lake, then found a suitable location and began to set up the barbecue equipment. What? Zhang Lexun was a little confused. So, what you have been eating is the fish from Poseidon Lake. I also asked Dean Yan to raise some fish in Poseidon Lake. They are indeed a rare delicacy. While chatting, the fish grilling soon began. As for the dark gold deer or claw bear meat from last time, it had already been divided up by everyone. It can only be said that it was a bit regrettable. Junior brother, do you mind if I have a drink? When the grilled fish was about to come out of the oven, Zhang Lexun suddenly took out a bottle of wine that looked very valuable from the storage soul guide and shook it towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked a little surprised. Big sister, can you drink? Zhang Lexun raised her lips slightly and explained in a low voice. Yes, alcohol doesn't taste that good, but it's really good to drink a little when you're under a lot of pressure. Huo Yuhao, are you under a lot of pressure now? Noticing Huo Yuhao's surprised look, Zhang Lexun added, today we have something delicious, so I'm going to drink a little. Okay, and Yuo, your grilled fish is finished, please check it. During the conversation, the grilled fish was finished and Huo Yuhao handed it to Zhang Lexun. Come to think of it, senior sister hasn't tasted my grilled fish yet. I'm not bragging, but the taste is not much worse than the bear meat I had last time. Oh? Then I'd like to taste it carefully. After saying that, Zhang Lexun opened her mouth and took a bite of the grilled fish. The delicious taste that spread from her mouth made her eyes light up, and she praised it endlessly afterwards. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Zhang Lexun also talked about past events with Huo Yuhao. That was when the Holy Spirit Church's Supreme Elder showed his prowess for the first time, and wiped out 8 inner court disciples in one fell swoop. Once this topic was started, there was no way to stop talking about it. As if she had found someone to confide in, Zhang Lexun took advantage of the alcohol to pour out her heart and reveal her thoughts. Big sister, you are a little drunk. Yuhao, call me Sister Lexun. Huo Yuhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. High-level soul masters can use their soul power to break down alcohol, so there is no idea that drinking will cause any harm. It's just that wine doesn't make people drunk. People make themselves drunk having accumulated so many worries. It is indeed very stressful to play the role of a perfect senior sister outside. However, Huo Yuhao is under a lot of pressure now. We can't let Sister Lijuan sleep on the streets. Right, he thought so while holding the cart. Achievement triggered. Achieve Zhang Lexun's achievement of really not drunk and receive the Frost Rain Moon Goo as a reward. Frosty Moon Goo, a 3rd level goo insect that releases a moon blade that is cold and white, exuding a frosty aura. Anyone struck by it will feel the cold enter their body, and their movements will become slow. Evaluation, beautiful women, good wine, and delicious food. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months past. Huo Yuhao's first year at Shrek Academy has come to an end. After 3 months of hard training, Huo Yuhao's soul power level successfully broke through to level 40. Not only was his cultivation speed increased after he merged with the Living Beings Guard, but Huo Yuhao also took the soul-nourishing pill that he could only take once in his life. I can only say that it is worthy of being an advanced version of the soul-upgrading pill. It has no side effects and its efficacy is extraordinary. The soul power it increases is roughly equivalent to what an ordinary soul master needs to upgrade from level 50 to level 51, although in Huo Yuhao's case, it was only about 1 level higher. As for the special effect of the soul-nourishing pill in nourishing the spirit, it is actually not of much use to Huo Yuhao. This was because Huo Yuhao's current spiritual power level was too strong, and ordinary elixirs were completely incapable of helping him to achieve a qualitative change directly. Only magical grass can speed up this process. Otherwise, it will just be a slow and tedious process. As long as his mental power reaches the level of being tangible and intangible, Huo Yuhao can use his mental power to suppress the ultimate ice soul power. Wrap it up for cultivation, so that the ultimate power can no longer affect the speed of cultivation. Huo Yuhao was not in a hurry. With Huo Yuhao's talent, it was only a matter of time. Besides, even without the help of intangible spiritual power, Huo Yuhao's current cultivation speed is among the best in Douluo continent. Next, it will be vacation time. Shrek Academy has a 1-month vacation every year. This month is certainly not for students to relax or travel. Instead, it is for them to integrate what they have learned in the previous 11 months and practice hard, because after a 1-month break, there will be an entrance examination. Students who fail the entrance examination will be eliminated directly. Therefore, the annual rest period is actually the most difficult and busy time for most students during this school year. In addition to the improvement of his soul power level, Huo Yuhao also made some gains in the martial soul system. Huo Yuhao is now a 3rd-level soul engineer. Similarly, he can use almost all types of soul guides skillfully. Although Huo Yuhao had shown amazing talent in soul guides and had no aversion to them, he thought there was no need to rush. The current primary goal is to improve soul power and strengthen his foundation. He only needs to make the soul engineer level basically equal to the soul power cultivation. There is no need to specialize in soul guides. It's time to head to the Star Forest again. Huo Yuhao did not plan to go alone on this trip, but instead planned to ask Zhang Lexun to escort him. Moreover, among the soul beasts that he and Yan Xiaozi had discussed seeking last time, Shrek had indeed found a suitable soul beast. The Academy has already locked down the approximate range of the Silver Brother beast, which is about 30,000 years old, and it is in the core area of the starred out Great Forest. As for hunting, naturally Huo Yuhao had to go there personally. End of this chapter. Chapter 130, Master Zhuan, should I lead the team? After politely declining the Soul Guidance Department's invitation for a holiday, Huo Yuhao left the Soul Guidance Department's experimental area. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. On both sides of the wide walkway, the tall and upright soul-guided street lamps had been lit. Fine rain was falling densely, dripping, and still brought bursts of coolness in this late spring season. It's raining. Wang Dong, who was following behind Huo Yuhao, exclaimed. She felt that the rain came at a very appropriate time, and it gave her a refreshing feeling that washed away all her fatigue. Today is the last day of this semester. Wang Dong, who knows that he is not very talented, officially bids farewell to Fan Yu and gives up the Soul Guide elective. This belated rain means his new life. Just when Wang Dong was about to step into the rain to feel the coolness, his eyes moved slightly and he turned his head to the left. Huo Yuhao had already handed him an umbrella. You still need to keep some daily necessities in the Soul Guide storage device. You're the only one who talks too much and ruins the atmosphere. Wang Dong lifted her short light blue hair, complained, and took the umbrella. Walking on the cold corridor, accompanied by the sound of dripping rain, the two walked towards the martial spirit department. They all deliberately slowed down their pace and moved forward slowly. Are you planning to go home for the holidays? Wang Dong asked softly. Huo Yuhao shook his head. Home? I don't have a home anymore. Wang Dong was slightly stunned and lowered his head and bit his red lips. Sorry, nothing, I'm used to it. After all, you are a stranger in a foreign land. Before he knew it, he had been in Shrek for nearly a year. While getting along well with everyone, the relationships between them had also improved a lot. After a while of silence, how about Yuhao, come home with me? Saying this seemed to have exhausted all Wang Dong's strength. Huo Yuhao glanced sideways and saw Wang Dong's face hidden under the umbrella, but it couldn't cover a red face. Fearing that Huo Yuhao might misunderstand, Wang Dong added, I also have some rare treasures at home that can increase the speed of cultivation. They might be a good match for you. My cat can do backflips, right? Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong. 8 months had passed, and Wang Dong, who was still in the growth stage, had grown a little taller. Although he still looked ordinary, he declined. Forget it. I'm afraid it will have a bad impact if I go home with a boy during the holidays. Hearing this, Wang Dong choked for a moment, and then said in shame and anger, it's just a disguise. I don't dislike you yet, but you do? And I just feel worried about you staying alone in Shrek. There is no other reason. There are simply too many competitors, and Wang Dong is afraid that some people will sneak away during the holidays. Wang Dong has decided that she will fight in her true form next semester. This woman dressed as a man is indeed not easy to deal with. Huo Yuhao laughed and said, you're reluctant to leave me? It's only a month, and we'll be reunited again. Besides, I can go get my 4th spirit ring during the holiday. What? You want to get another spirit ring? Wang Dong was shocked, and she had forgotten all about shyness in just 1 semester. Huo Yuhao soared from a great soul master to a quasi-soul master. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Huo Yuhao said modestly, it's okay. I was lucky. I took some medicine and used some cultivation resources to barely reach level 40. With such an abnormal training speed, I think your talent now, Yuhao, has completely surpassed that of the sea god 10,000 years ago. You have the potential to become a god, Wang. Dong looked at Huo Yuhao with envy. You are not the first one to say this. You have a good vision. Huo Yuhao sighed as he looked at the filial daughter in front of him because they both have twin martial souls. People often compare the two of them. Huo Yuhao said earnestly. So, you have to practice hard during the holidays. Don't be lazy just because you think you can easily pass the next semester's upgrade assessment. If you fall too far behind me, I won't wait for you forever. Wang Dong's eyes widened. No way. I finally have a holiday. It's a rare opportunity to relax for a while, and you want to take advantage of this too, Ho. Yuhao shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. One step slow, every step slow. If you don't roll, there are plenty of soul masters who can roll, Wang. Dong also complained. Okay, I get it, you crazy cultivator. My current soul power level is not bad. It's already level 29, Ho. Yuhao retorted. That's because of my encouragement recently. You've been practicing hard. If you had maintained this state since childhood, you would have become a soul master long ago. Hey, this can't all be blamed on me. It's really because my two elder fathers didn't urge me to practice. If they could be like you, Yuhao, I wouldn't be like this now, Wang. Dong spread her hands, feeling somewhat helpless. She then asked, did the spirit department agree to help you get a spirit ring? This is the 4th spirit ring. You must not be as reckless as last time. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, of course. I am a core disciple of the spirit department. I have privileges and I have to use them occasionally. Wang Dong said, that's good. You must be careful. I will go home tomorrow and try to come back as early as possible. It's a pity that my soul power has not reached level 30, otherwise, I would go hunting soul beasts with you. That would be great. It's not good, actually. Huo Yuhao sighed softly. He had a feeling that this trip to the Star Forest would definitely be full of twists and turns. Why? Is it bad? Tell me about it. With your talent, the Academy will definitely send a titled Douluo to protect you. Isn't it a simple matter to capture a suitable 10,000-year-old soul beast? Wang Dong was puzzled. You may not know that the Academy prefers students to be self-reliant, and some titled Douluo are not very reliable, Huo Yuhao said helplessly. Oh, I understand. Just like my second father, there are indeed some people who are very unreliable. Wang Dong also suddenly realized, for Huo Yuhao, the most important thing now is to seize the time to obtain soul rings and become a soul master. Although it is still possible to accumulate soul power without obtaining soul rings, after obtaining soul rings, the soul master will be strengthened in all aspects, and even the speed of cultivation will increase significantly. Can the cultivation speed of a soul master be the same as that of a soul sect? Of course not. If the soul master's soul power circulation speed is considered to be 10, then the soul sect's soul power circulation speed is at least 15 or even 20, which is a huge difference. It is not advisable to suppress the level. The sooner you can obtain the spirit ring, the sooner it will be. This is what most spirit masters do. Yan Xiao's office. Yan Xiao's looked at Huo Yuhao's arrival, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, Yuhao, what do you want to talk to me about now? Tell me. After parting with Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao went directly to Yan Xiao's to report the fact that he had broken through level 40. He said calmly, I have broken through to the soul sect and am ready to obtain the 4th soul ring. What? Yan Xiao's immediately lost his temper, stood up suddenly, and started to roar loudly. You said you have broken through to the soul sect? How could it be so fast? Huo Yuhao smiled gently, and then stopped hiding his strength. He released his soul power and said, it is also thanks to the resources provided by the Academy. Yan Xiao's felt it carefully and could no longer hold it in. Judging from the release of soul power alone, Huo Yuhao's strength may be enough to be compared with that of a soul king. Is this the ultimate ice, right? Right. Isn't it said that when a normal ultimate martial soul reaches level 30, the soul power level will be greatly reduced and the cultivation speed will be greatly slowed down? How come this little guy Yuhao's cultivation speed is getting faster and faster? Perhaps Huo Yuhao has already integrated the head soul bone that he specially selected for him, and with the help of the soul nourishing pill, this is indeed possible. As expected, he is the most talented person in Shrek Academy. Yan Xiao's muttered to himself, the 12-year-old soul master. Huo Yuhao's current cultivation speed can be said to have broken the Shrek Academy's record of 10,000 years. Yan Xiao's even has a hunch that he will definitely not stop here, and even the subsequent records may be difficult to maintain in his opinion. Even the original Shrek 7 devils were far inferior to the talent of this little guy in front of him. Well, these 7 people, after taking the magic grass for Huo Yuhao now, the only difference between him and them is in spirit rings, but it does not have much impact because Huo Yuhao's ice scorpion martial spirit can definitely start from the black ring. Only Poseidon could surpass Huo Yuhao in this respect. After all, it is a divine test, a god-level opportunity, an opportunity that is completely beyond the reach of personal talent. It's a pity that the chance of becoming a god is very slim, otherwise Shrek Square would probably have to erect another statue. Similarly, he also thought of his beloved disciple's recent training progress without the shackles of the evil fire. Mazaya Ateo's progress is also rapid. Perhaps, this is the match between the two martial souls. For a moment, Yan Xiao's had many thoughts in his mind until Huo Yuhao's voice brought him back to reality. So, Dean Yan, do you have any plans regarding my 4th spirit ring? Yan Xiao's, who had come back to his senses, coughed twice and said, I told you before that the Academy has found a soul beast that is very suitable for you, the 30,000-year-old silver ying beast. This is a soul beast that has been extinct in records. It is probably the only one in the entire continent, and its age is very suitable for you. Huo Yuhao nodded. Indeed, although soul beasts with a cultivation level of 10,000 to 90,000 years are all called 10,000-year soul beasts. In fact, the difference in cultivation level is quite huge. 30,000, 50,000, and 70,000 are all thresholds, corresponding to the Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and Soul Douluo of soul beasts. Every time a threshold is reached, the strength will be completely different. Similarly, these thresholds also greatly affect the strength and quality of the soul skills of the soul master after obtaining the soul ring. For safety reasons, Elder Zhuan will lead the team this time. Coincidentally, Hongru Oro from the inner courtyard also broke through to the Soul Douluo level yesterday and is preparing to go to the Xingdao Great Forest to obtain a soul ring. You can go with her, Zhuan Lao? For safety reasons. Sure enough, the twists and turns are already beginning to show. End of this chapter. Chapter 131. Soul Hunting Team, Attack. Yan Xiao's continued. It just so happens that several court disciples from the outer courtyard have also applied to obtain spirit rings during this holiday, so you too can join them. Huo Yuhao, all the elements are complete, and it sounds a bit scary seeing Huo Yuhao's strange expression. Yan Xiao's added, don't worry, Yuhao. You know how powerful Elder Zhuan is. He is a top-level expert at level 98. With him taking action, there is no chance of failure. However, Master Zhuan will only protect you in secret. Your actual team leader is the girl Li Zhuan. This trip to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings can be considered as an experience for you. Yan Xiao's knew that flowers could not be grown in a greenhouse. Only after experiencing setbacks could Huo Yuhao truly become independent. He didn't want to destroy the future towering tree of Shrek by his blind indulgence and care. Moreover, forming a team to hunt for spirit rings has always been Shrek's tradition. This method is also a must for a spirit master in Douluo continent. That's good. Huo Yuhao nodded. Even if the senior sister doesn't lead the team, he will let Yan Xiao's take this insurance. In his opinion, Zhang Lexuan's sense of security is much stronger than Xuanzi's. After all, he had survived the old man's annihilation halo tenaciously, and even absorbed 100,000-year soul ring by luck. He must be a person with great luck and strength. Okay, I still have to write this report application to Poseidon Pavilion. You can go back and wait for the news. The earliest you have to wait is tomorrow. Yan Xiao's touched his brow and waved his hand. It was now the end of get out of class time at the academy, and also his end of get off work time. Originally Yan Xiao's had planned to apply for it tomorrow, but for the sake of Huo Yuhao's efficiency in obtaining spirit rings, he was forced to work overtime. It is good. After saying goodbye to Yan Xiao's, Huo Yuhao went to the Shrek cafeteria that night. Accurate information came about the application for the Soul Beast hunting operation in the Starred Out Great Forest, and the Sea God Pavilion finally approved the operation just as Yan Xiao said. The team was led by senior sister Zhang Lexuan, and there was also an additional commander-in-chief, the vice dean of the Wuhan department, came at eras for Xuanzi. He did not appear on the list. Huo Yuhao knew that this was the secret protection that the old man often played. Meyer and Zhang Lexun did not need spirit rings, and their main tasks were to guide and protect. A title Douluo and a soul Douluo led the students to hunt spirit beasts. Perhaps only Shrek Academy could do it so easily. Among the list of students who obtained spirit rings, there were 4 people from the inner courtyard, namely Huo Yuhao, Han Ruoro, Wu Ming and Chu Qingshan. There were 2 people from the outer courtyard, 2 girls, one of whom happened to be someone Huo Yuhao knew, Jiang Nanan. The departure time is tomorrow morning. It didn't take long for all the inner courtyard students who were going to the starred out Great Forest to arrive. Meyer was the last one to arrive. She was only wearing a simple gray cloth dress. Her actual age was already over 90, but from her appearance, she looked to be in her 50s and was in very good condition. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Vice-Dean Meyer clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention to her, and said gently, "This is not the first time for everyone to enter the starred out Great Forest. We are not familiar with each other, so let's introduce each other and briefly talk about our names, martial spirits, and cultivation levels, so that it will be easier for us to cooperate in the starred out Great Forest." As she spoke, she nodded to Zhang Lexun. Zhang Lexun understood and spoke first. "My name is Zhang Lexun, an assistant teacher and student in the inner courtyard. My martial soul is the moon, and I am a level 83 strong attack system combat soul master. This time I will be responsible for leading and commanding the team, and I don't need any soul rings." When Chu Qingshan and several students from the outer courtyard heard her say the words level 83, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Judging from the appearance, Zhang Lexun is still only in her 20s. Generally speaking, being able to reach the soul saint level at this age is already a sign of great talent, but they did not expect that Zhang Lexun is actually a soul Douluo. She is worthy of being the senior sister of the inner courtyard. Just when the 3 people from the outer courtyard were still in shock, Han Ruoro took over. "My name is Han Ruoro. My martial soul is Wang Jinshin. I am a control-type combat soul master, the main controller of this operation. My soul power is level 80, and I need the 8th soul ring." Everyone continued to be shocked. Is this the strength of the top masters in Shrek's inner courtyard? It's really terrifying. After the 2 of them finished introducing themselves, Meyer interjected, "I am just accompanying you on this operation. Li Zhuan and Ruoro will be in charge. They are experienced and everyone should obey their orders. For the safety of everyone in the team, you must not act on your own." "Okay, continue." "Wu Ming, you come." Wu Ming nodded and smiled. "My name is Wu Ming. My martial soul is Golden Crow, and I am a strong attacking soul emperor. I am not as good as my 2 senior sisters. My soul power is only level 70, and I need a 7th soul ring." Chu Qingshan continued, "My name is Chu Qingshan. My martial soul is the lightning crazy leopard. I am a level 50 agility attack soul master, and I need a 5th soul ring." It was the turn of the 2 girls from the outer courtyard to introduce themselves. Jiang Nanan spoke quickly. "My name is Jiang Nanan. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit. My soul power is level 40. I am an agility attack spirit master, and I need a 4th soul ring." The last person's voice was a little cold, and he said indifferently, "Du Yun, martial soul is the jade scaled snake, a level 40 controlled type soul master, needs a 4th soul ring." After everyone finished introducing themselves, all eyes were focused on Huo Yuhao, who was wearing the white freshman uniform. Everyone knew a thing or two about this famous person in front of them. Huo Yuhao, martial spirit iron ice jade scorpion, level 40 strong attack system soul master, requires a 4th soul ring. Huo Yuhao's voice was not loud, but it sounded extraordinary to the ears of the students, and was much more shocking than the first 2 sisters. This guy is a freshman, and he has reached level 40 directly. Isn't that outrageous? He's 12 years old. Even if he took drugs, it shouldn't happen that fast, right? Especially Chu Qingshan, who had just entered the inner courtyard for a year, felt a little ashamed. Is this the junior brother who made the exception and entered the inner courtyard? The gap between people is so huge. When I was Huo Yuhao's age, I was still struggling to break through level 30. Zhang Lexun said, "Okay, everyone has introduced themselves. I will simply assign our formation after entering the starred out Great Forest." Zhang Lexun took the lead, followed by Han Ruoro, who was the main controller, and at the end was Wu Ming. On the left and right wings were Chu Qingshan and Huo Yuhao respectively, and the rest were in the middle. No one raised any objection to her arrangement. The starred out Great Forest is full of dangers. The front and back of the team are the most dangerous, and usually stronger soul masters are deployed there. As for the left and right wings, they are not only to protect the soul masters in the middle, but also to take into account the task of reconnaissance. It is a small test for Huo Yuhao and the others. It can be said that with a soul Douluo level powerhouse like Zhang Lexuan, K-Meteor's care and Zhuanzi's secret protection, Huo Yuhao and his group can move freely except for the core area of the starred out Great Forest. Although Zhang Lexuan is only a soul Douluo, her strength is definitely not inferior to that of ordinary title Douluo. Moreover, her 8th soul ring is 100,000 years old, and she also has a matching 100,000-year soul bone. However, the soul beasts that Huo Yuhao and Hanruoro need are all in the core area, so they still need to be careful. This is also the reason why the Academy dispatched K-Meteor, and even arranged for Super Douluo Zhuanzi to provide secret protection. This shows how much Shrek values Huo Yuhao. Except for Huo Yuhao, everyone else is not a freshman, but an outstanding talent who has been selected through a long process of selection. Even if they are not familiar with each other, they will act decisively after leaving Shrek City. Everyone deployed according to the formation arranged by Zhang Lexuan and headed straight for the starred out Great Forest. On the way, everyone rarely communicated with each other, and just hurried on in silence. Shrek City was indeed close to the starred out Great Forest, and even without exerting their full strength, they still managed to arrive there before nightfall. Everyone, take a break and eat something. Get everyone into their best condition. In an hour, we will enter Xingdao. Zhang Lexuan's command was very concise. Let's go directly to the mixed area to see if there are any soul beasts suitable for Jiang Nanan and Du Yun. With their strength and team configuration, it is more than enough to spend the night in the Star Forest. This place is close to the outer area of the Star Forest. Everyone came to the roadside. Although they were far from tired based on their cultivation level, they still felt good to relax their whole body. Hanruoro looked at Huo Yuhao and said gently, "Yuhao, I heard that your cooking skills are very good. Would you like to show us your skills now?" Although Huo Yuhao had invited Hanruoro to a barbecue party before, but due to time constraints, Hanruoro didn't have time to have a meal. Huo Yuhao nodded. "Okay, let's eat grilled fish. I remember there is a river not far away. This place is not far from where Huo Yuhao met Tang and the others, and the scene is very familiar." Wu Ming also became excited. "Great. I've heard of the fame of Xiao Ho's grilled fish for a long time. It's a pity that I didn't get to eat it when I lined up. I can finally make up for this regret." Chew. King Shin looked at Wu Ming silently, planning to start practicing his cooking skills after returning. Jiang Nanan was also moved when she heard this. Although she occasionally attended Huo Yuhao's barbecue parties, she mostly cooked for herself during the parties. After all, soul masters have big appetites, and Huo Yuhao would not do it alone. Zhang Lexuan also smiled and said, "We don't know how many days it will take us to get out of Xingdao this time. We will definitely have to sleep outdoors. It's a good opportunity for everyone to have a good meal before we go in. How about this, Chu Kingshan, you come with me to catch fish. Yuhao, you cook, is that okay?" "Okay." They both agreed. Zhang Lexuan stood up and said, "Everyone else, help Yuhao prepare. If we act together, we can eat faster." Hearing this, everyone stood up even though they didn't know what to do. Huo Yuhao also found an open space and took out the barbecue utensils from the storage soul guide, including pots, pans, and various seasonings. The other inner courtyard students were awe-stunned. Hanruoro couldn't help but ask, "Yuhao, are you planning to be a chef in the future? This is the first time I've seen someone use a high-end storage ring to store various kitchen utensils. It's just a personal habit, and it's also to satisfy the desire for food." Huo Yuhao was talking, but his hands did not stop working, and he soon prepared everything. "If you don't know what to do, just help me process the fish that senior sister and the others brought back. You just need to gut it, remove the scales and tendons. It's very simple. Watch." As Huo Yuhao caught a big fish in an instant. "Everyone? Question mark. The brain seems to be able to do it, but the hands are completely unable to do it. Is it simple? Why don't they think so? They just feel that their powerful cultivation is useless." So, following Jiang Nanan's demonstration, everyone started to work in a hurry. At least, Jiang Nanan's actions are still within the scope of understanding. As for Zhuanzi, he did not show up this time. With Tianmeng's reminder, Huo Yuhao knew that he had left. Xianmeng proposed a direction. "Perhaps Zhuanzi is trying to help us find the trace of the yin-yang beast." Huo Yuhao shook his head. He also felt that Zhuanzi just couldn't resist the temptation of grilled fish, And because of his identity he couldn't show up easily, so he just left. Hope everyone is okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 132. The forest is so quiet. The 1-hour break ended up lasting 2 hours. After the delicious meal, everyone meditated under the protection of Dean K, and restored themselves to their peak condition. Then, they began to go deeper into the star forest before setting off. Dean K said solemnly, "I emphasize again that the Xingdao Great Forest is extremely dangerous. Everyone must not take it lightly. You must always remain vigilant. I will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary." Everyone nodded and put away their inappropriate emotions. It is like this in Shrek Academy. Unless one has a special status or has the authority to apply for spirit rings like the top 3 in the freshman assessment, the academy will not send teachers to protect disciples in obtaining spirit rings. In fact, if Huo Yuhao had not joined this time, K-Meteor would not have followed them on this operation. It's not like they're going to hunt for 100,000-year spirit ring, so it's not worth making such a fuss. They even secretly sent out a super Douluo to protect them. The purpose of sending out Zhuanzi, besides as a last resort, was to ensure that the cunning yin-yang beast could be found and Huo Yuhao's spirit ring could be obtained. In this team, Zhang Nanan and Du Yun, who have the lowest requirements, also need a soul ring age of about 4,000 years, and the outer area alone cannot satisfy them at all. So after entering the starred-out Great Forest, according to the original formation, everyone, led by Zhang Lexuan, moved inward at full speed and headed towards the depths of the starred-out Great Forest. The starry forest is exceptionally quiet late at night. The forest is not so dark that you cannot see your hand in front of you. The moonlight shines through the swaying shadows of the trees. Coupled with some luminous small insects and plants, the visibility is quite high. However, there is murderous intent hidden in the silence. The star forest is even more dangerous at night. Many terrifying soul beasts appear at this time of night. With Zhang Lexuan leading the team, there was no intention of carefully exploring at all. They just moved forward at full speed simply and roughly. Zhang Lexuan's body was shining with a layer of bright white light. Wherever she passed, the bushes on the ground were cleared to make a path. The powerful aura of Soul Douluo released from her body made low-level soul beasts that were 10 or 100 years old dare not get close to her at all. It's just an outer area. Exploration? It doesn't exist. It just relies on hard power to wreak havoc. This is the confidence that strength brings to everyone. There was no need to waste time and effort to deal with the soul beasts that were looking for death, and Huo Yuhao and his group did not kill soul beasts indiscriminately. Their speed was extremely fast. Soon, judging by the cultivation strength of the soul beasts around, they had passed through the outer area and began to enter the mixed area. We have now entered the mixed zone. Everyone, keep your formation and be alert. Zhang Lexuan slowed down. After entering the mixed zone, the main enemies they would face would become 1,000-year-old or even 10,000-year-old soul beasts. This is already the goal of their trip, and some powerful 10,000-year soul beasts are even enough to pose a certain threat to them. I'll assign the tasks now. I'll ensure the safety of the team and explore the way forward. Ruoro, you'll be the main controller. Yuhao, you have the teleportation soul skill. As the second controller in mobile, you'll be responsible for supporting any problems. Wu Ming, you are responsible for protecting the rear of the team. Chu Qingshan, you are responsible for the left wing. Zhang Nanan and Du Yun, you two are responsible for the right wing. Do you understand? Zhang Lexuan's eyes at this time were no longer gentle, but rather stern. Han Ruoro and she have not only known each other for many years, but have also worked together for many years. She answered without hesitation, "No problem, Ho." Yuhao nodded. "Big sister, I'm fine." Wu Ming patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, senior sister. I will be the one guarding the back of the team." The other three also nodded. Zhang Lexuan was not worried about this. With Ding Ke in charge, the safety of Huo Yuhao and others could be said to be foolproof. Zhang Lexuan continued, "If there is no problem, then we will start exploring the mixed area now. Chu Qingshan, Zhang Nanan, Du Yun, tell me all the soul beasts you need." The requirement for Chu Qingshan's 5th soul ring is 15,000 years, and the requirement is to amplify the lightning attribute of the electric leopard. Zhang Nanan's requirement is 4,000 years, and she needs a soul beast with an invincible golden body soul skill. Du Yun asked for a 4,000-year-old soul beast with poisonous attributes. These 3 types of soul beasts exist in the mixed area, and Zhang Lexuan also plans to start with the easy ones and then move on to the difficult ones if they really couldn't find a soul beast suitable for Chu Qingshan. They would have to wait until they reached the core area and get one together with Huo Yuhao and the others. Huo Yuhao had already launched mental detection. Under the cover of his huge mental power, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was under his surveillance, and he could detect any soul beast that attempted to attack them in advance. Of course, with Huo Yuhao's current level of mental strength, such a detection distance is far beyond the limit of what he can achieve. He could even use mind sharing to assist others present at the same time, but there was no need for that in Huo Yuhao's opinion. The current distance was enough. He was not the commander this time, so it would be bad for him to take over the lead and just slack off. After all, the senior sister is here. Zhang Lexun's exploration is not really a slow exploration. As the senior sister of Shrek Academy, her mental power is extremely strong and she is the best among the Soul Douluo. Although her mental power has not reached the realm of tangible and intangible, it is very close. Relying on her powerful mental power, Zhang Lexun was adept at using her mental power to spread outward and explore. Although the effect was not as powerful as Huo Yuhao's mental detection, it was completely sufficient to search for suitable soul beasts. As he moved forward, his spiritual power spread outward, exploring whether there were any suitable soul beasts around. Maintaining the pace of exploring for 2 hours and resting for 10 minutes, everyone's cooperation became more and more tacit. In less than a day, Du Guyun and Jiang Nanan's soul beasts were found one after another. Now, everyone is setting up camp on the spot to protect Jiang Nanan, who is absorbing the spirit ring. Wu Ming ate his dry food while sighing. It seems that this time the soul hunting team is lucky. We can find a soul beast that suits you so quickly. Du Yun nodded seriously. Yes, this bamboo leaf green is not only of the right age, but also has attributes that are very compatible with me. I am also very satisfied with the spirit skills it brings. Chu Qingshan was complaining. Hey, you guys can all find suitable soul beasts. I'm really envious. Wu Ming comforted her carelessly. It's okay. Wait until Nan absorbs the spirit ring, and then we'll go to the core area to look for it. I don't think there's anything suitable for you in the mixed area. This is indeed the case. The group encountered quite a few soul beasts along the way, and most of them avoided them from afar. The two 4,000-year-old soul beasts were one of them. It was only at the reminder of the eldest sister that Han Ruoro took action to control them to prevent them from escaping. As for some hostile soul beasts, they were afraid to approach rashly due to Zhang Lexun's soul power, and mostly just threatened them from a distance. As long as you don't rashly enter the territory of some soul beasts and fight. Huo Yuhao smiled but said nothing. The fact that they were able to find a suitable soul beast so quickly this time was actually due to his secret help with teleportation in hand. Huo Yuhao is basically elusive. Occasionally, he would use mental interference to lure suitable soul beasts from far away. As for the 10,000-year-old soul beast that Chu Qingshan needed, it was not Huo Yuhao's intentional targeting. There was really nothing he could do. As the soul beasts aged, their wisdom also increased, and they would not be so easily hooked. So, after discussion, everyone unanimously decided to enter the core area and rest there for a night as the sun rises. Today is the third day that Huo Yuhao and his team have entered the starred out Great Forest, and they have officially entered the core area. Not long after, Zhang Lexun stopped and looked in one direction, reminding Chu Qingshan, be careful. I saw a flash of light not far from Chu Qingshan on the left wing, and a black figure appeared silently on a branch about 100 meters away. It was a leopard nearly 2 meters long, covered with a layer of silver-gray hair, and had a pair of blue eyes with a fierce look in them. Thunder. Leopard. Chu Qingshan exclaimed. About 14,000 years, just right for you, Brother Chu. It's a walking encyclopedia of soul beasts. Huo Yuhao determined its age at a glance and continued. However, this soul beast has probably tasted the taste of a soul master. Unlike the soul beasts encountered in the mixed zone before, when the thunder leopard discovered Huo Yuhao and his group, it did not retreat but quickly approached them, and a strong murderous intent immediately emanated from it. The thunder leopard is not only extremely aggressive, relying on its extremely fast speed to attack any opponent, but it also has a very good impression of humans. To it, humans are the most delicious food, and of course cannot be missed. Soul masters hunt soul beasts to break through the shackles of their realms, and soul beasts will also devour the soul masters' bodies full of soul power to improve their cultivation and nourish their blood. The higher the level of soul beasts, the more interested they are in high-level soul masters. Some soul beasts can even directly absorb the soul power of soul masters to strengthen themselves. In the starred out Great Forest, the relationship between prey and hunter can be reversed at any time, and everything depends on the strength of both parties. Just as Huo Yuhao said this, The thunder leopard flashed with silver light, and its figure instantly disappeared from the spot. It pounced down from top to bottom, and its pair of sharp claws, with fine lightning power, hit Chu Qingshan's head directly with the advance warning from the senior sister. Chu Qingshan would not be hit so easily with his speed. As the martial spirit possessed him, his figure disappeared from the spot at this time. The thunder leopard had already jumped, so naturally it could not change its shape in the middle of the flight. However, with a roar from the thunder leopard, silver light burst out from its body. It actually changed the direction of attack directly in the air and chased after Chu Qingshan relentlessly in an instant. A light golden ring-shaped halo enveloped the space within 100 meters in radius, and the figure of the thunder leopard was strangely frozen in the air. Wang Jinshan's third soul skill, Locking Ring, has a strong control effect. Han Ruoro's control was just right. The next second, Huo Yuhao teleported over and took action directly. A layer of chill spread over his right hand, and he swung out with a fist. No, be gentle, junior brother, and leave me a beast head. Chu Qingshan let out a strange cry. End of this chapter. Chapter 133. If nothing unexpected happens, Chu Qingshan's lightning attack came late. Huo Yuhao naturally didn't care. With deliberate effort to hold back, the final blow was delivered to Chu Qingshan. The spirit ring is just the right age. I'm going to start absorbing it. Chu Qingshan exclaimed excitedly, then sat cross-legged and began to guide the spirit ring. Everyone also tacitly protected him in the middle. It is very difficult for an ordinary level 50 soul sect member to absorb a 14,000-year soul ring, but the inner court disciples from Shrek Academy are definitely not among them. They eat a variety of nutritious meals provided by the inner courtyard every day, and their physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary soul master. Zhang Lexun smiled slightly. Good luck, a good start. K. Meteor, who was following not far away and restraining her breath, also nodded secretly. Ruoro's timing of attack was just right, and with Li Xuan in control, the attack of this thunder leopard seemed dangerous, but everything was under control. This is how the controlled type soul master crushes the low-level soul beasts. It can be said that for a qualified hunting team, controlling soul masters is one of the indispensable existences. During the period when the soul master absorbs the soul ring, he is basically defenseless to the outside world. Moreover, it cannot be interrupted easily, otherwise there will be a risk of going astray. In addition, most soul masters are basically hopeless in a one-on-one fight against soul beasts of the right age, so team hunting is the most suitable way for soul masters to hunt soul rings. After all, only a very small number of people can hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings alone like Huo Yuhao. This was also the reason why the last time Huo Yuhao went out alone, the Shrek people caused a big fuss. If it weren't for the existence of the twin martial souls and the original martial soul, the Shrek executives almost thought that Huo Yuhao, who had no background at all, was the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. An hour later, Chu Qingshan completed the absorption of his fifth soul ring and jumped up from the ground with joy. Thank you for your help, everyone. Nodded at this time, Zhang Lexun had already asked everyone to set off again. Next, Huo Yuhao, Wu Ming and Han Ruoro were left in the team who needed to obtain spirit rings. Huo Yuhao's first choice is naturally the silver Ying beast. Of course, if he can find other more suitable soul beasts, he can also do so. The soul ring age requirement is 30,000 to 50,000 years. Wu Ming's seventh soul ring requires a fire-attributed soul beast that is about 40,000 to 50,000 years old. Han Ruoro's eighth soul ring requires a soul beast that is over 80,000 years old, and as long as it has controlled type soul skills, golden water attributes are prioritized. It can be said that none of them are easy to find among all the four areas of the Xingdao Great Forest. The largest areas are the outer area and the mixed area. The core area is much smaller. Moreover, the soul beasts living in the core area are extremely powerful, mainly 10,000-year soul beasts, and occasionally one can see a 100,000-year soul beast. Basically, the soul beasts that can own territories in the core area have a cultivation level of about 30,000 years, which is also the target that Zhang Lexun intends to search for first. However, according to the intelligence, the silver engine beast has no fixed place to stay. It may be because of its innate skills that it is always elusive. If we really can't find it here, we can only ask Dean K to help. As they moved forward, they expelled several soul beasts that were not suitable for fusion. They walked and stopped around the periphery of the core area. After all, the core area is still extremely dangerous. If you can get a suitable soul beast near the periphery, it will naturally be the first choice among the soul masters present. There were also some who entered the core area for the first time. Although the journey was more difficult, None of them complained and only felt that the trip was worthwhile. Huo Yuhao could also clearly feel that the breath of life in the air had become noticeably richer, and the vitality of heaven and earth here was much more powerful than that of the outside world. If you can practice here for a long time, it will be a great place for any soul master to improve his cultivation, especially for soul masters with plant martial spirits. It is a rare place for cultivation. Unfortunately, no one will choose to practice here. It is too dangerous at this time. It was time for Xianmeng to take action, so Huo Yuhao asked in his mind, "Xianmeng, can you determine the general direction of the silver ying beast, Tian?" Meng was a little confused. Is the silver engine beast a spiritual beast? I haven't detected it. Then, help me find a soul beast suitable for other people, Tian. Meng chuckled. I understand, Yuhao. I will help your girlfriends investigate and tell you later. Ho. Yuhao, what did this guy think he was? After careful investigation, Tianmeng found a soul beast that was relatively safe and suitable for Hanruoro and Wu Ming. It was just on their way, so they could kill two birds with one stone. So, under Huo Yuhao's unintentional guidance, the few of them soon discovered a soul beast with fire attribute. It was a huge scorpion with a light blue body. A hot breath emanated from all the joints of its body. It had a tail made of 4 tail vertebrae, which was raised high and connected to a fiery red tail hook. 40,000 years of the King of the Earth, Wu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. The King of Earth was a powerful top-level fire-attributed soul beast, and its age perfectly met requirements. Boom. When the King of the Earth discovered that someone had invaded his territory, he immediately took action. A red flame shot up into the sky, and a loud explosion was heard. Then waves of fire swept in all directions like a tide, and the scorching heat caused the surrounding trees to wither quickly. Zhang Lexo looked at the flames coming and was immediately possessed by her martial spirit. Chu Qingshan quickly withdrew from the battlefield with his 2 schoolmates. The full moon was suspended in the air, and the 6th soul ring on her body suddenly lit up, and the black soul ring instantly rose into the air and merged into the full moon. Then the originally silvery white full moon suddenly became dim, and then completely black, with only a layer of silver halo on the outermost layer. A silver halo fell from the sky, a black light flashed, crushed the flames and then slammed heavily on the King of Earth. Roar! The King of the Earth let out a mournful cry. He knew he had hit a wall. Danger. Knowing it was no match for its opponent, it immediately prepared to escape. He who knows the times is a hero. Soul beasts of this age and level already possess extraordinary wisdom and know how to judge the situation. Knowing that they cannot defeat the enemy, they will never resist stubbornly. However, Hanruoro pointed her right hand into the air, and a swaying golden rope instantly shot up into the sky, transforming into a circle of golden halo in the air and falling from thin air. The golden ring vibrated, entangled and bound the body of the King of the Earth, completely cutting off its way to survival. Golden Crow True Fire. Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Wu Ming could not wait to take action. A pair of golden wings spread out behind her. While approaching at a high speed, she launched an attacking soul skill at the same time. With no way to retreat, the King of the Earth let out a heart-wrenching roar, trying to make a desperate effort before his death. It used all its strength to launch a lava-shattering attack. In an instant, the King of the Earth's entire body burst into red light. The air within a radius of hundreds of meters was completely distorted, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked. Its 2 huge front claws slammed the ground hard, and a strong shock wave suddenly generated in the distorted air. Wu Ming, who was flying in the air, hesitated for a moment, and at this moment, the ground under the King of Earth cracked with a loud bang, and a column of red fire shot up into the sky. The diameter of this pillar of fire was 5 meters, and it directly covered Wu Ming, who was frozen in mid-air. Although the King of the Earth cannot fly, he still wants to make those flying in the air taste his power. This is its last struggle. This is the innate soul skill of the King of the Earth. The magma earth-shattering attack. The most terrifying thing is not its powerful attack power, but the distorted light covering the semicircle before the attack power is released. Within the range of the air shock of the distorted light, the enemy can be dizzy, and the duration of the dizziness depends on the gap between the King of the Earth himself and his opponent. Once the opponent's body is immobilized, a column of high-temperature fire with a temperature as high as magma will erupt in the next moment and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This 40,000-year-old soul beast's desperate attack was so severe that even a soul sage would have to temporarily avoid it. Minger is a little too impatient. Zhang Lexun frowned, and then the 5th soul ring on her body shone brightly, and the crescent moon in the sky suddenly turned golden. In an instant, The crescent moon separated into another crescent moon of the same size, which fell from the sky in an instant moonset, the golden waxing moonset, and wherever the moonlight passed, it blocked the flames from the lava cracking the ground. However, there was still a flame that broke through the siege and was about to hit Wu Ming. Although it is not fatal, it will still be a big loss if it hits. It was also because Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro were not going to waste the opportunity to use their martial soul's true body on this 40,000-year-old soul beast, otherwise the king of the earth would not be able to struggle at all and would have no power to resist. Moreover, there was no auxiliary soul master in the team's configuration, so Wu Ming could not be released from control in time at this time. It was Huo Yuhao's turn to take action. Possessing the soul skill of teleportation, he is extremely mobile and can move wherever he is needed. He flashed directly in front of Wu Ming, and layers of crystallized crystals silently covered the surface of his body. The Ice Emperor protected his body. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao, who had taken the magma's earth-shattering blow head-on, punched the Earth King with a fierce coldness that directly put him into a near-death state. Wu Ming also broke free from the control and flew up again. Looking at the handsome Huo Yuhao, his fair face was slightly flushed. "Thank you, junior brother Yuhao. I'll go finish off the enemy first. Now there won't be any surprises." A circle of black soul ring condensed from the body of the King of Earth and then rose up. "Wu Ming, the King of Earth is under Ruoro's control, so it is impossible for him to escape. You were too impatient this time. Remember not to be so reckless next time." Zhang Lexun's voice sounded at the right time. "I understand." Wu Ming nodded, realizing his mistake. "Okay, absorb the spirit ring first, and we will protect you." In the core area, every powerful soul beast has its own territory. Generally speaking, these powerful soul beasts will not leave their territory. The place where everyone is naturally the territory of the King of the Earth, so in the short term, this place is safe and no other soul beasts will come to disturb it. "We are really lucky." Han Ruoro, who is always calm, also sighed. Mazaya Ateo's fourth soul skill, Phoenix Roaring Sky Strike, absorbed the innate soul skill of the King of the Earth and used it for her own benefit, becoming an extremely powerful backup earth skill. It can be said that although its name is the King of the Earth, it is also very suitable for these flying fire-attributed martial spirits Huo Yuhao and Bian Meng, who silently carry their burdens and move forward, hide their achievements and fame. Although Wu Ming absorbed the seventh soul ring, which would only form the martial soul's true body skill, if her bloodline absorbed the soul ring formed by a soul beast with suitable bloodline, it would also be of great benefit to her martial soul. Moreover, the age of this King of the Earth is extremely close to 50,000 years, making it a very suitable choice indeed. I am lucky. However, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen later. End of this chapter. Chapter 134. The value of the senior sister. Stardao Forest, core area. Although everyone is in the territory of the King of the Earth, they still cannot relax. Zhang Lexun looked around and saw an invisible mental force spreading outward from her body, causing Bian Meng to look over. Subconsciously, mental power is released outwardly. "Yuhao, your senior sister's spiritual power level is almost catching up with yours. Her future achievements are definitely limitless." Tian Meng felt a little emotional. Here was another soul master close to the level of tangible and intangible, but he was only at the level of soul Douluo. Even though Zhang Lexun's cultivation was far stronger than Huo Yuhao's, under normal circumstances, if a soul master with non-spiritual attributes did not have a fused head soul bone, he could only barely release his spiritual power after his cultivation reached the soul Douluo realm. However, the spiritual power of the vast majority of title Douluo will never reach the realm of tangible and intangible throughout their lifetime, which is also the key factor restricting their breakthrough. The role of mental power is self-evident. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the control over soul power, soul skills and martial soul. The tangible and intangible mental power can even initially form a physical entity to interfere with matter. Even for Huo Yuhao today, after integrating the guard of living beings and blessing his second sea of consciousness, his mental power has not reached the level of tangible and intangible, and he is merely at the level of an ordinary title Douluo, which is the threshold of tangible and intangible. Of course, it is also because Huo Yuhao's current soul power level is not high. As long as his soul power level increases, he can naturally achieve the state of tangible and intangible. Zhang Lexun's current level of mental strength is close to the realm of tangible and intangible. It can be said that with her talent, she will almost certainly be able to reach the realm of tangible and intangible and successfully cultivate to above level 95 in the future. His talent is evident. This is the first time Meng has praised someone like this since he truly witnessed Huo Yuhao's talent. If I'm not mistaken, your senior sister should have fused the head soul bone of extremely high quality. Yuhao, if you can also fuse a spiritual attribute soul bone, it will be easy and simple for your spiritual power to officially enter the realm of tangible and intangible. We'll talk about it when the time comes. You can't ask me to fuse the 50,000-year-old head soul bone of the Fear Dragon King. Besides, I now have an external soul bone of the time and space demon eye, and there is no limit to the improvement of my mental power. Let's take it slow. Huo Yuhao responded to Meng in the sea of consciousness. Meng snorted proudly. Of course, you are the one who signed a contract with me. Although that soul bone is good, it is not worthy of you at all. Let's set a small goal first, and get a 100,000-year-old head soul bone. I see that there are many strong people in your Shrek Academy. The guy who has been following you secretly has a cultivation level of Super Douluo, which is almost close to the limit of your human soul masters. With your talent, it's not too much to ask him to hunt a few 100,000-year-old soul beasts for you, right? Of course you can, but if you kill them indiscriminately, the beasts in the Great Evil Land might attack. Xian Meng, you won't forget that, right? Besides, even though Shrek promised to help me hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast, he has to wait until my physical fitness is good enough. At this point, Huo Yuhao chuckled and then asked, let's talk business first, Xian Meng. With my current physical fitness, how many years of spirit rings can I withstand? Your current physical fitness is comparable to that of a soul saint. As long as the soul ring is not over 50,000 years old, it is completely possible. And didn't I say at the beginning that I can help you seal part of the energy of the soul ring, and then release the seal when your body can withstand it? Tian Meng was very proud, and then said, in my opinion, forget about that 30,000-year-old silver beast, and try to find a spiritual soul beast with a cultivation level of nearly 50,000 years. A space soul beast is also fine. Although soul beasts of this level are rare, with my help, they can be found in this Xingdao Great Forest. Then, if you sense a suitable soul beast, remember to remind me. I can go and take a look. If it is suitable, I will absorb it. In Huo Yuhao's opinion, although soul rubbing skills are rare, they are not indispensable and have little impact. Humph, I'm not Coyote, who only knows how to sleep all day. Tian Meng snorted and spoke his mind. Huo Yuhao, don't you even look at your own name? You're on your own. Xian Meng in his perception, Ice Emperor has awakened from his slumber. It's hunting time. Tian Meng? You're talking bad about me behind my back again. Huh? Bingdi is very grumpy when he wakes up. Bingdi, I really didn't say anything nonsense this time. You have to believe me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yuhao. Tian Meng kept talking, with a strong desire to survive. Yuhao, say something. Yilao, where's Yilao? Please save him. At this time, Huo Yuhao had already blocked his sea of spirituality. I felt refreshed instantly. Time gradually turned into night. Wu Ming was absorbing the soul ring, while Han Ruoro and Zhang Lexun were exploring outside. The remaining few people sat together in front of Chu Qingshan, an inner court disciple. Zhang Nanan and Du Yuyun both seemed a little restrained, perhaps because of the current environment. Chu Qingshan spoke to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Are you okay, two junior sisters? This is the core area, and there are 3 senior sisters taking action. It is normal that we can't help. Just protect yourself. Indeed, after encountering the Thunder Leopard, the soul beasts they encountered in the periphery of the core area were all soul beasts that were more than 10,000 years old. Zhang Nanan and the others, who had just entered the soul sect, could no longer play a big role, which to a large extent diluted their excitement of absorbing soul rings and officially breaking through the Dao soul sect. In fact, if Huo Yuhao did not possess the soul skill of teleportation and often came to the rescue and saved people from danger, and if there were no high-level soul masters to control the situation, the mental state of the 2 people present might have been even worse. After all, they had been deep in the starred out Great Forest for several days, and there was also this disadvantage for spirit masters without auxiliary systems. Huo Yuhao whispered, this matter can only be blamed on Din Yan. He arranged those of us who were obtaining spirit rings together to save trouble, which led to the current situation. He didn't even look at everyone's level. Is this a rank? Seeing Huo Yuhao's serious expression, Chu Qingshan was shocked. Yuhao, don't say such nonsense. Din Yan must have his own reasons for doing this. Let's not criticize him carelessly. As he spoke, Chu Qingshan winked at Huo Yuhao, and then quietly pointed in the direction behind him. You kid, don't you want to die? The dean's wife is also here. If she hears you, she will make things very difficult for you. Huo Yuhao shook his head, indicating that it didn't matter even if he pointed out Lao Dang's name directly. It wouldn't be a big problem as the two of them joked with each other. The silent atmosphere was swept away because it won't take very long to absorb a 40,000-year spirit ring. Zhang Lexuan also noticed the mental fatigue of the people present, so she asked Huo Yuhao and the other three to take the time to meditate and recover their energy. Let's spend the night here. Those who are resting can meditate on the spot. Ruoro and I will be in charge of keeping watch. As for the others, just rest assured. It will probably take until daytime for Wu Ming to absorb the spirit ring. Then we will leave the core area first. Jiang Nanan and Du Guyu nodded at the same time, hummed, and then entered a state of meditation. Huo Yuhao noticed that Chu Qingshan had not been meditating, but had been keeping his eyes on him intentionally or unintentionally. Senior Chu, is there something wrong? Chu Qingshan, who has discovered, laughed awkwardly. You also discovered this, Hozudi. Let me make it clear that I don't like men. I'm also a straight man. Yuhao, please don't misunderstand me. Chu Qingshan nodded in agreement, and moved closer to Huo Yuhao, and continued, however, thank you for your help this time. Yuhao, this time. Huo Yuhao quietly moved away and then asked back. Chu Qingshan rubbed his hands together, with an inexplicable blush on his face, and whispered, it was you who helped senior sister Wu Ming block the attack of the King of the Earth. Thank you very much. It can be said that Chu Qingshan was too far away at that time, and he also had the responsibility of protecting his two junior sisters. He wanted to help Wu Ming, but he was powerless. It's just a piece of cake. Huo Yuhao was helpless. Another young man who fell in love. What you have your eyes on is one of the active volcanoes in the inner courtyard. You will be in trouble from now on. Chu Qingshan extended his right hand and patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder heavily, saying solemnly, and the Thunder Leopard incident as well, all thanks to your help. In short, thank you for all this, Yuhao. I promise that from now on, your business will be my business, Brother Chu. This shameless guy was taking advantage of the situation and started to treat Huo Yuhao as his brother. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Huo Yuhao, who possesses twin martial souls, is destined to have a bright future, so it is always a good idea to build good relationships in advance. Okay. Huo Yuhao nodded with a smile. Everything has its destiny. There must be a reason why Chu Qingshan and Wu Ming end up together. Yuhao, come and sit next to me, let's talk. Zhang Lexuan's soft voice sounded, yes, senior sister. Chu Qingshan's eyes suddenly became strange when he looked at Huo Yuhao. With his lively personality, if it was any other senior sister from the inner courtyard, he might have made a joke, but in front of Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister, he would never say such a thing. It's not that Zhang Lexuan is unkind and harsh to others. It's that Zhang Lexuan's image in everyone's eyes is too perfect, and she is kind and patient to all the disciples in the inner courtyard. In the minds of most inner court disciples, Zhang Lexuan was not just a senior sister, but more like a respected elder, even though Zhang Lexuan was only a few years older than them. So, under Chu Qingshan's surprised eyes, Huo Yuhao slowly left. Curious, Chu Qingshan wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation, but was limited by the mental soundproof barrier that Huo Yuhao had set up, so he had to give up. Zhang Lexuan's beautiful eyes showed a hint of admiration. Yuhao, you use your mental power effortlessly, worthy of being a spiritual attribute. Martial spirit. Huo Yuhao nodded to accept her compliment, and then asked, Sister Li Zhuan, what's the matter? Hearing Huo Yuhao's address, Zhang Lexuan smiled even more. Yuhao, the soul beast you need is located deep in the core area according to the Academy's investigation. It may take some time to find it. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Hunting soul beasts is more dependent on luck. I am not in a hurry. Zhang Lexuan spoke slowly. I neglected your feelings and forgot that this is your first time entering the core area and you are inexperienced. How about this? Wait until Mingr finishes absorbing the spirit ring, and then you and the other three go back to the academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 135. Good at making friends. Huo Yuhao. Zhang Lexuan continued, as for the soul beast you need, don't worry. Ruoro and I will help you bring it back to the academy. Capture the 30,000-year-old silver eagle beast and bring it back to the academy. To be honest, it might be a little difficult after all. The two still have to fight against a soul beast of about 80,000 years old to obtain the 8th soul ring for Hanruoro first. After that, their remaining combat power may be very limited. The 30,000-year-old silver eagle beast on the opposite side might be enough to kill it, but it would be a bit difficult to capture it alive. Moreover, it is not certain whether it is 30,000 years in the original work. Kidor clearly stated that there should be more than one silver engine beast in the starred out Great Forest, but the number is small and they all live in the core area. Even the silver eagle beast that Kidor had seen caused her to suffer a loss. You should know that Kidor's true form is a three-eyed golden beast with a dual extreme attributes of extreme fire and extreme light. Although his cultivation has only been 15,000 years, he can compete with an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. From this we can see that the silver engine beast should not be underestimated, especially its innate soul skills, which are extremely variable. Coupled with Zhuangzi's secret protection, it can be said that the buffs are maxed out. Huo Yuhao believed that something was bound to happen in the starred out Great Forest this time. Looking at Zhang Lexun's beautiful face beside him, with her black hair falling down to her slender waist, calm yet graceful, Huo Yuhao spoke in a firm tone, "Sister Li Zhuan, please don't underestimate my strength. It's better for me to choose my own soul beast. You can't drive me away like this." Yuhao's spiritual martial soul is extraordinary. "Li Zhuan, you are worried too much?" Hanruoro joined the conversation at the right time. "That's right, Huo Yuhao's spiritual soundproof shield only covered Shu Qingshan alone. It only protected against villains, not gentlemen, sister. Ruoro is right. My spirit eye's martial soul is quite special. Even at night, I can detect movement far away." After saying this, Huo Yuhao also deliberately amplified the fluctuations of the spiritual detection so that Zhang Lexun could feel its fluctuations. It turns out that it is also the release of mental power. It seems to be much more sophisticated than her. Zhang Lexun looked at Huo Yuhao in surprise, her beautiful eyes blinking. Then, her eyes lit up, and she discovered the blind spot she had overlooked before. "So that's how it is. Yuhao, your deliberate actions before were to lead the way for us. No wonder the operation to obtain the spirit ring was so smooth this time." Zhang Lexun looked at Huo Yuhao deeply and said, "Your mental strength is very strong, but your acting skills still need to be improved." The talent of this junior fellow was even more exaggerated than she had imagined. No wonder he could succeed her as the new leader of Poseidon Pavilion. Thinking of this, a relieved smile appeared on her face again. Hanruoro couldn't help but cover her mouth with her right hand, saying, "Okay, brother Yuhao, you are so secretive. How many things are you hiding from us? In fact, it's just a little bit." Huo Yuhao made a hand gesture, clenched his right fist, and then extended his index finger and thumb, leaving a slight distance between them. "The universe at your fingertips," Zhang Lexun said solemnly. "Okay, you guys go and rest first. I'll guard the first half of the night. Ruoro, I'll leave the second half to you." Huo Yuhao objected. "I can be with Sister Ruoro in the second half of the night." "Okay, but you have to promise me that you must meditate well and get enough rest. You must not be careless in this star forest." "I understand, Sister Lexun." Silent all night soon, it was Huo Yuhao and Hanruoro's turn to be on duty. Hanruoro relationship, close friends achievement mission, 8th soul ring. From their occasional exchanges in the library, it turned out that Huo Yuhao and Hanruoro had a pretty good relationship. To the group of reckless people in Shrek Academy, they were rare intellectuals and they could talk endlessly to each other. Even for the sake of this close friend, Huo Yuhao did not intend to leave easily. He has successfully completed 2 of Hanruoro's tasks. The next task is the third one, and the reward given must be at least a 3rd-level poisonous insect. A 3rd-level poisonous insect is now one of the main sources of Huo Yuhao's combat power. For example, the construction of the killing move was restricted by Huo Yuhao's own strength and basically had to be initiated by the 3rd-level poisonous insect. Putting aside some auxiliary type of poisonous insects, basically the 2nd level and lower poisonous insects are just icing on the cake for Huo Yuhao. Now only the 3rd or 4th level poisonous insects are most suitable for Huo Yuhao at the moment. For example, the 3rd level frost moon goo that he got from Zhang Lexun before, with the cooperation of his ultimate ice. The Moonblade attack released is not only a long-range attack, but also has a power at the Soul Emperor level, and this can only be regarded as a normal attack. Because the consumption of activating the Frost Moon Goo alone can be said to be negligible with the assistance of the 3rd level Cheyenne Baolian, even a Soul Sage would not be able to withstand this endless stream of extremely cold Moonblade. Silent Night. Hanruoro spoke first. "Yuhao, thank you for volunteering to keep watch with me." Huo Yuhao nodded. It's a small matter. Senior sister, why don't you think about the 8th soul ring you like now? Is there a soul beast that matches yours, the 8th soul ring? Hanruoro paused and continued, personally, I prefer a soul beast that is over 80,000 years old, but a top soul beast of this level is powerful enough to compete with the title Douluo. I can only say that ordinary soul beasts will do, as long as they have golden water attributes. I'm not picky, Huo Yuhao suggested. In fact, if we can't defeat them, we can ask Dean K to help. This should be one of the purposes of her trip. That's true, but I don't want to encounter such a situation, Han. Ruoro shook her head again and continued, I don't want my juniors to get hurt or even die while trying to obtain spirit rings. It is common for soul masters to get injured when they want to obtain suitable soul rings. Senior sister, don't worry, Huo Yuhao paused and continued, besides, Sister Li Juan should let them go back tomorrow, leaving only 3 of us. With our mobility, if we can't defeat them, can we just run away? Okay, you're calling me senior sister again instead of Sister Ruoro? I didn't expect that you and Li Juan have such a good relationship, Han. Ruoro raised her eyebrows. Although her tone was calm, Huo Yuhao could sense the questioning intent in her words. It's just the relationship between senior sister and junior brother, but Huo Yuhao did not have any self-awareness at all and dealt with it vaguely. Really, Han? Ruoro continued to ask. She and Zhang Lexuan had known each other for many years, but she had never seen her like she did yesterday. Should I? Huo Yuhao was a little uncertain. Yuhao, you should be more confident. Well, maybe I'm just better at making friends. What? The night is still long. Perhaps you should meditate well. It was early morning. Wu Ming's 7th soul ring was absorbed very smoothly. Wu Ming stood up from the ground. After absorbing the soul ring of the King of the Earth, Wu Ming's facial features became more coordinated, his skin became more lustrous, and his eyes shone with dazzling golden light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 optimal soul rings rose and surrounded Wu Ming. Chu Qingshan was the first to congratulate. Congratulations, senior sister Wu Ming, on becoming a soul saint. And senior sister, you look even better after absorbing the soul ring. It seems that the King of the Earth and your golden crow are a good match. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. He looked at the others and asked, is it really better looking? It is natural to love beauty. Even a carefree person like Wu Ming is no exception. Huo Yuhao nodded. Indeed, there are some. In terms of shamelessness, he is indeed far inferior to Chu Qingshan. Wu Ming smiled brightly, took a step forward, stretched out his big hand and patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder vigorously, and said proudly, Yuhao, I also want to thank you for your help again. From now on in the inner courtyard, you will have me to protect you. If anyone dares to provoke you, I will take action. Next, your 4th soul ring will be handed over to me. After you break through to the soul saint, I also want to test the power of the martial soul's true body. Chu Qingshan also patted his chest and assured, yes, junior brother Yuhao, the soul beast you need later will be left to us. My leopard claws are also not at all disadvantageous, although Zhang Nanan and Du Yun were powerless. They still spoke up to support. Huo Yuhao smiled but said nothing. This silver eagle beast is at least 30,000 years old. Are you sure you can defeat it? Looking at the harmonious scene in front of her, Zhang Lexuan smiled slightly. She was naturally happy to see this situation. Sharing adversity is the best way to promote friendship between people. 3 days passed, and because of the storage soul guide, food supply was not a problem for them. But living in the dangerous mixed area of the Star Forest, or even the core area, every day still made people highly nervous and more likely to feel tired. It is precisely because of this crisis that everyone has become more coordinated. Tacit understanding requires constant cooperation in battles, and in this dangerous environment, it is obviously the best way to train. Obviously, Huo Yuhao has successfully become one with everyone by relying on his ability of timely rein when measuring a soul master's future development potential. It is not just personal strength that counts, teamwork ability and character are also important. It is difficult for a person with an introverted personality to achieve great things, and those who are righteous have many helpers. If you want others to help you, you must first have good popularity. Huo Yuhao was obviously very popular. Zhang Lexuan was truly grateful that the academy had a student like Huo Yuhao. Okay, Minger, if you want to try your martial soul avatar, go back to the academy. In the Stardew Great Forest, don't use your martial soul avatar at will except in times of crisis. After using it, you will fall into a weak state for a period of time. After Suppressing Wu Ming, Zhang Lexuan continued, while it's still daybreak, Wu Ming, Chu Qingshan, you two should take Zhang Nanan and Du Yun back to Shrek Academy first. Leave the rest to Ruoro and me. Yes, senior sister. Although Wu Ming and Chu Qingshan were somewhat reluctant, they still agreed. Indeed, the two junior sisters were already very tired. It won't be good to force it any further. Huo Yuhao also agreed with this. Moreover, he even felt that it might be risky to just let two people from the inner courtyard escort him, so Huo Yuhao suggested that Dean K should escort them back together. After hearing Huo Yuhao's suggestion, K met thought for a moment and then agreed, okay, then I will escort them back. I will be back soon. The three of you should be careful. After all, this is still in the core area, so we can't be careless. Moreover, in her opinion, Huo Yuhao and the other two were secretly protected by Masters One. No problem. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. You call this a year-old silver beast? After bidding farewell to Huo Yuhao and the other three, Wu Ming and the other three left first and ran towards Shrek Academy. Although they were still on the outskirts of the core area, if they encountered an extremely old soul beast, even a soul sage like Wu Ming might have a thankless task. But with K Meier's escort, Zhang Lexuan and Han Ruoro naturally would not worry about the safety of the four people. As long as you are out of the starred out Great Forest, the road to Shrek will be safe. After all, the surrounding forces are all closely related to Shrek Academy, so there will naturally be no danger. Moreover, there are few soul masters in Douluo continent, and the cultivation level of Soul Saint is already far ahead of more than 98% of soul masters. After eating some dry food, the three of them discussed the follow-up matter. Zhang Lexuan said to the two of them, Ruoro, Yuhao, we can go deeper into the core area later and help Yuhao find the 30,000-year-old silver breast first. Without any worries, Zhang Lexuan explored the core area with her strength comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. As long as she didn't encounter 100,000-year soul beast, she had nothing to fear. 30,000 years. Han Ruoro looked at the two of them in shock, then looked at Huo Yuhao and asked with concern, Yuhao, is this really possible? Although there are few geniuses with soul sect cultivation who can absorb 10,000-year soul rings, they do exist. Han Ruoro knew that Huo Yuhao was such a genius, but she did not expect that Huo Yuhao would take such a big step. It's a bit exaggerated to jump from the third ring of 1,000 years to the fourth ring of 30,000 years in an instant. This level of spirit ring can only be absorbed by those genius spirit emperors. Although Huo Yuhao entered the inner courtyard ahead of time and ate various nutritious meals provided by the inner courtyard every day, his physical toughness far exceeded that of his peers, but it had only been less than a year since he entered the school. Is it really okay? Huo Yuhao responded with a firm look. Sister Ruoro, believe me, Zhang Lexuan also explained, it's okay, Ruoro. This is the soul beast that Dean Yen and his team found for Huo Yuhao that best suits him, and the age of the soul beast was carefully considered. Han Ruoro was also relieved. That's good. Han Ruoro, who is well read, also raised this question. If I remember correctly, this silver engine beast is rarely found even in ancient books. It is very similar to the dark gold deer or claw bear in that it has very poor reproductive ability. It is also for this reason that the books record that the silver engine beast has been extinct for a long time. Zhang Lexuan reminded Ruoro, it is better to have no books than to believe in them blindly. The academy did find traces of the silver engine beast in the core area. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Lexuan also introduced the silver hero beast to the two people present. The silver hero beast's innate soul skill is called rubbing. It is an extremely powerful ability. It can rub the opponent's soul skill the moment the opponent uses the ability and store it in its own body. When needed, it can be used again. Moreover, the rubbing of the silver hero beast is completely completed through mental power, so it is not affected by any attributes. When it uses the rubbing soul skill, it is only limited by its own cultivation, but the power of the soul skill can be exerted 100%. The silver engine beast's body is actually not very strong. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as a third-level soul beast. However, with its incredible innate soul skill of rubbing, it is able to enter the second level. The so-called soul beast levels actually have no particularly detailed distinction. It is just an evaluation of the soul beast's talent. To put it simply, a creature like the dark gold deer or claw bear definitely belongs to the first tier, and is one of the top tier creatures among them. Hanruoro also helped Zhang Lexun add, of course, such an outrageous innate soul skill has its own limitations, that is, it can only be copied once at a time. In other words, after the Silver English Beast copies a soul skill, it must use this soul skill before it can copy it again. According to historical records, the number of times the Silver English Beast can copy is also limited, and it is related to its cultivation. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Silver English Beast will not copy less than 3 times a day. Han. Ruoro sighed, Yuhao, although there are many limitations to rubbing soul skills, it is indeed very suitable for you. And when you reach the title Douluo realm in the future, your rubbing ability will also increase rapidly, and you can even rub soul skills of 100,000 years. This soul skill is indeed very powerful. Ho. Yuhao also nodded. Of course, if the opponent is not strong enough, it will naturally not be possible to imprint any powerful abilities, and it will become useless in the battle. However, humans and soul beasts are different. Silver engine beasts must fight with other soul beasts to complete their imprints. Soul masters, however, can communicate with their partners and let them use their soul skills to make imprints. Moreover, with the help of Cheyenne Meng, the age of his soul ring can continue to increase, and his soul rubbing skills will be strengthened. After the two of them explained it, Tian Meng and Huo Yuhao's mind and Zhuan Lao hiding in the dark understood Yuhao must not miss such a heaven-defying soul skill. Tian Meng jumped up and down and said, Yuhao, you said earlier that the Silver Ying Beast's soul skills would be so powerful when combined with you. Next, I will definitely help you find it, then. I'll leave it to you, Cheyenne Meng. Huo Yuhao responded. In the sea of spirituality, old Zhuan also spat out a piece of chicken bone and drank the wine in big gulps. Sure enough, the Silver Ying Beast was the most suitable soul beast for Huo Yuhao. It was worthy of being an extinct soul beast. The key was that the age was so suitable. If he missed this opportunity, he would miss it forever. Although finding the Silver Engine Beast in the vast star forest is as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack, but it doesn't matter, he will take action. Watch as I help Huo Yuhao capture the Silver Eagle Beast right away. So, Mr. Zhuan left quietly. The three continued to explore the core area because the Soul Master was gone. The three of them were so fast that they could take off. Zhang Lexun originally planned to slow down, but when she saw Huo Yuhao looking so relaxed, she quickened her pace. Tian Meng's excited voice once again rang out in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. Yuhao, walk 4 kilometers to the northeast. There is a spirit beast of the right age. Go and take a look. It should be the Silver Eagle Beast. Not long after, following Cheyenne Meng's guidance, the three of them soon arrived at an open space. Relying on his powerful mental strength, Huo Yuhao found a soul beast that looked unattractive. This soul beast looked a bit like a dog, with an extremely ferocious face, a long and ugly face, protruding fangs, and a pair of eyes emitting a pale white light. Its limbs were very thick, its body shape was very strange, and its body was not hairy, but covered with scales. There is actually a hint of gold in the silver scales, and these scales will constantly reflect some soul power fluctuations, so the Silver Engine Beast can hide its own breath. Just as the man and the beast's eyes met, the soul beast did not turn around and retreat, but instead charged directly towards Huo Yuhao. No, everyone be careful, this Silver Engine Beast may have mutated, and its age is definitely not just 30,000 years, as Huo Yuhao opened his mouth to remind him. The ice soul body martial spirit instantly possessed his body. He then stretched out his right arm, and his blood and energy surged throughout his body. His powerful soul power burst out, and he rushed towards the Silver Engine Beast head-on. Huo Yuhao did not use teleport blindly. If this skill was copied to the Silver Engine Beast, the opponent's mobility would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. 3rd level strength Gu plus righteousness Gu. Pure power and skill, boy. As Huo Yuhao threw a punch, it hit the Silver Engine Beast's waist and abdomen heavily. The moment the fist touched the Silver Engine Beast, extreme cold instantly invaded it, and at the same time, a terrifying force erupted that was enough to shake huge rocks. It was a direct and severe blow to the Silver Engine Beast. Bang! Exclamation mark. With a heavy muffled sound, the Silver Engine Beast flew high up and directly crashed into several large trees before falling to the ground. The Silver Engine Beast rolled on the ground, then jumped up again, but its body was still a little unstable, and blood was flowing from its mouth and nose. Obviously it was injured. Immediately afterwards, Hanruoro, who is the most effective in restraining the agility attack type, took action. The controlled-type soul Douluo was no joke. As circles of golden halos descended from the sky, the silver engine beast was controlled so tightly that it had no way to escape. It was completely impossible for it to escape. However, the eyes of the silver engine beast remained calm, even with a hint of cruelty. As Huo Yuhao approached, a strange light suddenly appeared all over the body of the silver engine beast, and a faint shadow flashed behind it. If Huo Yuhao and the others could observe closely, they would find that the light and shadow that flashed by behind the silver engine beast was a heroic and handsome lion. Afterwards, the silver engine beast broke free from its restraints and a torrent of green water descended, trying to intercept Huo Yuhao, but in Huo Yuhao's hands of extreme ice, this level of water attributed soul skills was nothing more than that. As the North Sea Ice Soul domain unfolded, extreme cold descended. The clear water was instead used by Huo Yuhao, forming a circle of frozen cage that restricted the movements of the silver engine beast. Zhang Lexun also found the right time to take action. Her eyes were shining with silver light, and the first, second, and third soul rings on her body lit up at the same time. The full moon in the sky suddenly became like a soul guide device emitting soul guide rays, and beams of moonlight continuously spurted out. It dealt a heavy blow to silver engine beast. The next battle couldn't be easier. How could the injured and tired silver eagle beast possibly be a match for Huo Yuhao and his two companions? Although it also tried to copy their soul skills, it could not resist the fact that Huo Yuhao did not use any soul skills at all, and Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro only used low-level soul skills in less than a few minutes, as Huo Yuhao exerted all his strength to generate the Everfreeze realm. Before the silver engine beast could complete the imprinting, it was completely frozen in the control of the shaking golden robe. Yuhao, are you sure you want to absorb the spirit ring of this silver yin beast? According to my preliminary estimation, this spirit ring is at least 45,000 years old. Looking at Huo Yuhao, the usually gentle Zhang Lexun also became serious. Yes, Yuhao, you have great talent, so there is no need to pursue the age of your spirit rings too much. This silver yin beast is indeed very suitable for you, but you can take it back to the academy and raise it there until you break through to the Soul King level before absorbing it. Han Ruoro also dissuaded him. End of this chapter. Chapter 137, Horrifying Spiritual Reproduction. The Star Forest, the Core Circle, a very dangerous place. The Lake of Life is as calm as a huge emerald, and every plant growing around it is full of the breath of life. Unfortunately, this place is a forbidden zone for almost all powerful creatures, and it is out of reach. On the top of the largest tree crown, a magnificent soul beast whose whole body seemed to be made of translucent crystal opened its eyes from its deep sleep. A familiar smell. Is it grilled fish? The three-eyed golden lion, which had just woken up, jumped up and ran directly out of the dangerous place. Following closely behind was the diligent Red King. Hey, this little ancestor is going out to do something again. We have to follow him closely. Core area in front of the ice sculpture of Yanaiman. Huo Yuhao looked at Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro and said seriously, Senior sister, I am sure, Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro. Although Zhang Lexun knew that Huo Yuhao's physical fitness was very strong, definitely not worse than those Soul Emperor students in the inner courtyard, and even better than Wu Ming, but when it came to letting Huo Yuhao absorb this nearly 50,000-year soul ring, Zhang Lexun was still worried. A soul ring that is nearly 50,000 years old, can it be absorbed just like that? At least Zhang Lexun knew that she couldn't do it when she reached level 60 Soul Emperor and obtained the 6th soul ring, and now Huo Yuhao is only level 40. Even when she was absorbing her 100,000-year soul ring, it was only by chance and with the protection of a strong man that she was able to complete it. After that absorption, she rested for half a year before she fully recovered. Han Ruoro was also a little worried originally. She was very surprised that Huo Yuhao could absorb a 30,000-year spirit ring, but she didn't expect that the information was wrong. Although the silver engine beast is still the silver engine beast, its age has reached 45,000 years. If you still stubbornly absorb it, it will be very risky. Under the gaze of the two, Huo Yuhao showed a calm smile. You should have heard of the second awakening of the original martial spirit, right? Second awakening? Yuhao, have you completed the second awakening of your martial soul? That's right. My spirit eye's martial soul is actually the second awakening of the innate, in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. The second awakening of the original martial soul was specifically mentioned in the course that taught the theory of martial soul. Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro naturally knew about it. Han Ruoro, who is knowledgeable and quick-witted, had guessed about this matter before, but she was shocked when she heard it from Huo Yuhao. Han Ruoro continued to ask, what level of second awakening is it? It should be the second awakening of the silver level, Zhang Lexun said cautiously. Yuhao, you can't be too aggressive when absorbing a spirit ring. Are you sure you can do it, Ho? Yuhao nodded. Of course I won't joke with my own life. If you don't believe me, Sister Li Juan can come and check my physical fitness. As for my mental strength, there is no problem at all. Hearing this, Zhang Lexun stretched out her jade hand, pinched Huo Yuhao's body, and then probed her soul power into his meridians. After a while, Zhang Lexun said in amazement, well, Yuhao, I underestimated you. With such a powerful body, absorbing the spirit ring is not a problem at all. Han Ruoro couldn't help but be a little surprised, thinking to herself, as expected of a student that the academy has devoted all its efforts to train and even intends to make him the successor to the head of the Sea God Pavilion. His physical fitness is so amazing. Ho! Yuhao also joked, without such a foundation, how could I easily defeat the Soul Emperor Zhou Yi? Afterwards, Huo Yuhao officially killed the Silver Eagle Beast, and a circle of black soul rings condensed from its body. Huo Yuhao did not waste any time and immediately sat down cross-legged without hesitation. He activated his soul power and pulled the black soul ring that exploded from the silver engine beast onto himself. Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro stood by to protect Huo Yuhao. This is the core area of the starred out Great Forest. The sooner you absorb the spirit ring and leave, the better. As for whether he would be able to absorb the soul skill he wanted most, Huo Yuhao believed that there was a high chance of it. After all, it was destiny. The Silver Eagle Beast is a soul beast that emphasizes both spirit and agility, and has a very powerful spiritual attribute talent soul skill. For a soul master, killing a soul beast and absorbing its soul ring is most likely to absorb the soul beast's strongest talent, and then other soul skills. For Huo Yuhao, the soul rubbing skill is the most suitable for him. What's more, with Huo Yuhao's strong mental power, he already has a certain degree of control in the process of absorbing soul rings and does not need to rely entirely on fate. Huo Yuhao can completely guide the most powerful force in the soul ring to merge with himself, which is not a big problem for him. As Huo Yuhao began to absorb the 40,000-year-old soul ring, the remaining spiritual power of the soul beast in the soul ring began to impact Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. However, Huo Yuhao's mental strength is so huge and tenacious, and with the support of his second sea of consciousness, his mental defense can be said to be extremely powerful and flawless. Huo Yuhao's mental power directly and powerfully tore apart the mental power of the silver Ying beast in the soul ring, and then began to absorb the soul power in the soul ring. The soul power carried by the 40,000-year soul ring surged like a rolling wave, impacting Huo Yuhao's body wave after wave. Huo Yuhao's strong body, which had been strengthened by the guardian of living beings, remained unmoved. At the same time, his powerful mental power guided the energy released by the soul ring to strengthen the bones, meridians, and muscles of the whole body. Time passed by minute, and Huo Yuhao's process of absorbing the soul ring was very smooth. Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro had been observing Huo Yuhao carefully. When he found out that Huo Yuhao was in good condition, he felt relieved. I can only sigh that they are too inexperienced. It turns out that there are really geniuses who can do such things. Genius? No, it's a wall hanger. Tian Meng in the spiritual sea complained and felt relieved. She originally thought that she would need her help, but now it seems that there is no need at all. Being in the core area also has its advantages. After the silver engine beast died, no other soul beasts came to this place for a short period of time, and no trouble was encountered. An hour later, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes and absorbed the 40,000-year soul ring. Huo Yuhao's soul power directly broke through to level 42. From this, it can be seen that it is very difficult for an extreme martial soul to improve its soul power level. But in contrast, his soul power foundation is much deeper than that of an ordinary soul master. Although Huo Yuhao's soul power is only at level 42 now, the total soul power of most soul kings and even some small soul emperors is probably not as much as Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye, which was his main martial soul, finally had his fourth soul ring. From this moment on, he was also a soul master. Although the strength of this soul sect is a bit outrageous at the same time, prompts appear at the right time. Achievement triggered. Achieve the Xianmeng achievement of improved soul power and receive the heart-captivating Gu as a reward. Mind-stealing Gu, a 5th level Gu worm, Zidao. After using it, it can absorb the target's mind, making the target dazed and temporarily losing the ability to see and think. If combined with other Gu worms, it can go a step further and form a killer move: evaluation, soul stealing and mind reading. The third mission of Xianmeng, which had been stuck for a long time, was finally completed. Fortunately, It only requires itself to be promoted to soul sect. If it is delayed any further, it will probably take a very long time. However, although the mind capture Gu is a means of wisdom, it is different from the deductive method that Huo Yuhao has always been thinking about. The mind capture Gu mainly has a high practical value in battle. Its most common use is to match it with the slave method to increase the effectiveness of enslavement. Well, very much like an evil soul master. Also, with the strengthening of the spirit ring, Huo Yuhao's body became more flexible, his physique became stronger, and his spirit power became more powerful, undergoing an all-round enhancement. That is why soul masters all want soul rings with higher ages. The older the soul ring, the more terrifying the enhancement it can provide to the soul master. This is also the horror of twin martial spirits. As long as your physical fitness is sufficient, you will be able to absorb more and stronger spirit rings and get more enhancements. If you have additional martial spirits in the later stages, Huo Yuhao stretched lazily, and violent soul power burst out. The soul ring disguised by the second soul skill was revealed, yellow, purple and black. In fact, Huo Yuhao's true soul ring color is the terrifying 4 black soul rings. Feeling the soul skills brought by the 4th soul ring, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He got the rubbing skills of the silver engine beast as he wished. Moreover, I don't know if it's because the one absorbed is not the same silver eagle beast as in the original book, or if it's the evolution of the spirit eyes martial soul. After all, this silver English beast used a soul skill out of thin air without any object to imitate, so it can be said to be a mutated silver English beast. Alternatively, it might also be possible to call it the golden beast because it has golden scales. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's 4th soul skill has more advantages than the original. He also called it spiritual reproduction. The effect was similar to rubbing, but it was optimized in a more outrageous way. First of all, as long as the soul skill is below the soul ring age or the level of his own soul power, Huo Yuhao can perfectly replicate it. Of course, the replicated soul skills are only subject to the limitations of one's own soul power level, and the power is also linked to the age of one's own soul ring. Secondly, Yin Beast can only imprint one of its innate soul skills at a time, and it must be released before it can be imprinted again. But Huo Yuhao was different. He had a permanent storage location for his soul rubbing skills. After rubbing a soul skill, he could solidify it in the storage location, or directly release it once, or store temporarily if it is solidified in a permanent storage location. Huo Yuhao can use this soul skill without any restrictions, just like his own soul skill. Of course, if the soul skill itself has limitations, the same will apply to the copied soul skill. Moreover, the soul skill in this permanent storage location can be replaced, and the cooling time is 1 day. However, if the storage space contains a soul skill, Huo Yuhao cannot make a copy of it. He needs to abandon the soul skill before he can make a copy of it. This is a considerable limitation according to Huo Yuhao's guess. This restriction might not be improved until 100,000 years later. Putting aside the permanent storage location, if it is released directly, it is the same as the usage of Yin Beast. After imprinting a soul skill, it can be temporarily stored. If you want to imprint it again, you must use this soul skill. There is also a limit on the number of soul skills you can imprint in a day, and you can only imprint 3 times a day. I can only say that it is truly invincible, worthy of the title of spiritual reproduction. End of this chapter. Chapter 138 delivered to your door? Seeing that Huo Yuhao had finished the fusion and comprehension, Hanruo gave him a thumbs up. She completely loves this talented and like-minded junior fellow apprentice from the bottom of her heart. Congratulations, Yuhao. After fusing with a spirit ring that's been around 40,000 years, your spirit power must have increased by more than 1 level. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, I was lucky enough to break through to level 42. Level 42, a bit low. Is this the influence of the ultimate martial spirit? Hanruo finished speaking and continued to ask, what about the rubbing spirit skill? Of course I got it, Huo Yuhao replied. That's good, Han. Ruoro did not ask too much about the effects of the soul skills because the effects of soul skills are an absolute taboo for any soul master. Zhang Lexun also finished her inspection and returned to congratulate Huo Yuhao afterwards. The 3 of them dealt with the body of the silver eagle beast and collected some more valuable materials for later sale. This is also a major source of income for soul masters. Moreover, Shrek's rule has always been that everyone gets a share, just like the soul beasts that helped Wu Ming and the others hunt before. The collected materials would be divided up by everyone in the end without exception. Of course, the majority of them are still the main contributors. A rough calculation shows that all the materials collected can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, which can make a lot of extra money. Therefore, Each soul ring hunting activity can be said to be one of the most popular activities for the inner courtyard students. Like the Sea God Dating Conference, which is a lifelong activity, its popularity has always been high. After all, under the care of the teachers and directors of Shrek Academy, accidents only happen rarely. Unfortunately, the meat of the silver eagle beast is not suitable for consumption, and no soul bones explode from it this time. The group hunted nearly 10 soul beasts in the starred-out Great Forest, some of which were as old as 10,000 years old, but they did not obtain soul bones from any of them. It can't be said that it's bad luck, it can only be said that such a situation is very common. The probability of soul bones dropping that Huo Yuhao encountered before was abnormal, although theoretically, the stronger the soul beast's cultivation and strength, the higher the chance of a soul bone exploding. When it reaches 100,000 year soul bone, it is certain to exploding a soul bone, but more often than not, obtaining soul bones still depends on luck. It is very likely that there will be no gain after hunting more than a dozen 10,000 year soul beasts, but by chance, 1,000-year soul beast will be hunted and soul bones will drop after all. Even if the probability of 1 in 1,000 is increased exponentially, it is still better than nothing. In the end, it is precisely because soul bones are produced so rarely that they are regarded as the most precious treasure of soul masters. In the end, only Hanruoro's 8th soul ring was left, and the star-fighting forest came to a successful conclusion. At night, the three of them stayed at a clear lake at the junction of the core area and the mixed area. There was a layer of misty fog on the lake, and the air was particularly fresh and pleasant. Let's rest here for a while, take the time to recover our soul power, and eat something to replenish our physical strength. We will be able to meet up with President K tomorrow. Zhang Lexun reminded the two that they must keep themselves in good condition at all times in the starred-out Great Forest, especially their soul power reserves and mental state after a busy day. Huo Yuhao and Hanruoro also stopped to rest here. Today is the 5th day since entering the Star Forest. Ever since Huo Yuhao absorbed the Silver Eagle Beast's martial soul, despite Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexun's spiritual exploration, a full day had passed, but they still hadn't found a soul beast suitable for Hanruoro. During this period, the three even encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But luckily they escaped without any danger. Huo Yuhao also tried to use his mental replication soul skill to temporarily imprint it. He discovered that if he forcibly copied the spirit skills of a person who had cultivated for a longer period of time than himself, he would only obtain an incomplete spirit skill and would not be able to use it perfectly. Moreover, he could only forcibly copy the spirit skills that had cultivated for less than 100,000 years. A few people were filing their stomachs when suddenly there was a lot of noise in the distance. Roar. A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The person is not good. Senior sister, your spirit ring seems to have arrived. Huo Yuhao put away the food and made a calm judgment. Zhang Lexun nodded. It's a water-attributed soul beast. The cultivation level of the person who came should be around 80,000 years. It is indeed suitable for you, Ruoro. Han Ruoro smiled slightly. So, this lake should be its territory, and now it's time for the owner to go home. During the conversation, the three of them immediately entered combat mode. What appeared in front of everyone was a soul beast with a length of more than 10 meters and a shoulder height of nearly 5 meters. It looks like a lion, majestic, with 4 claws stepping into the air, riding on clouds and mist, floating on water, as if it is not affected by gravity. Its muscle contours are very clear, its light blue mane is as clear and transparent as lake water, and its golden eyes exude a cold aura. The most eye-catching thing is its tail that looks like a snake's tail, waving constantly in the wind. After that roar, the lion soul beast rushed towards the crowd from high in the sky. As it ran, the mist lingering on its body instantly spread out, covering the area of several thousand meters. Huo Yuhao calmly judged, the jade water golden lion has a cultivation base of nearly 90,000 years. It can be said that after searching for a long time, it is hard to find it, but it is easy to find. Hanruoro's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of eagerness. A top soul beast with dual attributes of gold and water. Be careful, this green water golden lion definitely has a strength close to that of a tidal Douluo. Zhang Lexun gave the reminder and acted without hesitation. The water mist that the green water golden lion first spread was not simple. It was its innate soul skill, the green water field. If the green water golden lion, who is born with the ability to control water, is in such a state and is in the fog hiding state, its unpredictable water control ability will be further improved. It can attack or defend, and it can even weaken the opponent's field of vision. Water benefits all things without competing with them. It encompasses everything. Although its fighting power is not as strong as thunder, lightning, and fire, water is one of the most difficult attributes in the world. If the green water and golden lion were allowed to pave the ground, it would greatly restrict Huo Yuhao on the other two without any hesitation. 8 soul rings rose up from Zhang Lexun's body. The 7th soul ring on his body shines, the true form of his martial soul. Zhang Lexun began to emit brilliant silver light, and the silver moon shadow behind her slowly moved forward. The whole person completely turned into a silver-white moon, and then rose up. The silver-white light dispersed the gradually approaching water mist. A bright moon transformed by Zhang Lexun rose at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye it had arrived high above the star forest. The strong silver-white light suddenly became brighter, and the bright moonlight really seemed like there was another moon in the sky. The moonlight was lingering, and the surrounding air was violently twisted and shattered, and around this silver moon, a circle of absolute dark vacuum was formed. Looking at the approaching golden lion in green water, Zhang Lexun let out a delicate cry. 8th soul skill. Blood moon eclipse. A circle of blood-red halo carrying terrible pressure suddenly lit up, and the silver moon was instantly stained by the bloodlight and turned into a blood moon in an instant. Huo Yuhao could feel a bloody smell coming from the sky facing the all-out green water golden lion. Zhang Lexun also used all her means, directly activated the silver moon true body, and used the strongest 100,000-year 8th soul skill. As blood spread, the sky and the earth changed color as the bloodlight shot out. The mist of the green water and golden lion was evaporated completely. The blood shot towards the golden lion and the green water like an arrow at the same time. Hanruoro also revealed her martial soul's true form the next moment. Her body suddenly disappeared, turning into a mixture of gold and silver light. At the same time she disappeared, countless gold and silver ropes flew out in all directions, and gold and silver halos quickly appeared, tightly binding the green water golden lion. Looking at the approaching bloodlight and the restraints wrapped around its body, the golden lion of green water refused to be outdone. With a violent roar, the green water field instantly shrank, forming a thin layer of green water that protected its body. The green water field is both offensive and defensive. From a distance, it can turn into water mist and spread out to suppress the field. From a close distance, it can turn into green water and shrink to form close protection. At this moment, as the huge snake tail of the green water golden beast was swung out, a sharp aura spread and it actually broke through Hanruoro's restraints. The next second, the unstoppable giant snake tail, carrying the surging green water, was launched out like a cannonball, facing the blood moon directly. The innate soul skill of the green water golden lion. The golden lion ascends to heaven. It can release its own control, greatly enhance its own abilities, and make enemies it touches subject to compulsory control such as dizziness and weakness. Similarly, at the moment when the restraint failed, the golden and silver halo on the ground turned into horizontal light patterns. Immediately afterwards, it began to fluctuate violently, sweeping up like a wave, and the air was filled with extremely strong soul power fluctuations. Hanruoro used her 6th soul skill, Golden Wave, an all-round group control soul skill, whose main function is to expel. Of course, she couldn't expel the green water field of the green water golden lion, but with the help of her martial soul's true body, she can resolve the powerful amplification effect brought by the golden lion's ascension as long as Li Zhuan's strongest attack can hit the green water golden lion. This battle can be said to be foolproof. It is also at this critical moment Huo Yuhao no longer waited and watched, and completed his killing move with all his strength. Facing a soul beast of this level, although he had the suppression of extreme ice, even now it was difficult for him to fight it head-on at close range. Therefore, he chose to wait for the opportunity without affecting the cooperation of his two senior sisters. Killer move, Soul Explosion. Witness Gu plus Righteousness Gu plus Soul Shock. Of course, Huo Yuhao was holding back on his strength. After all, he had to leave some space for Hanruoro to finish off the opponent. There is no doubt that facing the siege of 3 people, even a top-level soul beast, the green water golden lion, which has strength close to that of a titled Douluo, would have to bear the grudge. After several rounds of attack and defense, the green water golden lion fell to the ground. His eyes were dazed, and he was like a candle in the wind. Especially Zhang Lexun's 100,000-year soul skill, the martial soul's true body, cooperated with a blood moon eclipse, exerting the combat power of the titled Douluo level, and the damage accounted for the majority. The next step is to continuously use the 10,000-year soul skill to consume its physical strength and prepare for a fight between trapped beasts. Combined with Hanruoro and Huo Yuhao's occasional control, the green water golden lion couldn't escape even if it wanted to. It was taken directly and steadily. End of this chapter. Chapter 139. Zhuanzi, I'm on. Zhang Lexun shouted softly. Ruoro, finish off the enemy, then. He also exited the spirit body state, although, if she was alone and had no worries, she could easily take down the green water golden lion without using her martial spirit's true body. But when a lion fights a rabbit, it should use all its strength. Moreover, without the support of a titled Douluo like Dean K, things could easily change in this dangerous Star Dao forest. Zhang Lexun didn't want to put Huo Yuhao and the others in danger because of her carelessness. The shaking golden rope was like a spirit snake, drilling into the head of the green water golden lion, and completely wiping out its life force in extreme resentment and unwillingness. This 10,000-year-old soul beast, which was considered the overlord of the core area of the starred out great forest, died just like that. Specks of black light gathered above his body, eventually forming a deep black soul ring. Depressing fluctuations of soul power emanated from it, bringing with it bursts of fierce power. It suits you very well, absorb it quickly, Sister Huo Yuhao also gave a timely reminder after Han Ruoro expressed her gratitude to the two. She adjusted herself and took the opportunity to absorb the green water golden lion soul ring. The age of the 8th soul ring that an ordinary soul Douluo can absorb is approximately between 60,000 and 80,000 years. Han Ruoro was born in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. She has a powerful martial soul and profound cultural background. In fact, a soul ring of about 80,000 years is the most suitable in this way. She would be approaching the limit of what she could bear, but she would basically not take too much risk in the absorption process. And this soul ring, which is nearly 90,000 years old, is indeed very difficult. But for this top talent in the inner courtyard, he would naturally not miss such a precious opportunity. Moreover, the green water golden lion itself is a top-level soul beast, and its attributes are water and gold. It also has controlled typing 8 soul skills, which is very compatible with Han Ruoro's golden rope martial soul, and may even improve the quality of the martial soul. No matter what, we can't let it go. After all, it's not a 100,000-year spirit ring, and it hasn't undergone any qualitative change yet, just 90,000 years. Han Ruoro asked herself if she could still do it. It can be said that the appearance of Huo Yuhao also gave the people in the inner courtyard some appropriate sense of urgency. Afterwards, Zhang Lexun and Huo Yuhao also concentrated on being alert to the situation around them. Although it is close to the mixed zone, no one can say whether accidents will occur later. Huo Yuhao, who was on the sidelines, certainly did not gain nothing. He finally knew where the soul skill that the silver engine beast used last time came from. It turned out to be this green water golden lion. Now, the two good brothers can be reunited. Moreover, after paying an opportunity for spiritual replication today, Huo Yuhao obtained the incomplete version of the soul skill in the green water field and solidified it into a permanent storage location. After all, this move works in conjunction with his own ultimate ice field, creating an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Huo Yuhao would not change until he saw better soul skill. It is a pity that because of the use of this permanent storage location, Huo Yuhao can no longer make rubbings and can only use the clear water field. Of course, if the green water field is abandoned, the restrictions on the use of rubbings will be directly lifted, and the normal ability to rubbing 3 times a day will be achieved. Huo Yuhao discovered that perhaps because of his spirit eye's martial soul and his strong mental power, when he used the mental replication skill, the replication was extremely fast. This was only the 3rd time he used this 4th soul skill, and it was used against a 90,000-year-old soul beast, and it took less than half a minute. If he waits until he is fully familiar with it, he can complete the imprint and release it at the same time as an opponent of the same level uses the soul skill. In other words, the copy ninja Huo Yuhao is online. Moreover, Huo Yuhao did not need to wait for the enemy to finish using their soul skills before he could successfully imprint them. As long as the opponent used their soul skills, their mental replication would be completely captured and the replication would begin directly. Even when facing those soul masters who are slow in performing soul skills, he may still be able to gain the upper hand and release the copied soul skills before the opponent go against Xiangang. Of course, Huo Yuhao is more accustomed to using permanent soul skills that have been solidified. What suits you is the best. Temporarily copying other people's soul skills can only be used to show off, but it is not very practical, and the main purpose is to catch the opponent by surprise. The correct way to use your teammates' soul skills is to store them in advance. This is what Hogwa did in the original novel. Don't be fooled by what Huo Yuhao said that the current replica of the green water field is incomplete, but in fact, it is a different kind of completeness. It is just that the 4th soul ring at this stage cannot fully bear the capacity of this soul skill, so it is incomplete. As the age of the soul ring increases, the permanently fixed soul skills will gradually be completed to perfection. The core area at this time amidst the violent roar Zhuanzi was confronting the Red King. The Red King had 3 heads and 6 cold eyes looking at Zhuanzi. Human, what do you want to do? Just a while ago, the guy in front of him actually attacked the auspicious beast directly and wanted to capture it. The Red King, who was guarding on the side, naturally couldn't bear it and directly blocked the attack. However, Zhuanzi was a level 98 super Douluo, and was only a hair's breadth away from being an ultimate Douluo. As the undisputed second best player in Shrek Academy, his outburst was terrifying. Even though it didn't use its full strength, it still startled the Red King. Then it directly spewed out powerful destructive energy waves from its 3 dog heads, which were powerful enough to destroy an ordinary title Douluo. Zhuanzi looked at the 3 destructive energy waves, retracted his right hand, and threw away the chicken leg in his left hand. An ochre light bloomed on his body, and 9 soul rings with the best ratio, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, surrounded Zhuanzi. At Zhuanzi's level, the role of soul skills has long been negligible, and it depends more on the control of soul power and understanding of martial soul. The attribute of Zhuanzi's martial soul, Taodi God, is earth. As a strong man of level 98, he has naturally reached the state of unity between man and nature long ago. With one slap, the origin of the earth attribute combined with the vast soul power of 98 resonates with the energy of heaven and earth, drawing the elemental power of heaven and earth, and the earth yellow energy easily blocks the attack of the Red King. The Red King was surprised to see that his attack was blocked, and the 3 heads were shocked seeing the person who blocked its attack looking sloppy like a beggar. The figure of a strong man suddenly came to its mind. Zhuanzi from Shrek Academy, Red King. Seeing the true face of this soul beast, Zhuanzi's face became solemn and he did not continue attacking. Red King, considering the agreement between our academy and your star-fighting fierce beasts, I won't make things difficult for you. Get out of the way and hand over the golden-haired lion behind you. In Zhuanzi's opinion, although this soul beast is not very old, its spiritual attributes are extremely suitable for Huo Yuhao today. It was definitely not because he couldn't find the trace of the silver eagle beast that he thought of replacing it with other soul beasts. The Scarlet King was extremely angry and roared, "Asshole! Do you know who it is? If you dare to touch it, you will be the enemy of all the soul beasts in our Xingdao Great Forest." This guy actually threatened me in person, and his target was the Emperor Beast. Which soul beast could tolerate this? Question mark. Zhuanzi looked at Qi Wang coldly. I don't care who it is. You should understand that you are no match for me. As he spoke, Zhuanzi raised his leg and took a step forward. His terrifying aura immediately pressed down on Qi Wang like a mountain. Wait a minute. Qi Wang was a little anxious. Although its cultivation has exceeded 300,000 years and ranks 8th among the 10 fierce beasts, it is indeed no match for the human in front of it. But it is too late to send out a distress signal now, and it will take time for the top powerhouses of the starred out Great Forest to rush over from the ferocious beast area. What are you waiting for? Zhuanzi roared, and under the strong yellow light, he had changed into a different appearance. A sheep's body, eyes under the armpits, tiger teeth and human claws, and a pair of huge bull horns. It was the Taodi divine bull, the original body of his martial spirit. The Red King roared and said harshly, "Human, don't do it. What I am protecting behind me is the Emperor Beast of the starred out Great Forest, and it is also the only auspicious beast on the continent today. If it dies, the entire starred out Great Forest will go crazy." Zhuanzi's heart was shocked. Although he had heard of the auspicious beast, in his memory, it was only an existence that appeared in legends. I never thought that this soul beast that I was just randomly looking for on the roadside would have such a powerful background. But Zhuanzi couldn't let go of his pride at this moment, so he threatened directly, "Then you can temporarily hand over the auspicious beast to me. I can protect its safety temporarily. As long as you find another 30,000-year-old silver beast, I will let it go." "You're dreaming." After being threatened like this repeatedly, King Qi became angry. Even a clay man can still be very angry. As one of the 10 most ferocious beasts, the 3-headed red devil mastiff, the Red King, the Emperor of canine soul beasts, will not compromise with humans again and again. Isn't it shameless? A low roar came out from the 3 big heads of the Red King at the same time, and a strong dark red light also erupted from the body. Its 3 big heads seemed to have grown bigger, and there was a smell of corpses and blood as it rushed straight towards Zhuanzi. Then, the Red King said to the 3-eyed golden lion, the auspicious beast of the Emperor, behind him, "Auspicious beast, it's dangerous here. Go back to the dangerous place and tell Emperor Yuan that Zhuanzi from Shrek Academy is fighting with me. The three-eyed golden lion nodded, looked at the Red King, turned into golden light, and ran away without looking back. Zhuanzi watched the golden soul beast go to inform the enemy, and he didn't intend to get entangled with it. He was ready to deal with the ferocious beast Qi Wang and then get away. This is such a dangerous core area. We must get Huo Yuhao and the others out as soon as possible. With this in mind, Zhuanzi and Qi Wang began a fierce battle. Yuhao, thanks to your help, this soul hunting went really smoothly. Zhang Lexun, who had recovered her soul power, couldn't help but sigh because of the Cheyenne treasure lotus. Huo Yuhao's soul power recovered extremely quickly. In addition, Huo Yuhao did not do much in the previous battle, so his soul power was not consumed much. Huo Yuhao continued, so far, everything has been going smoothly. But, Sister Li Zhuan, it seems that something has gone against our wishes. Huo Yuhao's expression suddenly became distorted. He knew that as long as Zhuanzi was around, there would be unexpected events. You mean, you can't be so unlucky, Zhang. Lexun opened her red lips slightly and glanced at Hanruoro, who was still absorbing the soul ring. She still needed at least 2 hours, but the worst has already happened. It's the evil soul master. End of this chapter. Chapter 140. Who is the evil soul master? 3 figures entered Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection, but surprisingly this time they were not soul beasts, but soul masters. And looking at the paths taken by the 3 people, they also returned from the core area. However, meeting people of the same path did not make Huo Yuhao feel any sense of familiarity. In this Stardust Great Forest, meeting other soul masters might not necessarily be a good thing because everyone comes here to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Once several groups of people encounter the soul beasts they need at the same time, conflict becomes inevitable. Moreover, Huo Yuhao immediately recognized that the 3 people were none other than the 3 Zhongli brothers who appeared in the original novel. 3 evil soul masters with bad intentions. What's more, Hanruoro is now in the process of absorbing the soul ring and cannot be disturbed. Fortunately, as early as when she met the Green Water and Golden Lion, the eldest sister had contacted Dean K, and she should be on the way not long after. 3 gray-robed men appeared in the side of Huo Yuhao and the others. As soon as he saw these 3 people for the first time, Huo Yuhao's heart skipped a beat. They were indeed evil soul masters who were born evil. He looks ugly and gloomy, and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. The 3 old men all looked to be at least 70 years old. They looked exactly the same, even dressed the same. They are all very thin, with many wrinkles on their faces, gray hair simply draped behind their heads, dim eyes, hooked noses, giving people a gloomy feeling. The 3 old guys were all wearing gray robes, and each of them was holding a cane in his hand. The cane was completely black and was at least 10 feet long. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, their eyes fell on Hanruoro, who was absorbing the soul ring, and then looked at Zhang Lexun, who seemed a little wary, with their movements in unison. 3 little kids. The old man in the middle frowned slightly. The old man on the left said, "This spirit ring is good." The old man on the right asked directly, "Who are you? Where are you from?" The voices of the 3 people were as hoarse as a broken bellows, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. Although it was impossible to detect the specific cultivation levels of Zhang Lexun and the other 2, it was clear that they were not weak. However, one would not estimate their ages too high. After all, Huo Yuhao and the other 2 did not look very old, especially Huo Yuhao, who looked like a teenager. For the 3 brothers, except for the title Douluo, they can be said to be fearless. Moreover, title Douluo level warriors are well known throughout the continent. They are basically well known and of advanced age. There is no way they would be as young as Huo Yuhao and the other 2. Therefore, this group of evil soul masters did not take Huo Yuhao and the other 2 seriously, not to mention that one of them is still absorbing spirit rings. Huo Yuhao would not indulge these 3 people. He took a step forward and said with great momentum, "Want to know our names? Why not tell us your origins first?" Righteousness Gu. This time it was truly righteous and awe-inspiring. The Soul Emperor's aura was released, directly overwhelming the 3 people. Feeling Huo Yuhao's aura, the 3 of them were cheered up. The old man in the middle smiled coldly, "Good boy, you look young, but you are so brave." The old man on the left laughed, "Such a young soul emperor? Great." The old man on the right chuckled and said, "No wonder you can go so deep into the Stardust Great Forest. Your cultivation is really not weak. Release your spirit rings for us to see." 3 of you, it seems a bit too much to bully the weak like this, eh? Gentle voice sounded from behind Huo Yuhao. Zhang Lexuan walked out slowly, smiled calmly, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "If you want us to show your martial spirits, it depends on whether you are qualified." As he spoke, Zhang Lexuan raised his right hand and slowly pushed it forward. The old man on the right glared, and his dim yellow eyes seemed to suddenly become bright. He also raised his right hand and touched it with Zhang Lexuan. Boom! Amidst a low, muffled sound, a strong air current rose up and rushed straight into the sky, stirring the treetops above, causing them to tremble violently and sending large numbers of leaves falling from the sky. "You actually have the 8th ring of cultivation." The old man on the right looked at Zhang Lexuan in surprise, curled his lips, and said, "No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me." Zhang Lexuan's face remained calm. "It's the same for you. It seems that you are also a soul Douluo level expert. So why bother with us? The star forest is so big, it won't get in your way." The old man on the right chuckled. "Whether it's a hindrance or not is not up to you to decide. How about this? As long as you help the 3 of us do something, I'll let you go. You should understand that it's impossible for a soul Douluo or a soul emperor to compete with the 3 of us." The old man in the center said, "That's right, help us do this, and you can leave." The old man on the left said, "Perhaps it will be of some benefit to you." Zhang Lexuan said calmly, "With your cultivation levels, it's probably not that easy for you to need our help. Besides, some of us are absorbing spirit rings and don't have the time to spare." The old man on the right said, "I'm afraid this is beyond your control. If you plan to stay here forever, the 3 of us don't mind wasting some more time." The old man in the center said, "Stop talking nonsense and follow us." The voice of the old man on the left softened a bit. "Let the 3 of us swear an oath. With our status, how could we break the oath?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them said in unison, "I, Zhongli Dan, Zhongli Di, Zhongli Ren, swear here that if these people help us complete the next operation, we will not embarrass them and let them go. If they break this oath, they will be punished by heaven and earth." The old man on the far right is Zhongli Dan, the one in the center is Zhongli Ren, and the one on the left is Zhongli Di. Cheyenne Diarin is named after the 3 talents. The oath was normal and ordinary, and there didn't sound to be anything wrong with it. The only thing that felt strange was the way the 3 of them swore in unison, as if they had long been accustomed to swearing in this way. Their surnames were also very strange. In Zhang Lexuan's mind, there were no stories about them at the level of Contra. Almost all of them are powerful and well-known figures on the mainland. Even Zhang Lexuan has never heard of them. It can be seen that they do not have any remarkable deeds on the mainland. Thinking back to the conversation with Huo Yuhao just now, combined with the evil aura he felt from the 3 people, they were indeed evil soul masters with bad intentions. At this moment, Huo Yuhao, who had been secretly accumulating strength for a long time, made his move. He had already used moment and entered the familiar triple speed time. If you strike first, you will be stronger. If you strike later, you will suffer disaster. When facing an evil soul master, you cannot hesitate too much. No matter what, just take action. 5th level mind capturing Gu plus 3rd level witnessing Gu and righteousness Gu plus soul shock killer move, soul explosion. After obtaining the 4th soul ring, Huo Yuhao's own strength increased significantly. With the blessing of the 2nd sea of consciousness, a full strength attack was enough to kill an ordinary soul Douluo all at once. It hit the old man in the middle. Zhongli Ren's consciousness died on the spot. His life force was completely gone out. Although Zhongli Ren was very powerful, the strength of the evil soul master was mainly reflected in the word evil. In terms of cultivation, they were still at the level of 8-ring soul Douluo. When they were suddenly attacked, they were caught off guard and could not use their full strength to defend. Moreover, defense was not what he was good at. Not to mention, Zhongli Ren was not only an evil soul master who was suppressed by the positive energy Gu many times over, but he was also completely defenseless under the strong control of the mind capture Gu, and he didn't even have time to summon his martial soul. "No, brother, damn. Boy, as they spoke, Zhongli Di on the left and Zhongli Xianji on the right released their martial spirits at the same time. In tacit understanding, a strange scene appeared. Their right hands holding the long staff suddenly turned gray and were covered with a layer of gray scales. The scales quickly spread to every corner of their bodies, even their faces, but in a flash, as Huo Yuhao flashed, he appeared directly between the 2 of them. The green water field instantly spread out, covering the 2 of them. Afterwards, the North Sea Ice Soul Realm plus the Eternal Frozen Realm descended instantly. Changes occurred in Huo Yuhao's torso bones, and the bones including the spine, sternum, and ribs emitted a strong green color at this time. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and the interwoven emerald green and dark blue light instantly spread out, instantly covering the surrounding area. Within 100 meters the temperature in the area suddenly dropped at an incredible speed, almost instantly dropping to minus 200 degrees Celsius. The two grief-stricken soul masters were instantly frozen and turned into ice sculptures. This side of the world instantly turned completely white and turned into a world of ice and snow. Sister Li Zhuan, don't leave anyone behind. When the voice sounded, Huo Yuhao had already flashed out. He did not activate the ice explosion goo, but was trying his best to maintain control over the freezing of the evil soul master while Huo Yuhao was taking action. Zhang Lexun was not just standing by and watching. Huo Yuhao naturally told her his plan in advance. Zhang Lexun also believed in the other party without reservation. The moment Huo Yuhao launched the attack, the 8 soul rings on Zhang Lexun's body rose up, and a layer of light silver light mist rose from under her feet, covering her body. Under the cover of the silver light mist, her own soul power and momentum were increasing at an astonishing speed. What she used was a secret technique that could instantly ignite her own power. If soul power was water, then she was now making the water boil. This secret technique is somewhat similar to the soul skills called rage, but compared to those soul skills, this secret technique has very few side effects and can even be used as a regular soul skill. As Huo Yuhao teleported out, Zhang Lexun, who had been ready for a long time, also used his 100,000-year soul skill, Blood Moon Eclipse. Although there is no blessing from the spirit body this time, it is still no problem to wipe out just 2 soul Douluos. The crisis was resolved in an instant. Huo Yuhao said, "The evil spirit master's attack is weird. It will be fine if I just make the first move at this moment. He's going crazy. One is a blood moon attack, the other is a sneak attack. Who is the evil soul master?" Zhang Lexun shook her head and drove away the thought. As long as people are fine, that's fine. End of this chapter. Chapter 141, ending in harvest. After confirming that the 3 soul Douluo level evil soul masters were completely dead, Zhang Lexun finally felt relieved. Zhang Lexun couldn't help but sigh. "Yuhao, this time it's really thanks to you. Otherwise, for Ruoro's safety, I can only pretend to be nice to them temporarily." If Huo Yuhao had not taken the initiative to attack, the result would have been different. Even though they only have 8 rings, they alone have the ability to compete with title Douluo. Because the abilities of evil spirit masters are not only evil, but also extremely difficult to defend against. If you don't know what abilities they have, it's easy to overturn. Although Zhang Lexun has the combat power of a title Douluo level under normal circumstances, she has just used the Silver Moon True Avatar, her martial soul True Avatars in a cooling period, and she also has to protect Han Ruoro, who is absorbing the soul ring, so it is indeed difficult for her to take action. If I hadn't come, maybe I wouldn't have encountered so many things. Huo Yuhao shook his head. This time he mainly wanted to obtain spirit rings, so Yan Xiao's arranged for 2 core disciples from the outer courtyard who also wanted to obtain spirit rings to come along. Generally speaking, the soul ring hunting operations in the outer and inner courtyards are separate. After all, the difference in soul power is too big, which affects cooperation. For this reason, for safety reasons, President K took a few people and left temporarily. After all, she never expected that Master Zhuan also had something urgent to do. If there were only the inner courtyard group and Huo Yuhao didn't come, it would be enough for Shrek Academy to arrange K-Meteor to protect them alone. So Huo Yuhao felt that it would be better for Zhuangzi not to come. This old guy hasn't been with them for a long time, and no one knows where he's gone. I hope he doesn't get into any big trouble. Although the freezing field dissipated, the white ice and snow within 100 meters radius was difficult to eliminate for a long time, and Huo Yuhao did not have the time to eliminate the extreme cold at this moment. He only had less than 10% of his soul power left in his body. The 3rd level Xianyun treasure lotus was continuously providing mana recovery, and he was also meditating to recover at this time. Xianmeng and Bingdi, who were watching the battle in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, were also stunned by such an outrageous result. Soul Sect counterattacks Soul Douluo. What an exciting battle game. What accurate timing. What a terrifying fighting talent. Tianmeng clapped his hands excitedly, jumped up and down, and said with emotion, "Yuhao, you are really perverted." Ice Emperor also sighed. "What a pity, the soul skills I brought don't have ice explosion skills, otherwise the battle just now would have been much easier." Even though the battle just now went extremely smoothly, it was actually full of dangers. Let's put the poisonous insects aside for now. After Huo Yuhao broke through to the soul sect level, Due to his extreme attributes, his soul power was already strong, not inferior to that of a soul king. In addition, his physique was strong and he was able to withstand a soul ring of nearly 50,000 years. All in all, he was not inferior to an ordinary soul emperor. Moreover, with both of his martial souls activated at the same time, and with the Ice Emperor's claws and Ice Emperor's bodyguard added in, Huo Yuhao was no less powerful than a soul sage in terms of strength or speed. The only thing he was inferior to a soul sage was the total amount of soul power. Although Huo Yuhao did not have many serious attack soul skills, in terms of attack, soul sages might not be as strong as Huo Yuhao. Of course, this is a head-on confrontation. In the confrontation between soul masters, intelligence is actually very important. Huo Yuhao, who is blessed by the poisonous insect, would not be so reckless. First, Huo Yuhao showed his inexperienced side, showing his weakness to the enemy, so that the enemy would let down their guard. Then he let Zhang Lexun be the main force to attract the attention of the three people, and under the cover of the simulated soul skills, relying on the special nature of the spiritual soul skills, he completed the first kill. Moreover, the subsequent cooperation in multiple fields was only to create conditions for Zhang Lexun to output. It would actually be a bit difficult to let Huo Yuhao deal with the remaining two people. After all, it's not a genuine ice explosion, nor is it a rule-based attack that can freeze and kill at that time. Even if Huo Yuhao used the ice explosion goo, he could at most seriously injure the two evil soul masters, but was far from killing them. This is how the final battle was achieved. Achievement triggered. Achieve Zhang Lexun's achievement of Master Sister's duty and receive the reward of Blood Moon Goo. Blood Moon Goo, a 4th level goo worm that forms a moon blade when activated. The moon blade is blood red and will cause bleeding if it forms a wound. Evaluation. Protecting the team members is my job. Li Juan, Yuhao, are you okay? A soft voice sounded from not far away, and Vice President Kame at ear arrived later. Pace seemed very slow, but it was as if she had teleported. She arrived in front of the two people in just a few steps and stood next to Zhang Lexun. Zhang Lexun shook her head and explained, "We just encountered 3 evil soul master level soul fighters. We were targeted by them and successfully dealt with them." K. Meyer also saw the battle not far away and took a breath of cold air. Evil soul masters? Encountering 3 of them at once? And they are at the Soul Douluo level. At this moment, she had too many doubts in her heart, but the most puzzling question was, where is Master Zhuan? Why can't I sense his presence? Master Zhuan? Did Master Zhuan also come with us on this operation? Zhang Lexun asked puzzledly. If Master Zhuan were here, why didn't he take action? Hearing this, Kame frowned and said, "Before I left, I specifically entrusted you to him, but now I don't know where he has gone." Forget it. Forget about him. Have you already obtained all the spirit rings? An evil soul master at the Soul Douluo level has appeared. To be on the safe side, Kame plans to take the 3 of them away. She cannot let the future of Shrek be ruined here. I have absorbed all the spirit rings. The only thing missing is Sister Ruoro. That's good. Let's go straight away. I have a bad feeling. K. Meteor's expression was a little strange indeed. On her way to pick up Huo Yuhao on the other 2, with her level of cultivation, she could vaguely feel the fluctuations of the energy in the core area. The core area at this time can be said to be extremely dangerous. Maybe Master Zhuan is there. However, she was not worried about what the old man thought. If you can't protect others, you can at least protect yourself. Another 2 hours passed, and Han Ruoro had completed the fusion. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black. The 8 soul rings maintained the same rhythmic frequency, and the slowly opening eyes were filled with imposing aura. Zhang Lexun looked at Han Ruoro, smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, Ruoro, congratulations on your official advancement to Soul Douluo, Sister Ruoro. It seems that the soul ring of this green water golden lion is indeed very suitable for you." Huo Yuhao also congratulated Han Ruoro, stretched her body happily. "Yes, I have also absorbed the strongest control talent soul skill of the green water golden lion as I wished. I call it Golden Ascension." K. Meyer clapped her hands and said, "Okay, let's test the soul skills and stuff after we get back to the academy. Let's take a look at the soul beast's corpse first, okay, President K." At this time, several people's eyes were also cast on the green water golden lion. Previously, due to the influence of Han Ruoro's martial soul and soul power, no one had noticed it. However, as Han Ruoro put away her martial soul, the strange soul power fluctuations emanating from her were completely exposed to everyone's perception. It's a soul bone. End of this chapter. Chapter 142 Return and Vacation. Soul Bone. After opening the blind box so many times, it was finally shipped. Even Huo Yuhao was a little excited, not to mention, this is the soul bone of the green water golden lion, which has been cultivated for 90,000 years, as we all know. For soul masters, the most precious things are the 100,000-year soul rings and the 100,000-year soul bones as a top-level soul beast. Although the age of the green water golden lion has not reached the level of 100,000 years, its value is no less than that of an ordinary 100,000-year-old. Not only did it give Han Ruoro a very suitable soul ring, it also generously gave away a soul bone. Its thoughtfulness touching Zhang Lexuan's smile did not diminish, and she said to Han Ruoro, "Ruoro, go and have a look." Han Ruoro responded, and following the fluctuations of soul power, she controlled the shaking golden rope to dig out a piece of soul bone from the front paw of the green water golden lion. A brilliant blue light bloomed from it, followed by a sharp aura. Wrapped in rich soul power, a strange soul bone that looked like a miniature human's left arm was quietly suspended in it, the left arm bone of the 90,000-year-old green water golden lion. This soul bone is blue and gold, and is translucent, like a gorgeous jade gemstone. The light inside is flowing, emitting attractive soul power fluctuations. Moreover, this soul bone is very complete, which means that the quality of this soul bone is extremely high. It is indeed a soul bone. Even Shrek Vice President Kamair's voice sounded a little excited at this moment. The same is true for Han Ruoro. At this moment, she was almost fainted by the great feeling of happiness. As an inner court disciple with extensive experience, she had fused several soul bones herself. However, the soul bones she had fused were not only of the same quality as the one in front of her, but their age was not even as high as 90,000 years. Soul bones that were 10,000 years old were very popular no matter where they were placed, and attracted many people's pursuit. This was true even for the inner court disciples of Shrek. As for the 100,000-year soul bone, it is priceless and is a family heirloom no matter where it is placed. In the entire inner courtyard, it is estimated that only Zhang Lexuan has ever had it fused to her body. This shows how rare soul bones are. And for Han Ruoro, the 90,000-year soul bone in front of her is definitely comparable to a 100,000-year soul bone, and it is priceless. Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan were fine, and their expressions were relatively calm. After all, they are both well-informed. Huo Yuhao struck while the iron was hot. Sister Ruoro, the spirit ring and spirit bone produced by the same spirit beast can only exert the greatest effect when absorbed by the same person. You should absorb this spirit bone, Zhang. Lexuan looked at Huo Yuhao with eyes full of admiration. Facing a treasure of this level, he was still able to maintain his original intention. He was worthy of their trust and was worthy of being the successor that Master Mu valued. Then, she also spoke, "Ruoro, take it. I'll find a chance to integrate it when we return to the academy, Zhang." Lexuan's words have confirmed the ownership of this soul bone. Zhang Lexuan, Huo Yuhao, and Han Ruoro had jointly killed this jade water golden lion, and the soul bone belonged to the three of them. Since Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan had both given up, it was completely reasonable that the soul bone would eventually belong to Han Ruoro. Kamair, I have no objection. Looking at Han Ruoro, who was still in a daze, Huo Yuhao also teased, "Sister Ruoro, could it be that you have fused your left arm bone? If that's the case, it's such a pity." Han Ruoro shook her head, then took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yuhao, Lexuan, thank you so much." Seeing this harmonious scene, Kamair also smiled slightly. "Okay, this soul bone belongs to Ruoro. Let's leave the Xingdao Great Forest first." The three nodded. Huo Yuhao really had no interest in the soul bone. The main reason is that it doesn't suit him. It might not be as suitable as the left arm bone of the ice scorpion in the future. Moreover, as early as when Han Ruoro's 8th soul ring was successfully fused, the completion of her third task was a natural result. Achievement triggered. Achieve Han Ruoro's 8th soul ring achievement and receive the immobilization goo as a reward. Immobilization goo, a 4th level goo insect that can immobilize a soul master. The duration of immobilization depends on the difference in soul power. Evaluation, immobilization technique. Huo Yuhao always accepted all the poisonous insects rewarded by the system and used whatever he had, but he was indeed happy about the arrival of the immobilization goo. With the help of the previous 5-turn mind-controlling goo, Huo Yuhao can now switch to controlled type soul master with a wide variety of poisonous insects and his ever-changing spirit replicating soul skills. Huo Yuhao is now gradually developing into hexagonal warrior. Of course, He will not change the clear water field for the time being, although this soul skill cannot be perfectly replicated due to the age. It is indeed a good match when combined with Huo Yuhao's two domain skills. I just hope that as I get older, the spiritual reproduction will give me some surprises. On that day, the four of them rushed directly to the outskirts of the starred-out Great Forest at the fastest speed. They encountered several waves of soul beasts on the way, but had no danger along the way compared to when they entered the starred-out Great Forest. They left much faster. They only rested in the mixed zone for one night. In the end, it took less than a day for Huo Yuhao and his three companions to come out of the starred-out Great Forest after rushing all the way. After rushing out of the forest and seeing the vast plain, Huo Yuhao and his companions could not help but feel relaxed. Without the pressure of being attacked from the dark at any time, everyone relaxed. Unlike Wu Ming and his three companions who left early, Huo Yuhao and his three companions stayed in the starred-out Great Forest for nearly a week, and nearly half of that time was spent in the core area, which was rife with dangers now. After leaving the forest, the feeling of relaxation and refreshment made everyone's face full of relief. Even Vice President Kamair was no exception. Although we had good luck in this operation, it was not really smooth. Although all those who needed spirit rings successfully obtained spirit rings that suited them, Ruoro even obtained a very suitable spirit bone. But don't forget that in the end Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexun encountered an evil soul master. Han Ruoro was also sweating profusely when she later learned about what Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexun had encountered. If Yuhao hadn't acted decisively, he would have almost been unable to get out. Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro are both elites of the Shrek Inner Court and members of the Shrek Inner Court Supervisory Group. They are responsible for eradicating all evil soul masters in the world and maintaining order in the Douluo continent. Therefore, it can be said that the two of them are well aware of the dangers of evil soul masters. Moreover, Han Ruoro, who had been studying in the inner courtyard for many years, had also encountered evil soul masters when performing monitoring tasks. After witnessing the cruelty, viciousness, evil and terror of evil soul masters, she would not have any mercy on any evil soul master. All evil soul masters are enemies. Therefore, upon hearing Huo Yuhao's decisive action, Han Ruoro was grateful and praised him at the same time. Of course, the three evil soul masters who died also dropped gold coins with their deaths. Huo Yuhao seized 3 high-grade storage soul guides and some soul bones. Huo Yuhao naturally looked down upon these soul bones with messy properties and the highest quality of only 10,000 years, so he handed them all to the senior sister. He only had to wait for the subsequent distribution of gold soul coins. Kamair smiled and said, "Well, don't relax too much. Judging from the weather now, we should be able to get back to the academy before nightfall. Let's hurry on with our journey. It won't be too late to relax once we get to the academy." "Yes." The three nodded. Everyone drove very fast for the next section of the journey. Before dusk, they finally saw the familiar city and the familiar gate in front of the Shrek Gate. Kamair said goodbye to the 3 people and left in a hurry, probably to report Zhuanzi's news. "You're back, Han." Ruoro couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Naturally, she was the one who gained the most from this trip. Not only did she obtain a very suitable soul ring to officially advance to the Soul Douluo, but she also got such an excellent quality soul bonus for Huo Yuhao. Although his harvest was less than Han Ruoro's, he also got 3 extra high-level poisonous insects, which made up for some of his shortcomings. And leaving aside the poisonous insect, Huo Yuhao was also extremely satisfied with his 4th soul skill. The first 3 soul skills of his Spirit Eyes martial soul were basically based on control and assistance. With his 4th soul skill, spiritual reproduction, he would have more flexible means of attack in battle. The soul skill of the green water field alone was extremely suitable for his attack method. It was a safe bet. In response to Han Ruoro, Huo Yuhao said that he was used to it. Zhang Lexun smiled and said, "Go to bed early. It's time to relax." Indeed. Huo Yuhao agreed. The 3 of them walked side by side for a while and talked about holiday-related topics. Han Ruoro looked at Huo Yuhao and asked softly, "Yuhao, the holiday is less than halfway through. Do you have any ideas for the future?" For Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro, Shrek Academy is their home. With their age and strength, they could have graduated from the external school long ago, but the 2 of them had deep feelings for Shrek and had no power constraints behind them. So they chose to stay in school and officially join Shrek. They are not only part of the inner courtyard, but also serve as teaching assistants in the inner courtyard and also have holidays. When it comes to this, Huo Yuhao is indeed a little confused. Although it was a rare holiday, he really didn't seem to have any ideas. The technology tree of Douluo continent is obviously focused on soul guides, all of which serve soul masters. And there is actually very little related to entertainment. After hesitating for a moment, Huo Yuhao gave his answer, I think I should continue to practice. Zhang Lexun smiled and said, Yuhao, you should also practice in a relaxed and tense way. With your current soul power level and strength, there is no need to be so anxious. Li Zhuan is right. Your current strength has surpassed your peers, and you have even been admitted to the inner courtyard ahead of time. You don't have to worry about the outer courtyard assessment at all. At this point, Hongruoro's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. She recalled every little bit of her time in the external courtyard, the time she studied with Zhang Lexun, the freshman competition, running laps on the playground, the upgrade assessment, the Soul Master competition. It was during those days when time was tight that, under the urging of the teacher and the encouragement of their peers, everyone was busy cultivating soul power and improving their strength, wishing they could split their time into two halves. Then, Hongruoro nodded again seriously. Yuhao, don't push yourself too hard. Come to the library more often when you have time to relax. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao chuckled and said, that's right, he is not one of those people who are forced to practice hard in order to pass the entrance examination. Why would he keep practicing with his head down when he finally has a vacation? Then take this time to visit the far north. It's a pity that Mr. Yi's soul research topic is still at the initial stage, or in other words, he is still busy repairing his spiritual consciousness. Although Huo Yuhao obtained the gold of life, in order to completely purify the soul-devouring knife, his spiritual consciousness, which was already like a candle in the wind, also needed time to nurture. It's about this time that Mr. Yi will probably have time to do research. By that time, I could go out alone and provide Mr. Yi with some research materials without much inconvenience. Otherwise, if other people discovered him, they would think Huo Yuhao was an evil soul master. When they arrived at Poseidon Island, the three of them separated. Zhang Lexun was still busy with the finishing work, while Hongruoro wanted to absorb the soul bonus for Huo Yuhao. Of course, he went to the inner courtyard cafeteria to eat. He had been eating dry food for the whole week, and he missed the food in Shrek's inner courtyard cafeteria very much. Then he returned to the dormitory and continued practicing silent all night. The next day, Zhuanzi hurried back from the Xingdao Great Forest with an anxious look on his face. Shrek Academy Poseidon Pavilion. Zhuanzi asked anxiously, Mr. Mew, are Yuhao and the others back? After fighting with the Scarlet King, he did not get really angry. He just slipped away after satisfying his desire to fight. After that, he kept searching for Huo Yuhao and the other two in the starred out Great Forest. In the end, it was all in vain. One can only hope that they have returned safely. They returned yesterday afternoon, Mr. Mew replied calmly while lying in his rocking chair. That's good. After hearing the information that Huo Yuhao and the other two were safe, Zhuanzi also relaxed. Good, Mew. Lao's voice rose a few notches. Meyer, tell me, Zhuanzi, you have neglected your duties again and failed to take good care of the students. Tell me, why? At this moment, Zhuanzi was completely dumbfounded. I'm trying to find a silver earth beast that's suitable for Huo Yuhao, and finally, at this point, Zhuanzi's confidence was a little lacking. What happened in the end? Afterwards, Zhuanzi told the story of how he encountered the three-eyed golden lion and fought with the Red King, and said with some regret, if I had known earlier, I should have acted faster at the beginning, so that I might have been able to catch the auspicious beast. Hearing this, Mew Lao sighed. Yuhao probably hasn't gotten his spirit ring yet. I finally caught a 30,000-year-old silver beast and put it in the Colosseum. This soul-rubbing skill is really very suitable for spiritual attribute martial spirits. Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhuanzi quickly changed the subject and boasted about his soul-rubbing skills. You don't have to worry about that. Yuhao has already obtained the appropriate spirit ring. After finishing this topic, Mew Lao's expression was a little solemn. Zhuanzi, do you know that it is because of your departure that Yuhao and the others encountered 3 evil soul masters at the Soul Douluo level? What? 3 evil soul masters at the Soul Douluo level? When Zhuanzi heard this, he broke out in a sweat. Did Huo Yuhao and the others really return safely? Did something go wrong again? Why do you say again? End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Shrek Academy has 6 wins. Shrek Academy Poseidon Pavilion. There was no difference from the last meeting of Poseidon Pavilion, but the atmosphere was a bit more solemn. Mr. Mew, who was sitting in the first seat, was still lying on the recliner and his appearance could not be seen clearly. The leaders on both sides were Elder Lin and Elder Zhuan respectively, while the 14s and vice-deans of the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department still took the last seats. Mew Lao's voice sounded, "Everyone, this Sea God Pavilion meeting is about the matter of evil soul masters. Zuanzi, please tell us. Meyer, if there is anything missing, please add it later." "Yes, Mr. Mew." K. Meyer responded. Elder Zhuan also nodded, slowly stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Just yesterday, Zhang Lexuan, Huo Yuhao and Han Ruoro encountered a group of evil soul masters in the Xingdao Great Forest. And this group of evil soul masters is 3 Soul Douluo." At this moment, Elder Zhuan was no longer as careless as before, but was extremely serious. As someone who lived from the same era as Elder Mew and was also the deputy head of the Shrek Supervisory Group, he was well aware of the horror of evil soul masters. It can be said that the growth of every evil soul master means the tragic deaths of hundreds or even thousands of innocent lives. Moreover, the evil soul masters are strange and powerful, and they have all kinds of sinister and vicious moves. In every generation of Shrek Academy, there are inner court disciples and teachers who have died tragically at the hands of evil soul masters. When Master Zhuan said this, everyone was shocked. 3 contra? They are all evil soul masters? Question mark. With just these 3 people, they can easily destroy any second-rate sect that does not have a title Douluo in charge. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 such high-level evil spirit masters raised many questions. Where did they come from? Where did they grow up? Evil soul masters are not easy to deal with, because if they want to make progress they will definitely kill people wantonly, creating a bloody storm, and it is difficult for them to hide their tracks. This is also one of the methods commonly used by the Shrek Supervisory Group to determine the tracks of evil soul masters. Moreover, this is in Shrek's territory, and these 3 evil soul masters at the Soul Douluo level suddenly appeared without any warning. Do they really think that the Shrek Supervisory Group does nothing? Or is it that some force is deliberately helping the evil soul master hide his tracks? For a moment, the Poseidon Pavilion meeting suddenly fell silent. At this time, K. Meyer added, "To be precise, it is a Soul Douluo and 2 Soul Saints at level 80. They are 3 brothers, named Zhongli Dan, Zhongli Di, and Zhongli Ren. They came to the Xingdao Great Forest to obtain soul rings, although K. Meyer arrived late. It was easy to make this inference based on Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan's post-war reports." After a pause, K. Meyer continued, "Moreover, judging from the storage soul guides they left behind, these 3 evil soul masters are most likely not locals, but are from other countries, maybe. It is the Sun and Moon Empire." These words caused everyone to think a lot. Yan Xiaozi immediately looked at Elder Zhuan. "Elder Zhuan, since you have taken action, those 3 evil soul masters must have been left alive, right? Perhaps we can get some information from him." Hearing this, Elder Zhuan suddenly became embarrassed. "I didn't kill this group of evil soul masters. I happened to be away at that time because of something else. All I can say is that it's a good thing that Yuhao and the other 2 didn't encounter any accidents, otherwise, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life." The position of deputy head of the Shrek Supervisory Group is really hotly contested. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, K. Meyer shook her head and said, "It wasn't me who did it. Li Zhuan and the other 2 solved it themselves." Elder Zhuan blushed, and then added, "Anyway, Yuhao and the other 2 are safe and sound. Let's talk about the 3 evil soul masters now." "What?" Yan Xiaozi opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Is this true or false? And now he is also very scared. Why does Huo Yuhao always have to give him a big surprise every time he goes out? Huo Yuhao was so reckless that Yan Xiaozi was afraid that he might really get into an accident one day. It seems that I need to hint to Xiao to speed up the process. The ultimate ice cannot be left behind, but the spirit eyes are not a problem either. Afterwards, everyone returned to the topic of the evil soul master and made speculations about his origins, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. Since these 3 people have escaped near Shrek, we must definitely examine whether we have done our job well. Fortunately, Li Zhuan and her friends were quite strong and nothing happened to them. But if someone else had encountered this, the result might have been different. That's right, only dead evil soul masters are good evil soul masters. When facing an evil soul master, we must not underestimate the enemy. Any evil will be brought to justice. Finally, Mu Lao slowly stood up, his gentle eyes rarely revealed a cold look, and he concluded in a deep voice, "These evil soul masters are no longer something that ordinary members of the supervisory group can fight against. We must also treat them with caution. We must let the intelligence organization of Shrek Academy search for relevant intelligence. Yes, Mr. Mu, achievement. Triggered. Achieve the repairing divine consciousness achievement of Alex and receive the reward of billion thoughts goo. Comma, memory goo, rank 5 goo, wisdom, can better recall one's own memory information, can generate memories and thoughts. Comma, comment, memories come flooding back. Electrolux finally came online. He said with emotion, Yuhao, under the nourishment of the gold of life, my condition has improved. This ray of spiritual consciousness, which is like a candle in the wind, has been slightly strengthened, too. Translate, it means that Douluo has recovered from his long-term sleep to the point where he can communicate with Huo Yuhao from time to time. Electrolux smiled with relief. Although the recovery process is extremely slow, it is better than nothing. After this, I will be awake for longer periods of time, and I can pass on the knowledge in my mind to you bit by bit. Got it. The portable grandpa is online, so, Huo Yuhao asked, Master Yi, according to the rules of this continent, if a soul master wants to be powerful, he needs a soul ring. However, soul rings come from soul beasts. So, one day the fragile balance between humans and soul beasts will be broken. What should we do? Today, Huo Yuhao is already considering the path to becoming a god. First of all, leaving aside the inheritance of the gods, he cannot rely solely on the insect achievement system. Therefore, the only thing left is faith in becoming a god. Adhering to the idea of trying his best, Huo Yuhao planned to start from here. The soul system is a good stepping stone. Even if it cannot help him become a god on the end, it doesn't matter as long as this process helps his smooth growth. It's fine. An artificial spirit ring will do, Electrolux replied calmly. 2. Put it bluntly, the soul rings in your world are a kind of energy-gathering body. If my strength is still at its peak, I can directly rub the soul rings out with my hands. As for the soul skills of the soul rings, I can also use my spiritual consciousness to create the origins of different soul beasts. Huo Yuhao, there is one thing to say. Indeed, this should be the process for obtaining a God-given soul ring, but this method cannot be universal after all. Therefore, Huo Yuhao shared some of his insights about Douluo continent with Alex, and brought up the idea of soul spirits in the original work. Soul spirits are independent of soul rings and soul bones. They can replace soul rings, but they are absolutely different from soul rings. If Hogwa in the original novel could stay in Douluo continent and manage the spirit pagoda well, the subsequent development would definitely not be limited to this. This is called crossing the river by feeling. The way Alex pondered for a moment. Wisdom soul ring, God-given soul ring, soul contract, let me think about it. The reason why Huo Yuhao came to Shrek was that he also had the idea of laying eggs by borrowing chickens. It is not impossible to create a force that influences the entire continent from scratch, but Huo Yuhao definitely does not have the time to waste here. Therefore, it is very necessary to seek help from other forces in this process. Choose Shrek Academy to have 6 wins. First, Shrek City is located on the edge of the starred out Great Forest and at the junction of the original 3 Douluo kingdoms, and has a unique geographical advantage. Second, Shrek Academy is extremely famous and can be said to be the #1 martial spirit academy in Douluo continent, which is conducive to the implementation of subsequent plans. Third, Shrek Academy has a profound foundation, and it is a good place to lean on for shade. Fourth, Shrek has gathered a group of the most talented people in the entire continent, and Huo Yuhao can properly train his own team. Fifth, you can pretend to be friendly with the sea god for the time being. Sixth, it's just the system's task. This is Huo Yuhao's century-long plan. Although he is the saint body of the Xianshan body sect, who says that the master of the sea god pavilion cannot also be the master of the body sect? As long as the strength is sufficient, Huo Yuhao can arrange it properly. And now, the immediate goal is to develop more personal connections, whether it is Zhang Lexuan, who has always been trained as the next generation successor to the head of the Sea God Pavilion, or Ma Zia Ateo, who is being trained as the focus, or potential stocks like Zia Oxio who have a clean background and outstanding talents. Even Bei Bei and Tangyer may provide considerable help to Huo Yuhao in the future. Ko. No, Yuhao, it's been a while since we last met. You came to us on purpose this time. Have you changed your mind and want to join the Tang sect? The moment she saw Huo Yuhao, Tangyer almost blurted out, grilled fish. I'm sorry, senior sister Zia Hoya. I still don't have the idea of joining the sect, Huo Yuhao shook his head to refuse. Bibi also touched her forehead helplessly. Xiaoya, don't always ask others to do this. Humph, call me Teacher Xiaoya. Okay, Teacher Xiaoya. Looking at the banter between the two, Huo Yuhao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. How can they hug and play around in public? Afterwards, the three of them chatted for a while and the topic finally became serious. Senior Xiaoya, I wonder if you are confident about the entrance examination next semester. Huo Yuhao went straight to the point. Tang, your relationship, confident achievement mission, stagnant soul power. It sounds a bit abstract. It only took a few dinners for Tang Ya's favorability to rise from the third stage of best friend to the fourth stage of confidant. Tang Ya always arrives on time for every barbecue at Poseidon Island, bringing Bebe along. That is why, even if Huo Yuhao had not joined the Tang sect, the relationship between the three of them was relatively close. It can be said that Tang Ya's resistance to delicious food is almost zero. So, not long ago, Tang Ya's fourth mission was refreshed. Not surprisingly, beneath her carefree appearance, she has always been worried about the talent of the blue silver grass itself. In the original novel, after Tang Ya obtained her third soul ring, her soul power progressed more and more slowly over the past year, and she only reached level 33. Although she was successfully promoted to higher education in the end, she had no hope of graduating, and it was even more absurd for her to join the inner courtyard with Bebe. Tang Ya felt that she was getting further and further away from Bebe, and it was even more difficult to restore the sect. In the end, when Bebe went to participate in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition, she chose to activate her devouring talent and devour plants to absorb vitality, and her progress was rapid. But her martial soul also mutated into dark blue silver grass when Tang Ya was just born. Her parents already knew that there was another talent hidden in her body, the talent of devouring life. At the same time, this talent contained a huge evil aura. However, this devouring talent is hidden, and it will not appear unless you actively trigger it because of the emergence of the dark blue silver grass. And in order not to implicate Bebe, Tang Ya chose to drop out of school. When she was rebuilding the Tang sect, she was discovered by her former enemy, the Iron Blood sect, and was ostracized and suppressed. Thus, the once kind and sunny Tang Ya died. Hatred consumed her, the evil aura controlled her mind, and she began to crazily kill the disciples of the Iron Blood sect. And when she used the dark blue silver grass to kill and devour the vitality of the first Iron Blood sect disciple, she had truly and inevitably become an evil soul master. She was later rescued by the high-level leaders of the Holy Spirit sect, who arrived in time and became one of the two saints of the Holy Spirit sect. It is worth mentioning that another saint in the original work is also an acquaintance, Mazaya Ateo, whose evil fire was activated and whose martial soul mutated into a black phoenix. Of course, as Huo Yuhao's treatment progressed, the evil fire was no longer a big deal. It is a bit exaggerated that the tiny Shrek has gathered the two saint ladies of the Holy Spirit Church and a hidden Supreme Elder. Since the Phoenix Saint is gone, Huo Yuhao must of course stop the formation of the Blue Silver Saint. After all, Tang Ya was the first player to activate the achievement mission when Huo Yuhao first arrived. It was also to win over Bebe. After all, he is a kind person. You can also complete Tang Ya's fourth task at the same time. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? Seeing Huo Yuhao mention this, even Tang Ya, who is always optimistic and cheerful, couldn't help but hesitate at this moment. It should, perhaps, be possible, right? Although she has been practicing hard, her martial arts talent is not enough to replicate the miracles of her ancestors. Blue silver grass is just blue silver grass. After all, seeing Huo Yuhao's half smile, Tang Ya angrily said, "Little Yuhao, you are teasing me here. Don't think that you can be sure of being admitted to the inner courtyard. Don't underestimate the entrance examination. Damn it, Huo Yuhao, I'm sorry, but being admitted to the inner courtyard means you can do whatever you want." Bibi comforted her. Okay, Xiaoya, since Yuhao said this, he definitely wasn't teasing you on purpose. Who knows, he might have a solution. Really? Yuhao, do you really have a solution? Tang Ya was also overjoyed, and put her hands together and bowed. Help me, brother Yuhao, Bibi can do anything. Bei's face was filled with black lines, but he also looked at Huo Yuhao and pleaded, Yuhao, do you have any ideas? If you can solve the problem of cultivating the blue silver grass, I will be very grateful. I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. End of this chapter. Chapter 144. Bibi, you don't want to. According to my intelligence, not long after the start of the next semester, The Academy will hold a selection for the reserve team for the Continental Senior Academy Fighting Spirit Competition. Huo Yuhao directly made a revelation. If Senior Sister Xiaoya can pass this selection, not to mention the entrance examination, even entering the Shrek Inner Court is almost certain. After all, Huo Yuhao is now a member of the Inner Courtyard, and has basically reserved a place in the main team. Therefore, without him, the selection of the reserve team for next semester will not be that simple, as there will be many variables, especially Dai Huoban's martial soul fusion skill. Netherworld White Tiger, it really should not be underestimated. In a selection where those at most are soul sect level, the Netherworld White Tiger, which is led by a soul master of around level 37, is not so easy to be defeated. Huo Yuhao has already made arrangements in advance and has found some strong supporters for Wang Dong, Xiao and the others so that they can huddle together for warmth. They are Bibai, Su Sanchi, Jiang Nanan and He Tao. It's the configuration of the original novel, and they are all familiar faces. It was very simple to deal with K Tao. Huo Yuhao was currently temporarily studying soul guides with Fan Yu. Not only had he achieved the amazing result of a third-level soul guide, he had also established a good relationship with this wild soul guide and part-time genius food-type soul master. Su Sanchi was also easy. Just start with Bibai. With Su Sanchi and Bibai, Jiang Nanan was also stable. Therefore, the Shrek 6 monsters in the original novel have been initially formed, and the remaining vacancy cannot be given to an outsider. Fertilizer does not flow into outsiders' fields. Huo Yuhao planned to give it to his close friend, Tanya. Reserve team, you mean me? Tanya pointed at herself, her words full of disbelief. Let her pass the selection. Does she have the ability? The Continental Senior College Fighting Spirit Competition? It is indeed held next year, but Yuhao, with Xiaoya's current strength, it will be difficult for her to even participate in the selection, let alone pass the reserve team. Bibai shrugged helplessly and expressed his doubts. Tanya is now worried about the entrance examination. How can she possibly have the ability to pass the more difficult reserve team selection? Bibai, can you please hope for me to be better? Although she knew that Bibai was telling the truth, Tanya was still angry and quietly twisted Bibai's waist with her right hand. I finally found such a method. Even if it is difficult, I will try it. After saying that, Tanya clenched her fists, revealing a determined look in her eyes. Bibai, who was attacked suddenly, took a deep breath and said seriously, yes, we have to try it once or twice. It would be too unfair to Yuhao to say discouraging words at this time. It's burning up, Huo Yuhao said directly and ruthlessly. However, have you forgotten one thing? Even for the selection of the reserve team, the status of a core disciple is required. There is such a thing? Tanya screamed. Yes, there is also this matter. Bibai nodded. Tanya pursed her lips and looked at Huo Yuhao with resentment. Bibai also fell silent. Alright, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense, and we'll get straight to the point of today, which is the plan to train Tanya to obtain the status of a core disciple. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, then took out a leather bag that concealed the fluctuations of soul power from the storage soul guide and placed it on the table. This is the right leg bone of a 20,000-year-old human-faced demon spider that I accidentally found not long ago. I think it is very suitable for Senior Sister Xiaoya. As he spoke, Huo Yuhao untied it and took out the dark soul bone inside. The rich soul power fluctuations made the entire box seem to become sticky. The man-faced spider. As soon as she heard the key words, Tanya stood up from her chair, her shock evident in her eyes. 20,000-year soul bone. Beibei's eyes were fixed on the soul bone in Huo Yuhao's hand. It's not like he hadn't thought about finding a suitable soul bone for Tanya, but because soul bones suitable for her were so rare, and Tanya had a strong and independent character, in the end, nothing came of it. That's right. According to my analysis, this soul bone is very likely to solidify the devouring soul skill of the human-faced demon spider. It is very compatible with Sister Xiaoya. I will give it to you. Don't let me down, Huo Yuhao nodded seriously and then handed it to Tanya. Toolman Tanya, the fourth mission must yield a good reward. Swallow. Tanya couldn't help but murmur. She was somewhat tempted, but in the end she didn't take it. Her expression was a little gloomy. Yuhao, this is too precious. I can't accept it. And with my talent, it would be a waste of this soul bone. Bei continued to remain silent. He really wanted Tanya to accept the soul bone, but at the moment he didn't seem to be in the position to intervene. Huh? You don't want it? Huo Yuhao pretended to be angry and glared at Bebe, who was standing there dumbfounded. Senior Bebe, you don't want Senior Xiaoya to be unable to enter the inner courtyard, do you, Tanya, Bebe? No one knows more about soul bone fusion than me. Don't underestimate yourself. I have reason to say it's suitable for you. Huo Yuhao played the accordion and threw the soul bone in his hand to Tanya without waiting for the two to reply. He said in a tough tone, as an inner court disciple, I order you, Tanya, to fuse this soul bone for me. Do not object. But, Tanya took the soul bone and hesitated. Bebe was no longer silent and assisted. Xiaoya, since Yuhao said so, you should accept it. It will be good for all of us. This is not like the Xiaoya I know, right? We are all friends, and it is normal to help each other. If you really feel bad, you can repay me when you are able to do so in the future. Ho. Yuhao paused and continued, besides, we still have Bebe. If you can't pay it back, Sister Xiaoya, you can ask Bebe to help. Yuhao is right, I will take action. Bebe smiled like a dragon king and comforted Tanya. Xiaoya, you are not alone, I am here with you, Tang. Yu was no longer joking at this moment. Her eyes had a complicated expression. She then lowered her head silently. There seemed to be crystal liquid dripping behind her bangs. You say, if a soul master has the devouring attribute, can he still be considered a normal soul master? Finally, after the joint lobbying of the two, Tanya opened her heart as she narrated her story. It was revealed that Tanya had always hidden the talent of the blue silver grass to devour life. I have been suppressing the devouring talent of blue silver grass because I am afraid that one day I will completely degenerate and become an evil soul master that everyone hates. Although sometimes, I really want to give up and let the devouring talent develop. Tang. Yu showed helplessness and pain. Bebe comforted her firmly. Xiaoya, no matter what kind of talent your martial spirit possesses, I believe that you can make good use of it. So what if it's an evil martial spirit? From now on, if anyone dares to attack you, they must step over my corpse first. Bebe. Xiaoya. All of a sudden, he felt angry. Huo Yuhao felt that the two were about to open up to each other and express their feelings directly. Cough. Cough cough. Ho. Yuhao couldn't help but ruin the atmosphere. Why are you worried about this? If this is the definition of an evil soul master, then it would have been a mess a long time ago. Don't forget that the sea god 10,000 years ago also possessed an external soul bone called the 8 spider lance. During his growth period, he devoured many soul beasts with the 8 spider lance. Does this count as an evil soul master? Of course it counts. If it weren't for the awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor in the later period, Huo Yuhao believed that Bingqing Yuji would definitely stick to the devouring attribute all the way. There are no evil spirits, only evil spirit masters. As long as you hold on to kindness and justice in your heart, abide by your own principles, and don't let your spirit affect your rational judgment, you are a good spirit master. Ho. Yuhao directly quoted a famous saying and made a summary. It was just a devouring attribute, and the dark blue silver grass was not an extremely evil martial spirit. In other words, this type of martial spirit needed more guidance. Scorpion Tiger Douluo said, you said it very well, don't say it again. I didn't do anything bad, I just sucked a little blood. Why was I forced to become an evil soul master? All I can say is that this is Shrek's flexibility. For Shrek, the definition of an evil soul master is ambiguous. What? Devouring life force and soul force, evil soul master. Must be eradicated. What? This is my Shrek man, a top-level martial spirit. He must be protected. Really? Yuhao? Tang. You looked at Huo Yuhao, her heart filled with confusion and entanglement. Sister Xiaoya, you can rest assured. Besides, in Shrek, as long as you haven't fallen into true evil soul master, with Bebe and I protecting you, who would dare to attack you? Huo Yuhao felt a little helpless, but still made the promise. Tang is clearly an example of someone who needs to spend her entire life healing her childhood because Tang clan was harmed by the Iron Blood sect and its colluders when she was a child. Tang not only lost her parents, but also shouldered the arduous task of reviving Tang clan. It can only be said that although some hypocritical soul masters are not evil soul masters, what they do is no less than that of real evil soul masters. Anyway, just absorb this right leg bone. With it, you can completely control your devouring talent. Just develop it well. My personal suggestion is that you should absorb the life energy of the blue silver grass. Then, Huo Yuhao joked, there are many top-level light-attributed martial spirits in Shrek. If they knew about your existence, it would be difficult for you to fall. I will help you find a good teacher later. That's right. Huo Yuhao was planning to send another good disciple to Yan Xiao's with the example of Ma Ateo in front. I believe Yan Xiao's will never let go of such a good seedling. With his bright phoenix martial spirit as insurance, the safety is maximized. Besides, there is the relationship between Mu Lao and Bei Bei. Even if Tang Yu takes the wrong path, she will have the blue-silver emperor to back her up in the later stages. What is there to be afraid of? Show your aura as the blue-silver saint. Hearing this, Bibi also looked at the palm of his hand light attribute. Tang Yu smiled and wiped away her tears, then hugged Huo Yuhao's neck. Yuhao, thank you so much. Achievement triggered. Achieve Tang Ya's stagnant soul power achievement and receive the reward of numbness goo. Numbness goo, a 4th level goo worm. Once activated, once the opponent is hit, the whole body will be paralyzed and almost unable to move. The duration depends on the soul power level. Evaluation, I am now numb and no longer have the passion I once had. Achievement triggered. Achieve Bibi's Tangaya's heart knot achievement and receive the reward of Thunder Explosion Goo. Thunder Explosion Goo, a 3rd level goo worm that immediately flashes lightning and electricity after use, and can attack. Evaluation, it moves like thunder and the strings startle. Wow, buy one get one free, and I also completed Bibi's second task. Looking at Tang Yu, who was excited, Huo Yuhao was also cheering her on in his heart. Come on, girl. Huo Yuhao felt that he might be the first one on Tang Yu to complete all 6 tasks. By that time, he didn't know if there would be any extra rewards. After many twists and turns, I finally got the Tang Sex unique skills. Huo Yuhao looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, feeling a little helpless because Tang Yu accepted Huo Yuhao's 20,000-year soul bone. She felt that she had nothing to repay him for, so she made an exception and taught him the Tang Sex unique skills. Yuhao, the Tang Sex unique skills are really suitable for you. If you are unwilling to accept them, then I can only return this soul bone to you. You don't want me, Xiaoya, to become an evil soul master, right? Okay, I'll take it, although it is just a castrated version, it is still a good reference. Regarding the 5th level memory goo that he had obtained not long ago, Huo Yuhao could not wait to start experimenting as he finally got the wisdom goo that he had been longing for. Relying on the memory goo, Huo Yuhao reviewed his memories and was able to complete some complex operations with the produced memories. For example, hiding memories and modifying memories, calculating killing moves, practicing soul skills and combat skills, as well as planning and strategizing, and planning games. However, the effects of remembrance in the above 3 major directions weaken successively. After all, human power is limited and God's will is unpredictable. Remembrance itself is only the most suitable operation for memory. If it is used to do other things, it will be ineffective. Wisdom is, after all, only auxiliary. It tends to amplify the brain's computing power and thinking speed. Its main function is to calculate killing moves and deduce the known from the known. Moreover, the number of thoughts generated by remembrance is not infinite. It depends on one's own experience and cultivation level. Plus there's the issue of feeding. Although the 5th level poisonous insect can eat Huo Yuhao's soul power, it is difficult to feed it all at once, and special ingredients are mainly used. The ingredient of the 5th level memory goo is memory, but it would consume about a year's memory at a time. Who can stand it? So, Xianmeng volunteered and stepped forward, saying that her memory of sleeping could be used at will. Just 1 year's worth of memory, but I have nearly 1,000,000 years of memory here. Xianmeng patted his chest proudly. A 5th level remembrance goo can last for a year if fed once. Therefore, Huo Yuhao started the experiment with confidence and finally came to the above conclusion. To put it simply, in Douluo continent, in addition to its special attack and memory, the main function of memory is to accelerate Huo Yuhao's training in the areas of soul skills and killing moves. Because of this, Huo Yuhao successfully improved his previously crude killing moves, and his mastery of soul skills also reached a higher level. Moreover, the training of the martial arts skills to dominate the world has also begun. Huo Yuhao planned to figure out a spiritual combat technique suitable for his own practice. Of course, the most important task at present is still related to the soul. Relying on the Yimin Gu, Huo Yuhao also successfully recalled the settings of the nooks and crannies in his past life's memories. With the joint efforts of Yi Lao and Huo Yuhao, the soul contract makes its debut. Of course, I won't go into details about the soul beasts that sacrificed for the truth during the calculation process. I believe that the soul beasts in the far north are willing to die for the Snow Empress. That's right, now Huo Yuhao has come to the far north again. In fact, he had no idea about the soul of Zhu Di, But he couldn't resist Bingdi's constant requests, so he came over anyway. Now that he is here, he is ready to have a face-to-face conversation with Zhu Di. Hope she's still there. End of this chapter. Chapter 145, Ice Emperor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Soul contract. Let's call it that. This was a method that Huo Yuhao had guessed and thought about, and then he and Alex had initially perfected according to their research on the underlying logic and rules of Douluo continent. The soul beast's origin plays an important role in the production of soul rings, of course. During the research period, Xianmeng and Bingdi also cooperated to complete some speculative experiments. Xianmeng, in particular, as the first intelligent soul ring on the continent, coupled with a huge spiritual origin it bestowed on Huo Yuhao, can be said to have played a vital and important role in the creation of the soul contract Alex proposed. It is precisely because the soul beast's cultivation level improves and its original power increases that the soul beast will gradually comprehend more innate skills. Different bloodlines have different strengths of original power, which is one of the reasons why there is a clear gap in the strength of soul beasts after the death of a soul beast. The remaining essence condenses into a soul ring or forms soul bones according to the rules, which can be provided to the soul master for absorption and fusion to form soul skills. The reason why a 100,000-year soul beast is certain to drop soul bones, and the reason why a 100,000-year soul ring can give soul beasts 2 skills is precisely because the remaining original power after their death is extremely powerful. A soul contract is a contract between a living soul beast and a soul master, connecting them into a whole at the soul level, thereby preserving the soul beast's original power as completely as possible and providing it to the soul master to form a soul ring as for the means at the soul level. Alex is an expert in this field. As the holy god of the dead, he has a firm grasp of it. Soon, such an equal contract was worked out based on the experience of previous lives. Yes, it's the one in the original novel, a soul contract with many restrictions that was created to reconcile the conflicts between humans and soul beasts. The starting point was good, but unfortunately, due to the lack of technical capabilities and various external rules and constraints, as well as the subsequent founder's ascension to godhood, the entire soul system was full of unfinished regrets. Of course, it only took a few days for Alex and Huo Yuhao to initially perfect the soul contract, which was much inferior to the soul system in the later part of the original work at present. Due to the limitations of Huo Yuhao's cultivation level and actual operations, it can only work on those soul beasts over 100,000 years old that voluntarily sacrifice themselves. The main reason is the serious lack of experimental materials. They have been working behind closed doors and can only make inferences based on Huo Yuhao's previous experiences with Xianmeng and Bingdi. After all, only practice can bring true knowledge. Soul beasts are easy to find, but it is a very troublesome problem to directly contact their origin while they are still alive. For research in particular, ordinary soul beasts have low intelligence and are difficult to communicate with, which will add a lot of trouble and risks to the experiment. However, soul beasts with high intelligence and willing to communicate are basically at least 100,000 years old and are almost impossible to contact. Therefore, in the words of Alex, although the most difficult stage of creation has passed, the current soul contract is only a semi-finished product and needs to be gradually improved in the future. Huo Yuhao had the same idea in his imagination. The soul contract will eventually allow soul masters to develop a profession similar to that of beast tamers. After the contract, the soul beast can grow and progress together with the soul master, instead of having to abandon its physical body as in the original work. In short, the soul system still has a long way to go. Huo Yuhao also didn't plan to eat until he became a fat man all at once. For now it would be enough. The most urgent task is to improve your own strength. Yuhao, I'm going to start. As soon as he finished speaking, Alex's figure emerged from the void. He had gorgeous patterns on his golden robe, white hair and a long beard, and his vicissitudes of life were yet simple and profound. As Alex waved a staff in his hand, the spell began to become louder, and golden runes began to be outlined slowly and firmly in the sea of consciousness. While chanting, Huo Yuhao also raised his right hand, with his index finger vaguely floating in the air, and synchronously imitated Alex's movements. There was a hint of relief in Alex's eyes. His cheap apprentice's comprehension was extremely strong. Originally, Alex was planning to possess the old grandfather's body and help Huo Yuhao execute the first soul contract, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary. In the sea of spirit, Huo Yuhao's eyes turned into a brilliant golden color. A golden hexagram magic circle enveloped the man and the silkworm. The golden symbols drawn by his right hand floated towards the Xianmeng ice silkworm one after another. The originally turbulent sea of spirit gradually calmed down under his spell. Xianmeng, revealing her true form, slowly closed her eyes. As runes gradually fell on her body, soft mental power surrounded her, and her aura was undergoing wonderful changes bit by bit. Yan Meng's originally illusory body gradually became solid as it shrank, and the breath of life became stronger and stronger. Finally, as the last rune of Huo Yuhao's spell was successfully transformed, the contract was established. A white light suddenly flashed, and Xianmeng's body became the size of a palm, and his pair of golden eyes were filled with excitement. On its forehead, there was an additional purple gold mark, which looked like a vertical eye. It was the contract belonging to Huo Yuhao. Under the guidance of Master Yi, Huo Yuhao and Xianmeng formally signed a soul contract, and the first soul on the continent, Xianmeng Ice Silkworm, was born. Even Huo Yuhao was given a personal initiative achievement. Achieve the soul contract achievement and receive the reward of Power Multiplier Goo. Power Multiplier Goo, a 5th level goo worm, law-based, specializes in assisting other goo worms. It consumes extra soul power and can increase the effect of the assisted goo worm up to 5 times. Evaluation: this is our mind-blowing goo insect fusion technique. I can only say that the consumption of the power multiplying goo is very high, but it is definitely one of the best auxiliary goo worms. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao also signed a soul contract with Bingdi. Since her origin was also preserved exceptionally well, the process was also very smooth. Thus, the blood-red soul ring with 4 golden patterns turned into orange gold. Although the current soul contract is not so mature, the advantage of providing multiple soul rings still exists. Moreover, the soul power consumed by the soul master when using the soul skills provided by the soul will be much less than the soul skills provided by ordinary soul rings, and the strength will be more than twice as strong as before. However, although the Ice Emperor can provide multiple spirit rings after becoming a soul spirit, due to the characteristics of the Ice Soul Body Martial Soul, Huo Yuhao does not intend to directly absorb the spirit rings provided by the Ice Emperor. Huo Yuhao discovered that, perhaps because of the existence of the Ice Soul Body mimicry talent, the Ice Soul Body Martial Soul could actually continue to evolve. In other words, the current Ice Soul Body was not perfect enough. Therefore, the soul ring position of the second martial soul should not be wasted for the time being. If you really can't find a suitable soul ring in the future, that's another matter. If other people knew what Huo Yuhao was thinking, they would be so jealous that they would burst into pieces. This is the soul ring of a 400,000-year-old ferocious beast, orange gold. Are you still complaining about it? As for Tian Meng, due to some special reasons, he could only add 1 more spirit ring to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao planned to save it for the 7th spirit body. The true form of a martial spirit that is 1,000,000 years old is terrifying just to think about. After the 2 souls signed the contract, Bingdi also made some suggestions. Bingdi slowly said, "Yuhao, let's go to the far north. I think Zudi is about to reach her limit." Snow Emperor, Huo Yuhao was somewhat tempted. He remembered Ice Emperor's second mission, searching for Snow Emperor. This mission had indeed been delayed for nearly a year. Before. A year ago he was timid, but a year later he struck out with all his might. Compared with the person he was a year ago, Huo Yuhao now is a completely different person, especially in terms of strength and character. Huo Yuhao's normal strength has now reached the Soul Saint level, and relying on his powerful spiritual realm, he will have no problem protecting himself unless he encounters some titled Douluo level strongmen, especially with a combination of time and space soul skills and the blessing of the poisonous insect. Huo Yuhao's life-saving means were maximized. Even Zudi can't survive this time. Hearing this, even Tian Meng's tone sounded a little lonely. Of course you can, but will Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor agree with your idea? Huo Yuhao naturally knew that Ice Emperor wanted to bring her good sister Snow Emperor along to embark on the path to becoming a god, but would the result really be so smooth? Bingdi was silent, with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Indeed, just because she could agree, it didn't mean Zudi would agree as well. How could the pride of the Snow Queen commit herself to a human? She would rather die in the heavenly tribulation than choose to become a human spirit ring. At the time, it was because his time was really coming to an end, and he was also bound by Xianmeng's remains and threatened with self-destruction, and he also really saw Huo Yuhao's talent. Due to various factors, Bingdi agreed to lend the donkey down the hill. However, the Snow Emperor's 700,000-year deadline is approaching, and the Ice Emperor really doesn't want to see the Snow Emperor die like this. Yuhao, let's go to the far north. I will convince Zudi. Even if we fail in the end, Zudi will never hurt us for my sake. Bingdi promised solemnly, I won't put my safety in the hands of others. Just When Bingdi was feeling extremely disappointed, Huo Yuhao smiled calmly and changed the subject. But since it is your request, Bingdi, there is no harm in going to take a look. Hayote's information is clearly outdated if nothing unexpected happens. Snow Empress should now be using the 10,000-year-old Snow Lotus to rebuild into a human being. His trip to the far north was also to check on Snow Empress's situation, whether Zudi will repeat the fate of the original novel and be captured by the destined person during the transformation process is still an unknown. Huo Yuhao felt that this was a low probability event. After all, he had kidnapped the Ice Emperor a year in advance. It took a whole year for the child to be born, not to mention the beast to transform an existence of the level of Snow Empress, coupled with the special nature of Ice and Snow Girl. As long as she can transform into human form, even a titled Douluo would find it difficult to detect that Snow Empress is actually a transformed soul beast. Huo Yuhao believed that as the daughter of the far north who was born and raised, Zudi had good luck. Unless it was an obvious arrangement like in the original novel, she would never encounter a crisis so easily anyway. Let's go and take a look first. The far north, the core area. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the sky was filled with fierce winds. But these had no effect on Huo Yuhao at the moment. Moreover, relying on the light rainbow goo blessed by the power doubling goo, Huo Yuhao traveled at a very fast speed, even far exceeding some high-level flying soul guides. It feels so good to be back. The Ice Emperor revisited the old place with a somewhat emotional look on his face, but he soon returned to his calm state. He then said to Huo Yuhao, "Yuhao, I'm going to start contacting the Snow Emperor. You guys get ready." Afterwards, the Ice Emperor's true form appeared on Huo Yuhao's shoulder and, with the help of Huo Yuhao's mental power, transmitted a message. The Ice Emperor's whole body shook, and a green light burst out from his tail, dyeing the grayish-white clouds the same color, and continued to spread towards the deepest part of the far north. "Zudi, are you there?" "No." One answered. "Silence is the far north today." That's not right. Where is the Snow Girl? Her 700,000-year deadline hasn't come yet." After waiting for a long time, Ice Emperor also became confused. Huo Yuhao considered his words carefully. "Ice Empress? Is it possible that Snow Empress has successfully transformed into human?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Bingdi waved his hands and denied it flatly. "Yuhao, you may not know that we soul beasts only have the opportunity to choose to transform into humans when we face the first 100,000-year heavenly tribulation. If we give up this opportunity, we can only continue on the path of fierce beasts until the end. Furthermore, after reincarnating as a human, not only is the lifespan short, but there is also a great risk of being exposed before the seventh ring, so very few soul beasts do this. Only a few soul beasts with inferior bloodlines, who know that they have no hope of surviving the tribulation, will choose to transform into a human. Zudi has been cultivating for nearly 700,000 years, and she has long lost the opportunity to transform into a human. Indeed, from the perspective of universal rationality, what Bingdi said is very reasonable. Even Bian Meng agreed with this. "That's right. If I hadn't avoided the heavenly tribulation by chance, I would definitely have chosen the path of transformation and becoming a human." "Ice Emperor, you were able to become my spirit ring due to various coincidences. It is also very reasonable that Snow Emperor happened to obtain a rare treasure and was able to take the path of transformation again." "Right." Huo Yuhao smiled and spoke directly. Bingdi fell into a brief silence, and then retorted, "No. Based on my understanding of Zudi, how could she transform into a human with her pride? And, moreover, if the Snow Queen obtained a treasure like the 10,000 years mysterious Ice Marrow, there was no way that the Ice Queen would not know about it. It is because of pride that Zudi was able to transform into a human. After all, she knew that she had no hope of breaking through the limit, and the only way to become a human was to have a slim chance of becoming a god. Therefore, if she had the opportunity to transform into a human, Zudi would definitely not give up easily." Huo Yuhao paused for a moment and continued, "Anyway, Ice Emperor, we can go ask other soul beasts in the far north. Maybe someone knows the whereabouts of Snow Emperor." "Alright, if it was the Ice Bear King's Bay, he would definitely know the current movements of the Snow Emperor." End of this chapter. Chapter 146. Snow Emperor, there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. The far north, the inner circle high in the sky where strong winds are raging, there is a dazzling dark green aurora sky, constantly flashing beautiful and brilliant light. This is the unique polar night environment in the core area of the far north. If you ignore the extreme climate here, It is still a beautiful paradise on Earth, but the horror of the core circle of the far north is not only the harsh environment under the blizzard, but more because of the overall strength of the soul beasts living here. Due to the harsh environment and the single attributes of soul beasts, this place is sparsely populated and not many soul masters want to go deep into the far north to hunt soul beasts. Therefore, as long as the soul beast race in the far north is strong, they can basically cultivate to 100,000 years successfully. 10,000-year soul beasts are everywhere. 30,000-year soul beasts are no better than dogs. 50 or 70,000-year soul beasts can barely shake, and only 100,000-year soul beasts are the real overlords. It can be said that the danger level of the core circle of the far north is far greater than that of the core area of the starred out Great Forest. Like the Great Dangerous Land, it is one of the forbidden areas for human soul masters. Going deep into the core circle of the dangerous far north, Huo Yuhao saw a large number of soul beasts that were more than 50,000 years old, and there were even some that were 100,000 years old. Huo Yuhao naturally has no intention of hunting a 100,000-year soul beast at the moment. In addition to the reason of preferring to have nothing rather than something less than what is good enough, it is also because his current physical fitness is not high enough because of the living beings watching carving knife. Huo Yuhao's physical fitness was further improved. So after absorbing the fourth soul ring, he also used Cheyenne Meng's spiritual origin to increase the age of Ling Mao's soul ring again. Platinum, black, black, black. It has been more than 50,000 years. Although Cheyenne Meng's spiritual power was limited, it was more than enough to upgrade all 10 spirit rings to 100,000 years, so Huo Yuhao used them without any regrets. Moreover, after breaking through the small threshold of 50,000 years, Huo Yuhao's several major soul skills were also slightly improved as he wished. Leaving aside the Cheyenne Meng 4-piece set in simulation, it is basically the same as before, but because of Huo Yuhao's development, there are some more detailed and complex operations. The teleportation distance of the third soul skill, space movement, has been increased from 30 meters to 50 meters. And the additional soul power consumed for continuous use has been further reduced. As for the spirit replication, a soul skill that had just been acquired and had not yet been warmed up to, some changes had also occurred originally. After solidifying the green water field soul skill, the spiritual reproduction could no longer be copied. After its lifespan was increased to 50,000 years, in addition to the original reproduction position, permanent solidification position, Huo Yuhao had an additional storage position, temporary copying position. In other words, even if Huo Yuhao now possesses a solidified green water field, he can still make a copy of it and store it for a short period of time, up to 1 day. Epic enhancement. This is really ever-changing. It can be said that the current spiritual reproduction has played the effect of an alternative 100,000-year soul skill, 2 skills in 1 ring. However, the restrictions on temporary rubbings are the same as before. They can only be used 3 times a day. The soul skills copied will disappear after being released once. After the storage time of 1 day is reached, the temporary soul skills in the storage position will also disappear. Yuhao, we found a local bear. Do you want to catch it and interrogate it? Tian Meng lay on Huo Yuhao's right shoulder, with a faint golden light flickering in her small eyes, and she looked eager to try. After integrating the remains with the identity of a soul, Tian Meng also achieved the operations in the original work and became a soul with stronger autonomy. She can materialize Ling Mao's first soul ring, forming a special life reflection shield, based on Cheyenne Meng's vitality and Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea as the framework, which can rebound physical and mental attacks. Then let Ice Emperor ask, Huo Yuhao replied. In his perception, he had already discovered strong fluctuations of life. It was a sturdy Arctic ice bear, with a huge body, nearly 10 meters tall when standing upright. It had thick fur, extremely amazing strength, and strong explosive power. Its short-distance running speed was comparable to that of agile attack spirit beasts. In this Arctic ice field, it was also in existence at the top of the food chain. The Arctic ice bear in this far north is like the dark gold terror claw bear in the starred-out Great Forest. The 1,000-year-old Arctic ice bear is comparable to the ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast. Although it cannot be compared with the dark gold terror claw bear in terms of combat power, few soul beasts dare to provoke them at this moment. This 10,000-year-old Arctic ice bear was running towards Huo Yuhao at an astonishing speed. With its keen sense of smell, it could smell the scent of other creatures even if they were more than 10 kilometers away. It was obvious that although he had used the simulated soul skill to hide his aura, as the distance shortened, his presence was discovered by the opponent. Huo Yuhao naturally did not run, but instead approached the Arctic ice bear. The bear paws of the Arctic icefield bear are the best tasting of all bear paws. Because they live in this northern land, under the constant refinement of the cold, their bear paws are extremely plump and not only taste great, but are also a great tonic for soul masters. However, due to the strength of the Arctic ice bear itself, few people dare to attack them. They live in the core circle of the Arctic, and their appetite is not enough to make soul masters come to die. Therefore, the bear paws of the Arctic ice bear are extremely expensive in any country on the mainland. It's a pity that because of the presence of his acquaintance, the Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao, couldn't plan to attack it. After all, the 10,000-year-old Arctic ice bear is considered the main fighting force of the soul beasts in the Arctic. Roar, seeing that Huo Yuhao was advancing instead of retreating, the ice bear felt that his dignity was being defied. He roared angrily and rushed towards Huo Yuhao with his mighty body. His huge body suddenly stood up, and he slapped him on the head with his huge palms. Huo Yuhao could clearly feel that when the ice bear exerted its strength, its thick fur was suddenly infused with strong soul power, and each hair became as sharp as a needle. This was its best defense. Similar to the dark gold deer or claw bear, this ice bear is a soul beast that focuses on strength, but it lacks the dark gold deer or claw bear's powerful claws. Huo Yuhao flashed and grabbed the ice bear's right palm with both hands, and suddenly exerted force. The ice bear's huge body was thrown up by Huo Yuhao on the spot and hit heavily on the ice, making a loud bang. Bingdi, stop watching the show. If you don't take action, I will really eat the bear's paw. Huo Yuhao clapped his hands up and down and reminded. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor also appeared on Huo Yuhao's left shoulder, and then his aura suddenly burst out, and his unparalleled might instantly bloomed. The enormous pressure of a 100,000-year-old soul beast fell on the still dizzy ice bear. The ice bear's crazy momentum disappeared in an instant. At the same time, it growled and crawled backwards, looking a little funny. Then, a green light flashed in Bingdi's eyes, and a strange voice began to come from her mouth. This voice had a somewhat captivating flavor and was obviously the language of animals. Soon, Ice Emperor finished asking questions and expelled Ice Bear. Yuhao, this ice bear told me that the Snow Queen announced to everyone exactly 1 month ago and designated a successor, letting the Titan Snow Demon King succeed as the Lord of the Arctic Icefield. Then the Snow Queen disappeared with the Ice Bear King. Having said that, Bingdi's mood also became heavy. Is it possible that Zudi is planning to face the 700,000-year deadline in advance? Or is it that, as Yuhao said, Zudi is on the path to rebuilding herself into an adult? Huo Yuhao touched his chin and listened to what Ice Emperor said. Why did Snow Emperor look like he was entrusting his son to the care of others in Beatty City? And, it was a month ago? So, with the protection of the Ice Bear King, Snow Queen should have succeeded in her transformation into a human being, right? Huo Yuhao had read in the library of Shrek's inner courtyard that if a 100,000-year-old soul beast wanted to rebuild into a human, it had to make all preparations in advance, which would take no more than a month, and at least 1 day would be enough. It seems that without malicious interference, Zudi's reconstruction is going quite smoothly. It seems that Snow Queen is preparing to rebuild. Ice Queen, can you contact the Ice Bear King? Huo Yuhao asked. I can only notify it unilaterally. Bingdi shook his head. How about we go to the areas that are likely to produce natural treasures? With the Snow Queen's cultivation of nearly 700,000 years, it's not easy for her to rebuild into a human being. Tianmeng suggested. So, after the three of them discussed it, they decided to look for it in this core circle. The first to be affected is naturally the Snow-Capped Peak area, which is very likely to give birth to spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. A month ago thousands of beasts were running wildly, and the huge tide of beasts gathered together at an astonishing speed, gradually forming a circle with a diameter of 2 kilometers. The thickness of this circle is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of soul beasts is also increasing. Most of the soul beasts on the Arctic icefield are white, and are not very conspicuous among the surrounding snow. Only some soul beasts with particularly large bodies are very conspicuous. In the very center of the circular animal circle was a kilometer-long stretch of blank snow. There lived a human-looking girl of about 17 or 18 years old, with long white hair that fell from her head to her feet. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and clear, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her slender body was flawless. Although the white dress had no decoration at all, it made her look so noble and stunning, like a plum blossom in the snow, unique and proud against the snow and frost. The ruler of the far north, the Snow Queen. Not far in front of Zudi, there was a white bear as tall as a small mountain crawling, and there was a giant soul beast as tall as a hill sitting. They are the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King. They are ferocious beasts that are more than 200,000 years old and are already at the top of the food chain here. However, they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Snow Empress and obeyed her completely, and the same was true for other soul beasts. Zudi just stood there quietly with a cold look. No soul beast present dared to stand as proudly as she did. All beasts worship and stand in awe. It is the Snow Empress who guards this paradise of the far north. Her existence makes all the soul beasts in the far north submit to her, and no one dares to offend her majesty. The only thing that can decide and dominate everything is the cold voice of the snow girl on the endless snowfield. Only the majestic voice of the Snow Emperor was slowly echoing. I have called you all here for two main reasons. First, I want to announce to you that after this meeting, I will enter another level of seclusion. I don't know what the final result will be, so I am saying goodbye to you all. It is very likely that this will be the last time I meet you all. Second, I want to determine my successor. As soon as these words were spoken, the soul beasts were in an uproar. For them, Snow Emperor is the patron saint of the entire Arctic ice field. Without God, can the Arctic ice field still be the original Arctic ice field? Zudi slowly raised his right hand and made a light pressing motion. Suddenly, the loud and noisy sounds of all the beasts stopped instantly, and everything returned to silence. Zudi's calm voice sounded, "From this moment on, I will inherit my position and become the lord of the Arctic ice field. You must respect him as you respect me, obey his orders, and assist him in maintaining peace in the Arctic ice field." Even the Titan Snow Demon King himself widened his eyes in surprise and looked at the Snow Empress, almost thinking that she was wrong. Zudi nodded to him, confirming his meaning. "Snow Emperor, you." The voice of the Titan Snow Demon King was trembling a little, but it was not excitement, but sadness. Only when they reached the level of fierce beasts, they knew what Zudi's arrangement meant. This meant that she had no confidence in breaking through the bottleneck next time. As for the Ice Emperor, there is no trace of him until now. I am afraid that he has fallen before the Snow Emperor in the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Otherwise, given the relationship between the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, it is impossible for the Snow Emperor to pass the throne to him. A faint smile flashed across Zudi's face. "Atai, in my heart, you have long been my successor. You must remember that even if I am gone, the Arctic ice field will still be the Arctic ice field. You must treat all ethnic groups well and uphold my aspirations. Only when our Arctic ice field is united enough will we not be invaded and bullied by foreign enemies." "Yes, yes." Big drops of tears rolled down the eyes of the Titan Snow Demon King, condensed into ice crystals and fell directly. It had always been very devoted to Zudi, but when it thought that Zudi might be coming to the end of his life, it felt sad for a moment. "All the people of the ice field, remember that my departure does not mean death. If I fail in seclusion, that's fine. But if I succeed, even Emperor Yan will never be able to surpass me. Regardless of success or failure, my soul is in the far north, and I will always protect you. Anyone who violates the rules of the Arctic ice field will be my enemy." Roar! All the soul beasts in the Arctic ice field were screaming hysterically, expressing their inner emotions at the moment. The Titan Snow Demon King stood up, took a few steps back, then knelt on his knees in front of the Snow Emperor and bowed to her sincerely. His huge body was actually shaking all the time. "Snow Emperor, I believe you will come back. No matter when, you are the only master of the Arctic ice field. When you are not here, I am willing to guard this place for you. I will wait for you to come back." At this point, the Titan Snow Demon King burst into tears. Seeing his expression, Zudi couldn't help but be slightly moved. "Okay, if my breakthrough is successful, then I will definitely come back to see you. Maybe it won't take too long." After explaining the precautions again, the Snow Queen floated up and left with the Ice Bear King. After arranging the Ice Bear King to guard the periphery of the Snow Peak, the Snow Emperor went deep into the snow peaks and came to a Snow Mountain Lotus Pond with restrictions. Looking at the 100,000-year-old Snow Lotus nurtured within, 2 lines of crystal tears slid down Snow Queen's cheeks and turned into solid ice beads before hitting the ground. "Binger, it's all my fault for not coming to see you earlier." As Bingdi's best friend, she came out of seclusion some time ago. In order to find Bingdi's whereabouts, she can be said to have used all her means, but it still doesn't help. The Ice Queen seemed to have evaporated from the far north. Even her tribesmen didn't know her whereabouts. It seemed that she had turned into dust in the most recent catastrophe. Originally, Snow Queen had lost all hope for the upcoming 700,000-year catastrophe, and wanted to help Ice Queen survive the 400,000-year catastrophe before bidding farewell to her completely. However, she never expected that her best sister and biggest bond, Bingdi, had passed away before her. I have lost my sister forever, and I look around, in ruins. Fortunately, under the blow of the Ice Emperor's disappearance and facing the danger of death, when she was most desperate, she encountered this snow lotus with a cultivation history of 100,000 years with the help of the power of the snow lotus. And as a guide, the Snow Emperor was confident that he could seal his own origin and transform into a human, breaking the inherent common sense that soul beasts can only transform into humans when they break through a 100,000 years of cultivation. She just transformed herself into a human, and even if her cultivation reached the ultimate Douluo, her lifespan would only be 300 to 500 years. She knew that her fate with the far north had ended. The Lord of the Arctic Ice Field is no longer suitable for her, and Zudi can only try his best for that illusory chance of becoming a god. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 147. Finish this job. At the foot of a snowy mountain somewhere in the far north, the cone-shaped purple light curtain blocked the invasion of wind and snow. Two figures were sitting cross-legged on the ground, discussing the next course of action. One of the men, who was as strong as a mountain, bumped his shoulder against the thinner middle-aged man next to him, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. Su Guanzhang, the great opportunity you are talking about is not that stupid bear, right? Su Guanzhang glanced at him and said coldly, Huo Yuhao, are you stupid? With our strength, are we going to go over and feed it? Although that big guy is not the three kings of the far north as reported by the intelligence, in my opinion, the strength of that stupid bear is definitely not inferior to the three kings of the far north. There are three kings of the far north. Doesn't that make sense? HMPH. This won't work, and that won't work either. So what are we here for? Are we here to travel to the far north? Huo Yuhao stood up and questioned, his bulging muscles exuding an extremely ferocious aura. Be patient and take it easy. We have already been waiting for a month. A little more time won't hurt. Su Guanzhang also stood up. The tall and thin man patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder and continued, you know, our family's gift of prayer sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Who knows if we will hit the jackpot this time? Damn, if I had known I wouldn't have come here with you. You've wasted so much of my time. Huo Yuhao spat, feeling a little regretful. In other words, he shouldn't have accepted Su Guanzhang's commission. This time the two of them went deep into the far north, mainly to find a suitable ninth soul ring for Su Guanzhang, one that lasts 10,000 years. Although this guy is an 8th level soul engineer, he's thankful that he can break through to the title Douluo by taking drugs, not to mention absorbing 100,000-year soul ring, which is simply a dream. As if he could see Huo Yuhao's contempt, Su Guanzhang rolled his eyes and said, even if you don't believe in my unreliable martial arts talent, you should believe in the judgment and vision of a 9th level soul mentor. You will never suffer any loss. Believe me. Huo Yuhao was also unceremonious, cursing, you are a 9th level soul guide? Aren't you an 8th level soul guide? And you only have a 9th level soul guide device, the god-conferring platform. What's the use of it? I am already a title Douluo. Wouldn't it be easy for me to break through to the 9th level soul master? You have to think it through. If you do this, you will gain the friendship of the first 9th level soul master of the 3 future empires. I just want to ask you whether it is worth it. Haha, then the future 9th level soul engineer has to work hard. As your uncle, I will just reluctantly trust you again. Huo Yuhao said perfunctorily. Although he was not a soul engineer, Huo Yuhao had a certain understanding of how difficult it was to break through to the 9th level soul engineer. After all, he was his junior, and he was too lazy to continue refutation of this shameless guy. Not long ago, after Su Guanzhang absorbed the 9th soul ring, he directly settled down in the snowy peak area and even gave a plausible reason. What is it said? It is the guidance of martial spirit and a great opportunity. This is the intuition that comes after breaking through to the title Douluo. It is the only chance in this life. As a native title Douluo of the Xingluo Empire, Huo Yuhao knew that the Xingwen family possessed a special gift of prayer that could be used to hunt for treasures. But for a soul master of his level, the 1,000-year soul bones obtained from treasure hunting are actually of no use. However, under Su Guanzhang's constant deception, Huo Yuhao just took the attitude of since he was already here, he would continue to suffer in this remote place, waiting for the great opportunity that Su Guanzhang mentioned. And this wait lasted for a month. During the period, they also encountered a 100,000-year-old Arctic ice bear. If they hadn't run fast, They would have almost been killed, perhaps, seeing that Huo Yuhao was clearly showing signs of going on strike. Su Guanzhang pointed to a snow-capped mountain 1,000 meters away and spoke again. According to the patrol route of the Big Ice Bear, I have analyzed the territory it is guarding, which is the lotus pond and the snow-capped mountain in front. Are there any good things there? Huo Yuhao said lazily as he lay on the cold snow. Based on the analysis of the soul guide's aura, there must be an ice snow lotus that is tens of thousands of years old. Su Guanzhang dropped a bombshell. Is this the treasure you discovered? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have taken you to rob it. Seeing Huo Yuhao rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to do it, Su Guanzhang quickly stopped him and angrily said, "You idiot, is your brain full of muscles? Besides, it's too late now. The aura of the snow lotus has long disappeared." Huo Yuhao looked at him unkindly. "Why didn't you tell me earlier, kid? Such a rare 1,000-year-old snow lotus is gone just like that?" Su Guanzhang shook his head and explained, "At first, I also thought that the tens of thousands of years old snow lotus was the treasure I sensed, but later, I found that this opportunity might be much greater than I imagined. Speak human words and stop keeping us in suspense." After all the ups and downs, Huo Yuhao has been stretched to the limit. This junior has no respect for himself at all. Do you really think that you will become powerful once you break through to the title Douluo? People used to call him Uncle Huo, but now they call him by his name and almost scold him. It was thanks to Huo Yuhao that he went deep into the core area and found him a suitable 70,000-year soul beast. If the venue is not unsuitable, Huo Yuhao really wanted to teach Su Guanzhang what the pressure from elders was. Su Guanzhang remained calm and said in a deep voice, "Do you know how 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms? I guess this lotus pond is the place chosen by the 100,000-year-old ice bear for its offspring to transform. It must be a soul beast of at least 100,000-year-old, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, transforming into a new form and rebuilding itself." Huo Yuhao's eyes widened. Su Guanzhang's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness, and he laughed. "It is recorded in our family's classics that the ice snow lotus that is more than 10,000 years old can help a 100,000-year soul beast to successfully rebuild into a human. Now we just need to wait patiently, and when the time comes, we can catch the 100,000-year soul beast when it transforms." Afterwards, Su Guanzhang also sighed. "It's a pity that both of our spirit rings are full. However, if we sell the 100,000-year spirit beast to the Xingluo royal family, along with a conferred god platform, it will be worth at least hundreds of millions of gold spirit coins." Huo Yuhao also became excited. "A 100,000-year soul beast embryo will definitely provide a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. It can be said that there is no such thing before and there will be no such thing after. Good boy, I was wrong about you." Su Guanzhang smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Huo, I'll take 60% and you 40%. Then we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives." Hearing this, even the usually reckless Huo Yuhao felt something was wrong and hesitated. "This, isn't 40% a bit too much for me?" "That's what you deserve, Uncle Huo. I need you to lure away that stupid bear, so that I can have the chance to get close to that snow mountain and use the conferred god platform." Su Guanzhang revealed his true intentions. "Me? Go and lure that ice bear away? Can I really do it?" Huo Yuhao widened his eyes, pointed at himself, and looked surprised. "Scared?" Su Guanzhang shook his head. "Uncle Huo, the core area of the far north is extremely cold, and we have been enduring it for more than a month. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Now that the opportunity to change your fate is right in front of you, are you willing to give up? Opportunities are rare, and now I can only rely on you, Uncle Huo. After all, I am the only one who knows how to operate the conferred god platform." Su Guanzhang coaxed him. "This is hundreds of millions of gold soul coins, a huge fortune. After completing this job, you will have wealth and glory, and you won't have to worry about your life. Okay. I'll trust you once, and I'll go all out." Money is a powerful thing, and under Su Guanzhang's highly inflammatory words, Huo Yuhao finally made up his mind to do this last job. So, the two of them hid in this 8th-level soul guide protective shield again, waiting for the right opportunity. Boom! Just as Huo Yuhao arrived at the snow peak area, a terrifying aura spread out, accompanied by howling winds and endless cold snow falling. A dazzling white light shone, and it was seen that a corner of the ice cloud that had lasted for thousands of years in the sky of the core area of the far north had collapsed. The quiet moonlight was revealed, reflecting the light, and the already extremely low temperature dropped again. Although this terrifying aura only lasted for less than a few seconds, Ice Emperor instantly sensed the breath of Snow Emperor. This is Huo Yuhao. It's really the Snow Emperor. The Snow Girl has really embarked on the path of transformation into a human. For a moment, the Ice Emperor was a little absent-minded originally. She wanted to get her good sisters to join the god-making plan and follow Yuhao's footsteps to win easily, but now it seems that there may be no chance anymore for them. Soul beasts, although transforming into a human and starting over is a path to becoming a god, it is basically a sure death. Tian Meng also sighed and said, I didn't expect that the three of us are all troubled by this. Is this the fate of soul beasts? What a pity. If we can get the help of the Snow Queen, our chances of becoming gods and achieving eternal life will increase dramatically again. Don't sigh, I have a bad feeling. Huo Yuhao took the two souls back into his body, and then headed straight for the snow-capped peak Lotus Pond at full speed. 3-turn light rainbow goo plus 5-turn power multiplying goo, 4 times the speed. In just a moment, Huo Yuhao's flying speed had soared to an extreme speed, and he instantly reached the level of tidal Douluo. He flew at lightning speed and even emitted bursts of sonic booms as Huo Yuhao approached quickly. Bingdi and Xian Meng, who shared the spiritual detection, also realized the crisis of the situation. The Ice Bear King who was protecting the Snow Queen had actually been held back by a tidal Douluo. Another soul master with an equally strong aura, also carrying a stealth-type soul guide, was getting closer and closer to the place where Zudi transformed. They are actually 2 tidal Douluo. The core area of the far north, which has always been sparsely populated, actually attracted the visit of 3 soul masters today. It is simply outrageous. Bingdi's expression suddenly turned ugly. At the critical moment when Zudi was rebuilding, there was actually a human spirit master hiding in the dark? Or a tidal Douluo? Oh my god, how did those 2 guys manage to get here so accurately? Tian Meng was also confused. No matter how powerful a soul beast is, once it is reborn, it will abandon its cultivation and transform into a human child to grow up again. Although the Snow Queen's situation is special, as a 700,000-year-old beast, she has a 100,000-year-old snow lotus that allows her to be reborn, but she still needs to seal her origin, and still cannot change the result of the dissipation of her cultivation before her transformation. With Snow Empress's strength, she could definitely control the 2 tidal Douluo easily in the early stages of the transformation phase. The Snow Queen also had some means of attack, and with the protection of the Ice Bear King, it could be said that she was basically foolproof. But at this most critical embryonic period, the final step before the successful transformation, the 2 tidal Douluo caught Snow Empress at her weakest moment. At this moment, the Snow Queen has almost no means of attack left, and the only way to end her life together is to detonate the power of origin. Listening to the conversation between Bingdi and Xian Meng in the Sea of Spirit, Huo Yuhao also reminded them, not only that, the soul guide in the hands of the soul master approaching the Snow Queen is a level 9 conferred god platform, a ceiling type of soul guide. If the Snow Queen is not careful, she will definitely be caught by this person. What? Xian Meng and Bingdi were both shocked. Is there such a coincidence? The 4 walls of this conferred god platform are inlaid with more than 100 gems carved from rare metals, which are exactly the same ones that were used to capture the Snow Emperor's embryo in the original novel. Even though Huo Yuhao took the Ice Empress away in advance, and the Ice Bear King was guarding her, it seemed that the Snow Empress still could not escape her predetermined fate. As Su Guanzheng, with a ferocious look on his face, got closer, the white airflow-like embryo formed by Zudi slowly fell into the Lotus Pond. With no awareness of the impending danger when it was about to reach the attack range, Huo Yuhao gradually stopped urging the insect, and used the simulated soul skills to hide his body, continuously squeezing the 3rd-level Xianyun Baolian. Sure enough, the 3rd-level Xianyun Baolian is gradually failing to keep up with my current self. Huo Yuhao sighed and began to accumulate strength silently. He once used a combination of the power doubling goo and the Xianyun treasure lotus, but even with the lowest power doubling increase of 1, it was still a negative return. Zhu D should be fine, right? Tian Meng asked weakly. Yuhao, I believe in your judgment. Bingdi did not hesitate at all. Although Xian Meng and Bingdi were both anxious about Zudi's crisis, they were powerless. After all, they had both become Huo Yuhao's souls at this moment. The Ice Emperor had no intention of urging Huo Yuhao trust. She is now in the shape of Huo Yuhao and can't do anything rash. Don't worry, I'm here, it's safe. Huo Yuhao did not let the 2 people down with a home advantage and a sneak attack. This titled Douluo who just came up with drugs and whose main job is soul mentor, can't he be defeated on the spot? Although, if you wait until the opponent activates the conferred God platform before attacking, you can gain a new soul without any effort. However, Huo Yuhao had no such plan. Even without the Snow Emperor's soul, he can still become a god. Moreover, the Eye of Life in the second sea of consciousness was also vaguely telling him that taking direct action would be the best outcome. Huo Yuhao chose to follow his inner choice. The first to be affected is the 5th level mind controlling goo. Killer move, Soul Blast, activated. The second sea of consciousness sensing the impending encounter outside, Electrolux had no intention of taking action with the help of that strange poisonous insect. It was easy to deal with this soul master with a weak soul, but the gray bead rolled quietly. This little guy Yuhao actually still has a trace of the power of destiny, but why are there 3 repelling forces mixed in this force of destiny? When did they get infected? One of the forces was more familiar to Alex. It was the power of the insect, but the other 2 were relatively unfamiliar to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 148 Snow Emperor Rescue Plan. Su Guanzhang passed away peacefully when he grinned at the Snow Emperor embryo. He felt very happy. Hey, in the hands of this uncle's conferred God platform, it is not considered an insult to your identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Su Guanzhang was so excited that he could hardly contain himself as his wish was about to come true. Although Su Guanzhang is an 8th-level soul engineer, he is still short of money. After all, he specializes in ceiling-type soul guides, which is not in line with the mainstream and is rather biased, especially some time ago. In order to find a way to break through to the 9th-level soul guide, he spent all his wealth to obtain the 9th-level soul guide device, the conferred God platform. Although there is still no clue of breakthrough at the moment, it doesn't matter as long as he has this 100,000-year soul beast embryo. Money and power will all be at his disposal. Life is nothing but money, power and sex now. As long as he reaches that place and opens the conferred God platform, the rest of his life will be smooth sailing. With such mood, Su Guanzhang came to the Zufeng Lotus Pond. The conferred God platform starts. Su Guanzhang. At this moment, Su Guanzhang felt dazed for a moment, and then seemed to fall into eternal darkness, and his thoughts came to a standstill. The 5th level of mind controlling goo. What happened? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Su Guanzhang's brain seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his whole body began to tremble and shake uncontrollably. His face twisted instantly, his pupils dilated, full of disbelief at this moment. No matter how many aspirations, regrets or ambitions there were, they all dissipated in this sudden mental attack. Afterwards, Su Guanzhang fell backwards heavily, fell to the ground, and was disconnected from the world. A dignified 8th-level soul engineer died miserably under Huo Yuhao's killing move. The mind capture goo started with strong control, and then combined with the witness goo amplified by the power multiplying goo to launch a soul shock, forming a killing move that could threaten the title Douluo, the soul blast. It can be said that with Huo Yuhao's combo, there is basically no possibility of failure unless he encounters a being whose mental power has reached the tangible and intangible level. It is obvious that Su Guanzhang's mental power has not reached this level. The 9th soul ring with the best soul ring ratio is the 100,000-year red, but not all soul masters have the strength to successfully absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Snow Mountain Lotus Pond. A dense white airflow was suspended in the air above the lotus pond, as strands of ice attributed elemental energy of heaven and earth gathered towards it and continuously poured into it. It can be vaguely seen that whenever the elemental force of heaven and earth is injected, the white airflow will flicker, and its breath will become more restrained and weaker, as if a new life is about to be born from it. It can be said that the Snow Emperor during this period was extremely weak, and her perception of the outside world was also extremely poor. Suddenly, dozens of meters away, the yuan energy of heaven and earth fluctuated, the hidden soul guide device broke, and then a human soul master collapsed to the ground. The white airflow spun around and instantly shrank into the lotus pond, showing a slight confusion and a little anger. Zudi, what happened? Human soul master? When did he come? How could there be humans here? Zudi's soul trembled. Even with her calm personality, she couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. At this moment, she was compressing her original power, and her own abilities had long been unusable. The only mental power she could use could only cover an area within a radius of 100 meters, and it didn't even have an attack effect at this point. Zudi's only means of counterattack is to ignite her own original power and cause a huge explosion. In other words, she could also forcibly stop the reconstruction, return to her original form, gather all the original power, and launch an extremely sublime attack. The two methods lead to the same end, and the final result will be that Zhu Di's soul will completely collapse at the same time. Zhu Di, who realized it later, also felt extremely humiliated at such an important moment. She was approached here quietly and silently by a strange titled Douluo, and there is the advanced soul guide device in his hand. Zhu Di's mental power only slightly penetrated into it, and that trace of mental power was instantly swallowed up. What a domineering sealing ability. Heavy snow fell, and the temperature dropped several levels in an instant. At this time, Zhu Di wanted to forcibly stop the reconstruction and prepare for a desperate fight with the upcoming accident. Despicable. Human. Die. Go. Zuir, it's me. I'm here. Bingdi's voice dispelled Zhu Di's thoughts in time. At the same time when Huo Yuhao teleported here, the human-like Ice Emperor appeared on the snow. The aura of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion reappeared in the far north without reservation and rushed towards the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor, who was in a state of accumulating power and was about to break out of the shell completely, felt a familiar breath and call, and the restless ice and snow breath around him stagnated slightly. Binger, is that you? So, in the eyes of Huo Yuhao, a human cub in a blue and white dress that looked only 4 or 5 years old emerged from the lotus pond. With a solemn expression on its delicate and cute face, Zhu Di looked at Bingdi, who was only the size of a lolly, running towards her and was stunned for a moment, but then she could no longer suppress her excitement and joy. Binger, it's really you. How did you become like this? Could it be that you have reincarnated before me? Zuir, don't worry. We are here to protect you. Hurry up and continue your transformation and cultivation. With your current state and the remaining energy in this lotus pond, you have a chance to continue your journey of cultivation. Bingdi's harsh tone interrupted Zhu Di's thoughts. Zhu Di was confused for a moment, but knew that this was not the time to ask. Afterwards, the cute little lolly once again transformed into a white airflow, absorbing the energy from the lotus pond on the snow-capped peak, preparing to resume the journey of reconstruction. However, with Zhu Di's current mental strength, it is difficult to do so. Most of the Snow Queen's original power has been sealed. When the balance of the seal was broken by her artificially, it was too late to repair it unless more original power is used to break the seal, and the Snow Emperor, who is closer to perfect condition, is asked to do this. It can be done easily, but doing so would be putting the cart before the horse. This isn't a method of breaking things before building them again. The purpose is to repair the seal, so why are you destroying it? It can be said that Zhu Di is now in the semi-transformation stage, and she is stuck here, which is very embarrassing. Therefore, Zhu Di, who had already made up her mind to die, gave up the idea of continuing to survive after seeing her good sister whom she had been thinking about day and night. Binger, it's too late. If I can see you again before I die, my life will be complete. If you are lucky enough to. Zhu Di, what nonsense are you talking about? Bingdi's face darkened slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Yuhao, tell me, is there any other solution? Ho. Yuhao dismissed the simulated soul skills and looked at the embryonic essence of the Snow Empress. He said slowly, don't worry, I have a way. If it doesn't work, I will let the Snow Empress become my soul. I will study it further. Hearing Huo Yuhao's answer, Ice Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhu Di was also surprised to see the comet next to him, and under stress, she almost exploded subconsciously. Only after Bingdi's persuasion did Zhu Di calm down. Binger, who is this person? Zhu Di was suspicious, and finally found something wrong with Bingdi. And what's wrong with you now? The Ice Emperor looked at the serious Snow Emperor and felt a little emotional. He could not believe that the two giants in the far north had fallen to this point. Tian Meng, and me too. Tian Meng personally demonstrated that even if a soul beast's cultivation reached the level of 1,000,000 years, it still could not become a god. If Tian Meng hadn't held on to the thigh of the Son of Luck, he might have had to follow the path of the deep-sea demon Whale King and become a welfare task in the divine examination. It's a long story. Just a year ago, Bingdi briefly explained the relationship between himself and Huo Yuhao. Afterwards, she came to the lotus pond, took the hands of the transformed Snow Empress, and told her about her experiences and stories after her encounter with Huo Yuhao's sacrifice, God-making plan, soul, and now there's the matter of Snow Empress encountering the conferred God platform during her reconstruction. If we weren't here, Zuir, you might have been captured by that cunning human using a soul guide. Looking at the Ice Emperor seeking credit, even the Snow Emperor couldn't help but sigh that what happened to Huo Yuhao, a human soul master, was really a bit bizarre and absurd. With her vision, she could see the potential value of the soul, and then there's Huo Yuhao's strength. At the age of 13, he killed a title Douluo in seconds. Such talent is simply unheard of. If the Ice Emperor's real body had not been here, she would have almost thought she was dreaming. At the same time, Zhu Di couldn't help but sigh at the coincidence of fate in some aspects. If it weren't for the series of events, she might have been captured by a human soul master due to her carelessness and would have been out of control from then on. Of course, the extremely proud Zhu Di would never accept such a fate. She would rather perish together with her. Zhu Di sighed. Alice, I had specially looked for you before, hoping to help you survive the 400,000-year catastrophe, but you have disappeared. I thought you had already met with a catastrophe, Binger, but it turns out that you have become a human spirit. The Ice Emperor smiled bitterly. Even if you help me, I won't be able to survive the next catastrophe. I know my own situation very well. 390,000 years is my limit. Unless there is a natural treasure like the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, it won't be of much use. That's why I chose this path now. I thought we sisters would never see each other again, but who would have thought? Then, Bingdi held the white airflow in his hands and pressed it against it manually, with a look of satisfaction and attachment on his face. Zhu Di? Well, now she has no power to resist and can only let Ice Emperor do whatever he wants. While Bingdi and Zhu Di were chatting, Xianmeng felt a little lonely and kept poking his head out of the sea of spirituality, wanting to join in the fun. When Xianmeng heard the words 10,000 years of mysterious ice marrow, he felt a little emotional. It can be said that her fate with the Ice Emperor started from this 10,000-year-old mysterious ice marrow. It was also the existence of this kind of natural treasure that created the million-year-old soul beast today. After Xianmeng came out, she looked at the gaseous little girl Zhu Di, who had no dignity at all, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Zhu Di, you are so cute now. Zhu Di frowned and looked at the blonde girl who suddenly appeared, and asked in confusion, are you also the soul of the human being Huo Yuhao? Zhu Di is a little panicked now. Is there something wrong with the aesthetic taste of this human soul master? I am Xianmeng Ice Silkworm. Zhu Di, have you forgotten? And when Bingdi told you about Yuhao's story just now, he mentioned me a lot. Tianmeng became a little anxious and revealed his true form. The tiny ice silkworm had 10 golden halos on its body. So, you are the ice silkworm that Binger chased all the way out of the far north. I didn't expect that after so many years, when Binger's time is approaching, she has to rely on you to save her life. It's really fate that plays tricks on me. After seeing Xianmeng's true form, Zhu Di also connected the relationship between the two. Yes, I also want to thank you, Zhu Di, for your help back then. But I didn't come here specifically to find Bingdi at that time. The main reason was that I couldn't find you, Zhu Di, so I had to choose the next best thing. Tianmeng sighed, and then said something in a yin and yang way. Hearing this, the Ice Emperor frowned and immediately retorted, you stinky bug, you're just lucky. You happened to enter the 10,000 years mysterious ice cave and ate so much of the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow at once. If these 10,000 years mysterious ice marrows were absorbed by my sister and me, I'm afraid we wouldn't have to worry about the next heavenly tribulation anymore, and we wouldn't need your help at all. When talking about this, Bingdi was also very unhappy. The most important thing is that you actually ran to the Xingdao Great Forest in the end. You got the opportunity of our far north, but in the end you gave it to those beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. You are simply courting death. The case was solved. The reason why he and Zhu Di were ranked so low among the top 10 ferocious beasts was finally found out. It was all Xianmeng's fault for taking advantage of the two sisters' chances and helping the enemy. With Huo Yuhao as his backer, Tianmeng also showed his toughness for once. Can you blame me for this? Yuhao said it well, natural treasures are obtained by fate, and I am the one who is destined to be there. I am now the first million-year soul beast on the continent. You should be more respectful when speaking. Ice Emperor, even if you get the 10,000-year black ice marrow, can you live for 1,000,000 years? Besides, I am still the first soul spirit on the continent, and you are only the second soul spirit. Do you want to die? Bingdi became furious when he saw Xianmeng's attitude. This guy is really a jerk if he doesn't get beaten up one day. Xianmeng said unhappily, come on. Come over here if you have the ability. Bingdi raised her fist and was about to beat Xianmeng up. Xianmeng's figure flashed and head directly behind Huo Yuhao, hugging his thighs. Yuhao, look, Bingdi wants to hit me. Huo Yuhao was somewhat helpless. Alright, the Snow Queen's crisis has not been resolved yet. Everyone should be serious and stop making trouble. That's nothing. Just use your soul technique, Cheyenne Men. Pulled up the pimp and introduced the superiority of his soul method after Zhu Di came in. It was just the right time to make up for the departure of Yi Lao, allowing the Sea of Spirit to return to the stage of three-legged balance of power. By that time, Bingdi would not be able to bully her anymore. The Ice Emperor looked at the Snow Emperor and was also quite interested. Zuir, how about becoming Yuhao's soul and walking towards eternal life together? Finally, Huo Yuhao looked at Zhu Di and said seriously, Zhu Di, you now have two options. One is to become a spirit with my help. The other is that I can help you start your cultivation journey again. Which one do you want? End of this chapter. Chapter 149, Ice God Above. Zhu Di, you can choose to become my soul. You can also continue the road of reconstruction with my help, but after you succeed, you must establish a cooperative relationship with me. Following his inner thoughts, Huo Yuhao gave Zhu Di two choices. Bingdi and Cheyenne Meng were both shocked when they heard the two solutions proposed by Huo Yuhao. Yuhao actually learned Zhu Di's origin sealing method so quickly. The look that Zhu Di gave Huo Yuhao was also quite complicated originally. Under the persuasion of the life-saving grace and the Ice Emperor, she had already made up her mind to sign the soul contract and become this person's soul, but now, Huo Yuhao gave her this choice again. Even the usually cold and aloof Snow Emperor was somewhat moved at this moment. Her original power is still very intact now. That is why, after signing the soul contract, she can bring Huo Yuhao the benefits of soul rings and soul bones of about 700,000 years. Moreover, the soul method is much more advanced than simple sacrifice. According to Bingdi and Cheyenne Meng, this was a method created by a former god-level boss, so there was no need to worry about the placement of Zhu Di's huge original power. Although Huo Yuhao's current body was not strong enough to bear the power of the Snow Queen at once, it didn't matter. He could temporarily seal it and deal with it later. It can be said that this opportunity is unique in the entire Douluo continent, and it can make all the soul masters on the continent crazy. With the help of the Snow Emperor soul, it is almost certain that a soul master will cultivate to Super Douluo, and even breaking through to Limit Douluo is not difficult. But what Zhu Di never expected was that Huo Yuhao remained unmoved and instead gave her two independent choices. Zhu Di fell into deep thought, and the white airflow trembled slightly. Bingdi and Cheyenne Meng looked at Zhu Di with expectation. They had already added everything that needed to be said before, and the choice at this moment was Zhu Di's unique thinking. Binger, you know me well. I am no weaker than humans in my life. I don't deny that soul beasts cannot become gods, but I also want to try the path to becoming a god for humans. A cold voice sounded. At this moment, although the white airflow had no expression on its face, the thrilling ethereal temperament unique to the Snow Emperor was indeed revealed to the fullest. It is undeniable that Huo Yuhao's talent and strength are the best among the soul masters that Zhu Di knows. For a moment, Zhu Di felt for no reason that Huo Yuhao would become a god on the future, even if compared with a few gods that have appeared in human history. At this age, they are far inferior. However, Zhu Di doesn't like to win easily. In other words, she is more accustomed to leaving her fate in her own hands. Although the soul method is good, she does not want to become a vassal of the man in front of her. Zhu Di will always remember the kindness of helping Bingdi and rescuing her. Zhu Di made a decisive decision. In the white airflow, her pair of sky blue eyes sparkled and were very attractive. Ice God, I swear in the name of ice that Huo Yuhao and I will conclude a contract to work together forever. If we violate this contract, everything that belongs to ice will be taken away by the Ice God. The soul beasts of the far north are the people of the Ice God. As the former ruler of the far north, Snow Empress can be said to have made the heaviest oath among the soul beasts of the far north. Huo Yuhao, he felt a little embarrassed because it was so formal. Originally, Huo Yuhao only intended to use the Ice Empress to control the Snow Empress. Now, I am judging others by my own standards. Huo Yuhao quickly called for help and directly probed into the second sea of consciousness to find Alex, who was watching the show. Help me, old man. Alex was naturally enjoying the show. After hearing Huo Yuhao's thoughts, he waved his sleeves and said in a deep voice, Yuhao, I was thinking of looking for you. If you want to help Zhu Di to change her cultivation, I suggest that you sign a soul contract. It will be good for both of you. And through the connection between the contract, you can really help her. I understand, Yi Lao. Ho. Yuhao also nodded. No wonder he felt that something was missing in the high-speed deduction and learning of yin-yang. It turned out that there was such a thing in reality. Huo Yuhao coughed and repeated Yi Lao's answer. Ahem, that's it. Then, with the help of Master Yi, Huo Yuhao waved his right hand and drew a gray scroll in the void, which contained undead magic and soul contract. Huo Yuhao wrote on it in agreement to cooperate and support each other and to jointly reach the path to becoming a god. The two people who signed this contract will, to a certain extent, form a community of shared destiny. After showing it to Zhu Di and confirming that there was no problem, the two of them left their spiritual imprints and names on the soul contract. The contract was completed, and the gray scroll exploded into countless light points, falling into Huo Yuhao and Zhu Di respectively. The two could feel that there was an extra rule and connection in each other's souls. Huo Yuhao even felt a cool feeling spreading from his limbs to every part of his body. Even his mental strength was slightly improved, bringing him one step closer to the realm of tangible and intangible. Snow Queen had the same feeling. The power that came through the contract was an extreme ice that was purer and more domineering than that of Ice Queen. It also had a mental boost, allowing her, who was now relatively weak, to completely control the original power of the seal. Without Huo Yuhao's reminder, Zhu Di spontaneously began to stabilize the seal. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Di seemed to be of one mind and one body, working together to suppress and confine the slightly chaotic original power. The white airflow vibrated violently, and the strong fluctuations of soul power resonated with it, and began to resonate spontaneously with the surrounding ice and snow elements. It was visible to the naked eye that the remaining energy in the lotus pond and the pure ice energy constantly surging around it were all injected into the Snow Emperor's body. The originally restless original power soon calmed down. As long as it continued like this, it would only take a few hours at most for Zhu Di to successfully rebuild into a human being. Soon, Huo Yuhao broke away from this resonance. Zhu Di had to go through the rest of the journey alone, and he could not help much. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. You are worthy of being Mr. Yi. Huo Yuhao's original idea was to rely on external force to forcibly use Snow Emperor's sealing method to repair it. As long as it could be successfully repaired, Snow Emperor would slowly do it herself. As for the subsequent drainage of the origin, but Mr. Yi's approach was to use little effort to achieve a great result. Relying on the temporary improvement in the compatibility between the two of them, he solved the problem once and for all from the very beginning. It was extremely smart. Hey, it would be great if Zhu Di could become Yuhao's soul. Then we can get a 700,000-year-old skull. Although it is not a spiritual skull, it is also very suitable for Yuhao. Tian Meng felt it was a pity just thinking about it. If Huo Yuhao could absorb such a soul bone, his mental power would be able to directly break through to the realm of tangible and intangible, and he would even be able to look forward to a higher level of realm. What? Bug, are you sorry that Zuir couldn't become Yuhao's soul? Although he was talking back to Xian Meng, Bingdi was actually very regretful in his heart. She and Xian Meng are already firmly tied to Yuhao, sharing life and death with him, so they can only do their best to help Yuhao achieve the throne of God. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao is very powerful. He has already stepped half a foot across the threshold of title Douluo. It can be said that the road to becoming a title Douluo is smooth if Zhu Di can join. The God-making plan can't be said to be 100%, but the chance of success is definitely very high. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, Yuhao is definitely the soul master closest to the godhood in this world. However, Zhu Di finally chose to go it alone. Ice Emperor knew that she was worried about the far north, but was too embarrassed to trouble Huo Yuhao. In addition, due to Snow Emperor's personality, it was normal for her to make this decision. However, after finally meeting Zhu Di, I didn't expect this scene. It's so slim to try to become a god with a human lifespan of 300 to 500 years. Bingdi and Xian Meng were both silent, not in the mood to bicker as usual. Instead of worrying about Zhu Di, we should think about what we should do. Is there a possibility that Zhu Di has been favored by a certain god? Huo Yuhao's voice broke the silence of the spirit sea. Even Yulao showed up here, and the four of them gathered in the spirit sea after not seeing each other for a long time. That power has indeed reached a god level, Alex said with a hint of nostalgia at the end of merging into one with the Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao felt something in his heart, as if he had sensed a call from the far north, and then he disconnected from the Snow Empress after discussing with Mr. Yi. The two came to this conclusion: perhaps he is the ice god you are talking about. Huo Yuhao said something shocking. As soon as the word ice god came out, the shocked Ice Emperor and Xian Meng froze instantly. In the entire far north, who has not heard of the name of the ice god? Just as the creatures in the sea revere the god of the sea, all creatures in the far north do the same to the god of ice. Impossible. Hyoti was the first to retort, although his tone was not so certain. Is the ice god really still in the far north? Tian Meng was also very confused. The ice god Zero was too far away. Even though she had lived for a long time, She had never seen the ice god's original appearance, although the soul beasts of the far north often mention the ancient ice god when they swear. It is mainly for the sake of ritual. After all, some evil soul beasts really broke their oaths, and it seems that they were not punished in the end, right? Of course, unlike human soul masters, most soul beasts attach great importance to their oaths and will not betray them at will. Maybe, we'll know once Zhu Di succeeds, although it was just an intuition. Huo Yuhao personally felt it was very credible. This is the choice of fate. The ice god is indeed nowhere to be seen in the original novels, and it is estimated that he has fallen long ago, but it is highly likely that the ancient ice god is a soul beast. If Snow Empress could become the ice god's successor after her restoration, that would indeed be better than simply becoming her own soul. After all, he was also being watched by a certain god king. The pressure is indeed quite great, although the ice god is at most a first-level god, and the gap between a first-level god and the god king is like an inconceivable chasm. However, more friends mean more paths. The reward of poisonous insects obtained from completing achievement tasks on Zhu Di in the future will be enough to make back the investment achievement triggered. Achieve the Ice Emperor's Finding the Snow Emperor achievement and receive the Ice Blade Goo as a reward. Ice Blade Goo, a 4th-level goo worm that instantly condenses into a giant ice blade. Under the attack of extreme cold, it has a certain chance of ignoring the defense of the same level. Evaluation: this knife of mine will be very powerful. Achievement triggered. Achieve the Snow Queen's Rebuilding Adulthood achievement and receive the Snow Girl Goo as a reward. Snow Girl Goo, a 4th-level goo worm that transforms into a snow girl after use. Evaluation: a gorgeous transformation. Transform into a snow girl. If I remember correctly, this is a poisonous insect that is more suitable for women. The poisonous insect suitable for men is called ice crystal poisonous insect. Of course, in order to adapt to the rules of Douluo continent, the effect of the poisonous insect may change. Huo Yuhao knew that most of the goo worms he had obtained so far actually depended more on the number of revolutions, and most of them were powerful enough to fly. The higher the number of revolutions of the goo worm, the more soul power was input, and the stronger the final effect would be. So, can the Snow Girl Goo really transform into the Snow Girl of Douluo continent? Huo Yuhao was a little curious. Although the number of snow girls in the far north is rare, they do exist. Similar to the ice scorpion, their attributes have also reached the extreme level. Of course, there is only one snow goddess like Zhu Di. She is born and raised in this world, blessed with unique conditions. She is one of a kind. From the fact that only one Snow Empress has appeared in the far north for so many years, it can be seen how difficult it is to give birth to a snow maiden. Therefore, first of all, we must rule out the possibility that the snow maiden Goo can transform into an ice snow maiden. Huo Yuhao would not test the lore himself, but he could let others try it when there is a chance in the future. Ice Emperor's shout interrupted Huo Yuhao's thoughts. Yuhao, is the Ice Bear King okay? At this moment, the Ice Emperor suddenly remembered that there was another soul master who invaded the far north, also a titled Douluo, who had gone to lure away the Ice Bear King before Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection turned into a straight line and swept around in an instant. Well, it was solved smoothly. He had also paid attention to the battle situation there before. Although the titled Douluo who lured the Ice Bear King away was quite powerful, he was always at a disadvantage because of his low soul power level and the lack of a 100,000-year soul ring. His own martial soul is the Earth Bear. Although he has thick skin and flesh, he cannot withstand the attack of the Ice Bear King. The winner is known at a glance now. After another investigation, it was found that the unfortunate titled Douluo had indeed died at the hands of the Ice Bear King, and his corpse had been frozen into an ice sculpture. But the Ice Bear King was such a fool that after dealing with the enemy, he started patrolling the periphery again without considering the possibility of stealing the house. Should we say that it doesn't know how to adapt, or are you on duty seriously? Time passes. Gradually the white airflow flickered continuously until it stopped, and as it fell into the lotus pond, white light instantly burst out. The next moment, a snow-white, tender and delicate little hand stretched out from it. Then, a 6-year-old little girl with a delicate figure appeared in the lotus pond. Those deep blue eyes seemed like thousands of years of accumulated snow, with a radiance that did not belong to this age, but there was also a hint of clear innocence in the look. The silver-white hair, petite body, and slightly chubby face have a noble temperament, which is full of contrast. End of this chapter. Chapter 150. But I refuse. Zhu Di slowly stood up from the lotus pond, wearing a blue and white gauze dress. Her uncovered skin was as delicate as white mutton fat jade, and the cold spring water washed her smooth and creamy skin. As the water surface slowly condensed, Zhu Di stepped on the ice, and her pair of white and tender feet were clearly exposed. They were crystal clear, like the most beautiful works of art in the world, making people want to hold them in their hands and protect them. Zudi had a smile on her face. Thank you, Yuhao, Binger, and Xian Meng. You're welcome. He, Bingdi, approached quickly and shook Zudi's little hand. Ah, Tian. Meng responded sadly, then put on his pajama hood in the sea of spirit, ready to go to sleep, not intending to make himself unhappy. Humph, even if you squeeze in, you'll still be an outsider. Looking into those icy blue eyes, Huo Yuhao smiled and said, You're welcome. Ice Emperor's affairs are my affairs. Besides, you and I have already signed a soul contract. It's just my job. Afterwards, Bingdi asked Zudi, Zuir, what are your plans for the future? Huo Yuhao also explained the pros and cons one by one. Snow Queen, with your looks and talent, if no one protects you, you will definitely have endless troubles in the future. And if someone discovers your identity as a soul beast, it will be impossible to reverse the situation. With your current strength, it will be difficult to resist, right, Snow? Emperor looked at Ice Emperor and Huo Yuhao and nodded, saying that it was indeed the case. After a soul beast successfully rebuilds into human, it is still at risk of being exposed before its soul power level reaches Soul Sage, and it will still drop 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones after death. The most important thing is that after the reconstruction, the cultivation must be done with humans for a long time, feeling the breath of humans, and absorbing the human vitality necessary for the soul beast to rebuild. This also means that one will be in a very dangerous situation. Zudi has a deep understanding of human greed. Just imagine, facing a 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone with no resistance. Who wouldn't be tempted? Not all soul masters are like Yuhao. Then, Zudi shook his head. Yuhao, do you have any ideas? Huo Yuhao smiled gently. Zudi, you can actually go back to Shrek Academy with me. Zudi frowned, with a questioning look on his face. Although I don't know much about human society outside the far north, I still know a thing or two about Shrek Academy. There are many powerful people at the title Douluo level in your place. If I go back with you as a soul beast, wouldn't that be like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Huo Yuhao shook his head. Now Shrek Academy is training me as the future leader of the Sea God Pavilion. I will be hunted for 100,000-year soul beasts for me in the future. With my strength and status, I am more than capable of protecting you. At this point, Huo Yuhao raised his eyebrows and said, besides, even if you are really exposed, what can you do? As long as I say that you are my property, when I need you, you will be my spirit ring and spirit bone, and no one will dare to touch you. What's more, I promise that as long as you are by my side, there will be no risk of being exposed. With the simulation of the 50,000-year soul skill released by his mental power that was about to become tangible and intangible, it was easy to cover up the Snow Emperor's abnormality. In addition, the Snow Queen's ability to conceal her aura far exceeds that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, and the Ice Snow Girl's aura is similar to that of a human, making it even harder to detect. Not to mention the assistance of the goo worm, there is no possibility of being exposed. Bingdi couldn't help but hug the petite little lolly Zudi tightly, looking at her reluctantly, and pleaded, Zuir, come with us. You have just transformed. If you are alone, I really can't let you go. If you really want to leave, wait until you become a soul saint and have the ability to protect yourself. Okay, that's right. Apart from Yuhao, can you find someone better who can protect you? Zudi. Tianmeng also stuck his head out to persuade. This, Zudi was a little hesitant. Naturally, she wanted to go with Huo Yuhao. After all, the soul contract had been signed. It could be said that Huo Yuhao was the person she trusted most among all humans. Just there seems to be a vague sense of connection in the dark. Zudi had a hunch that this was a great opportunity that she could not miss. Huo Yuhao naturally knew what Zudi was hesitating about. He got straight to the point and asked, Zudi, when I was helping you to rebuild, I felt a call from somewhere in the far north. You should have felt it as well, right? Zudi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, yes. But this feeling gradually became blurred after I successfully transformed. The reason why I am hesitating is also because of this reason. That's good. Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly. He originally thought that the Ice God had taken a fancy to the Snow Queen. Therefore, during the period when Snow Empress was rebuilding, Huo Yuhao also relied on spiritual exploration, following the direction of his sensations, following the clues, and investigating everything around him. So, He found a hidden relic of the ice god's inheritance among the nearby snow-capped peaks. What Huo Yuhao did not expect was that after sensing Huo Yuhao's aura, this relic actually fell in love with someone else. He directly targeted Huo Yuhao and kept sending him harassment calls like a peacock spreading its tail, which were invitations to inheritance. He was simply hungry and thirsty, but it is true that with his talent and his second martial soul, who wouldn't be confused? It is only natural to attract a ruined ice god inheritance, but to be honest, Huo Yuhao just thought it was noisy. He really looked down upon this inheritance. The ice god is dead. Or, at least in the god realm, there is no ice god. He's just a first-level god, so that's his upper limit. Moreover, Huo Yuhao now has a lot of secrets. If these temporarily concealed things were to be exposed to a certain sea god due to the assessment by the gods, it would be a waste of time. Fortunately, Snow Queen's perception is still there. It seems that the ice god Ruin still cares about this spare tire. Afterwards, after finishing the explanation, Huo Yuhao brought Zudi to a snowy peak not far away. After safely putting the Snow Queen down, Huo Yuhao fled away. Remember to practice well here. When you reach a bottleneck, you can call me through the soul contract and I will come to pick you up. Bingdi said goodbye reluctantly. Zuir, remember to come find us. Xianmen. I'm asleep, don't disturb me. Achievement triggered. Achieve the but I reject. Achievement and receive the reward. Secret crossing. Secret crossing. 6th rank. Immortal Goo, can isolate aura, obscure heavenly secrets, and prevent calculations. Evaluation, repairing the plank road in the open, but marching through Chengkang in secret. WC, Immortal Goo. This was the first time Huo Yuhao obtained the Immortal Goo, a 6th level divine level 1. Even Huo Yuhao felt a little excited. Dark, twisted, creepy, it was worthy of his achievement, and it made him very happy. All of a sudden I just don't know what the cost of activating it will be. Of course, at present, there is actually no need to use it. Click. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and Zudi turned around, his eyes moving slightly, following the broken ice layer to look at the current ice passage. Is this the remains of the god's inheritance that Yuhao mentioned? At this moment, Zudi already had something in her heart. Walking along the passage, after a few dozen steps, the view suddenly opened up, and the permafrost in front of her seemed to be hollowed out from the middle, with a gorgeous ice blue soft light shining. At the innermost part was a big door, and when Zudi followed the increasingly clear perception and walked to the door, an extremely subtle wave swept over her. Then a majestic voice sounded, I am the ice god, the ice and snow girl. Are you willing to inherit my throne? Ice god? Didn't the ice god leave Douluo continent a long time ago? As if seeing Zudi's doubt, the voice sounded again, I am just a wisp of divine consciousness left by the ice god. I will call those who are suitable and predestined to come here from time to time. If you are willing to inherit my throne, I will open the path to becoming a god for you. Can soul beasts also become gods? Zudi's eyes flickered. The road to becoming a god is one of life and death, and this is even more so for soul beasts. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no chance of survival out of 10 deaths. If you refuse, I will send you away from here and erase your related memories. I will give you 3 minutes to choose. The tone of the majestic voice did not change at all, as if he did not care at all about the rare snow emperor in front of him who possessed the qualifications of a divine inheritance. Is this so? In fact, through various signs, Zudi could see that Huo Yuhao might be more suitable for this inheritance than herself. As a result, he gave it to himself instead. What a fool indeed. Why do I feel like I owe more and more? Moreover, Huo Yuhao's help is not limited to this. Before the connection between Huo Yuhao and Snow Empress was severed, with the Ice Empress's consent, he also left behind a portion of the Ice Empress's original power, which could be used to help Snow Empress speed up her early cultivation. In other words, this extra original power from the Ice Emperor can enable the Snow Emperor to grow to a certain level of soul power in a short period of time. Similarly, this will also slightly speed up her aging process. Cherish the Snow Emperor in her lolly state now, because you may not see her again in the future. Of course, the power of origin is not omnipotent. This is also a trick taken by Huo Yuhao while Snow Empress was rebuilding. It is estimated that at most it can only allow Snow Empress to reach the level of Soul Master level 30. What to do next, and whether to accept the inheritance of the god in front of her, all depends on Zudi's own choice. The road is right under your feet. I am willing. No matter what the test is, Snow Girl is willing to take it all. I will bear any consequences myself, whether it is life or death. So, what if there is no chance of survival? She would rather die on the path to becoming a god than continue to exist as a human being. The sun sets and the moon rises, and the sky is dotted with stars. The East City Gate where Shrek Academy is located is still bustling even during the Academy's holidays. However, the one-month vacation actually passed very quickly, especially since there are less than 2 days left before the start of school. Most of the students have already returned to school early. You can even start working part-time to enroll new students. Yes, the new batch of freshmen for Shrek Academy has started to enroll every year. A beam of light approached rapidly. It was Huo Yuhao who was returning to Shrek Academy using a flying soul guide, of course. In order to shorten the travel time, Huo Yuhao used the light rainbow goo to travel most of the time. In the end, he changed to a flying soul guide, not only to conceal his tracks, but also to try out a new toy. After falling from the sky, Huo Yuhao walked into Shrek City, attracting much attention along the way. His perfect facial features, noble temperament, and deep eyes attracted the passionate gazes of many women on the road, and also attracted the attention of a large number of students, especially those senior students. Because of Huo Yuhao's various glorious deeds, most of them knew about Huo Yuhao's situation, and they were actually also aware of his constant luck with women. However, he looked at a beautiful woman wearing the red clothes of a Shrek in her courtyard disciple standing side by side with Huo Yuhao. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer, and couldn't help but sigh with envy at how this kid had such a good life. Exclamation mark. Could it be that the beauties in the outer courtyard could no longer satisfy Huo Yuhao? He actually had such an ambiguous relationship with this inner courtyard senior? Or the cold-hearted senior sister? In the rumors it can be said that Ling Luchen is famous for her coldness and arrogance. As old students of Shrek Academy, most of them know the existence of this ice goddess in the inner courtyard. Many people used to try to strike up a conversation without getting tired of it, but in the end they ended up being frozen and became quiet. But such a person would actually follow Huo Yuhao closely at this moment and even reveal a rare smile. Everyone was heartbroken. No, my frost goddess, what exactly happened? Isn't this guy just a little more handsome? A little more powerful? There are a lot of strong and handsome guys in the academy, right? Why do you fall for this guy? What's so good about him? Seeing Huo Yuhao and Ling Luchen chatting and laughing, many people felt jealous at this time. The registration of new students has begun. Looking at the freshmen with clear eyes, Huo Yuhao had a look of emotion. Before he knew it, he was already in the second year. Meeting Ling Luchen this time was somewhat unexpected. Although the two had not met often, they were having a great time talking to each other at this moment. After all ice attributed martial spirits in the world are one family. Therefore, Huo Yuhao took the opportunity to ask about the selection time and situation of the main teams for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition. As a disciple of both the inner and outer courts, he naturally planned to join through the channel of the regular team as for the spot on the reserve team. It would of course be reserved for the person he had contacted before. We communicated all the way until we reached the entrance of the college. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao saw red light rising from Shrek Academy, and then rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. No need to think about it, isn't it Mazaya Ateo? Mazaya Ateo's rosy cheeks carried a strange kind of beauty. And in the blink of an eye she appeared in front of Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, you're finally back. Huo Yuhao did not dodge and was directly embraced by a hot embrace. Mazaya Ateo didn't care about the gazes of Ling Luchen and the people around her. She hugged Huo Yuhao tightly, with a bit of confusion in her pink eyes. She even let out a delicate moan, her breath as sweet as orchid. Yuhao, you're finally back. I can't take it anymore. Let's go and suppress the evil fire. After the red light flashed, Mazaya Ateo and Huo Yuhao suddenly accelerated and disappeared in front of the academy gate in the blink of an eye. Only the confused students were left around. What happened? Why is it another senior from the inner courtyard? Why didn't they fight? At this moment, Ling Luchen, who was alone, felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was something stuck in his throat. Damn Mazaya Ateo. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.